Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Mortify by Elizabeth Knox, narrated by Anne Robert and Tyler Dunn. Prologue. Everly. The fluorescent lights of the grocery store feel too bright, making my head pound as I push the cart down another aisle. Dylan walks beside me, his hand possessively on the small of my back, steering me like I'm a child who can't shop alone. His fingers press through my jacket, finding the tender spots where last week's bruises haven't quite faded.
Organic turkey? Really?
He picks up the price tag, shaking his head with that disgusted expression I've come to dread.
$40 for a fucking bird? Your biker family must be loaded.
The club's paying for it, I say quietly, adding the turkey to our cart anyway. We need 3 of them. There's over 50 people. His fingers dig into my back, a warning that makes me stop mid-sentence.
Wasting money on organic bullshit when regular would do fine. Typical. These criminals throw around cash while honest people struggle.
I don't respond. I've learned silence is safer than defending my choices. We continue through the store, Dylan criticizing every item. The sweet potatoes are too expensive. The brand of butter is wrong. Why do we need so much flour? Each complaint chips away at me, making me smaller, making me doubt every decision. A woman with her toddler passes us in the baking aisle, and the little girl waves at me. I smile back, and for just a moment, I remember who I used to be. Someone who smiled without calculating the consequences first.
Stop flirting,
Dylan hisses in my ear.
You look desperate.
She's a baby. Don't argue with me in public. His voice is pleasant, conversational, but his fingers find that spot on my ribs where he grabbed me 3 days ago. The bruise throbs under the pressure.
Add the fucking flour so we can go.
I reach for the store brand, but he stops me.
Not that one. Get the expensive one. If they're wasting money anyway, might as well get the best.
The contradictions make my head spin. Criticize me for expensive turkey, demand expensive flour. It's a game I can never win. Rules that change based on his mood.
Could have been done an hour ago if you just bought normal shit,
he mutters as we wait in the checkout line. An elderly woman ahead of us glances back at his tone. Her eyes meet mine, and I see the question there. Are you okay? I force a smile, adjusting my expression to, everything's fine. We're just a normal couple doing holiday shopping. Nothing to see here. The cashier, a young guy, maybe 19, smiles at me as he starts scanning.
Big Thanksgiving planned?
Family gathering, I respond, returning his smile automatically. Dylan's hand tightens on my waist.
Yeah, her family can't cook for shit, so she has to do everything.
He laughs like it's a joke, but I hear the edge underneath. The cashier's smile falters slightly, sensing the tension. He focuses on scanning items faster, clearly wanting us gone. I stare at the credit card machine, avoiding everyone's eyes, wishing I could disappear. Dylan's phone buzzes as we're loading bags. He checks it, frowning.
My mom wants me to stop by after we drop this shit off.
Relief floods through me, so intense I almost sag against the cart. A few hours without him hovering, criticizing, controlling. That's fine. I'll help get dinner started while you're gone.
You'll wait for me,
he corrects, loading the last bag with unnecessary force.
Don't go getting too comfortable with those criminals. I'll be back.
The drive to the clubhouse is tense. Dylan drums his fingers on the steering wheel, that nervous energy that usually means he's planning something. I stare out the window, watching the familiar streets pass, trying to calm the anxiety building in my chest. November trees stand bare against the gray sky, looking as stripped and exposed as I feel. "Remember," he says as we pull up to the gate, "keep your ears open. These assholes are struggling with the lockdown, businesses closed, medical bills piling up. Might be willing to make deals they normally wouldn't." I'm not spying on my family. His hand shoots out, gripping my wrist hard enough to make me gasp. Right over last week's bruises, the ones that haven't faded to yellow yet. I can feel my pulse racing under his fingers, trapped like a butterfly he's slowly crushing. "Your family?" He laughs, but there's no humor in it. "The same family that got your brother's leg blown off? Same ones who let Flora die? Yeah, great fucking family." "That wasn't—" "Shut up." He releases my wrists as one of the prospects, Bodil, approaches to open the gate. Dylan's face transforms instantly, that fake charm sliding into place like a mask. "Happy Thanksgiving, man. Thanks for letting us through." Bodil nods, letting us through without saying a word. The transformation always amazes me. How quickly Dylan can switch from cruel to charming, fooling everyone. It's like watching two different people inhabit the same body. We park and start unloading the groceries. The November air is cold, cutting through my jacket, but the warmth coming from the clubhouse promises comfort I desperately need. Through the windows, I can see women already working in the kitchen, kids running around. Normalcy in the chaos. Smoke rises from the chimney, carrying the smell of wood fire and roasting turkey. "Quite the setup they've got," Dylan observes, scanning the reinforced fencing, the security cameras, the prospects on guard duty. "Like a fucking compound. What are they so scared of?" "They're protecting their families," I say, hefting another bag. "From enemies they created." He slams the trunk. "Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Your brother's learning that the hard way." The casual cruelty of mentioning Bjorn makes me fumble with the bags. Dylan notices, of course he does, and smiles that cold smile that never reaches his eyes. "I'll be back in a few hours," he says, pulling me close for what looks like an affectionate goodbye. To anyone watching, it probably seems sweet. A boyfriend kissing his girl before leaving. They can't see how his fingers dig into my arms through my jacket, can't hear the whispered threat. "Remember what we talked about. I'll know if you say anything. And remember, Tuesday, 2 p.m., physical therapy. No guards." Astrid appears in the doorway just as he's releasing me. "Hey, you two. Perfect timing. We need all the help we can get." Dylan turns on the charm instantly. "Just dropping Everly off with the supplies. Gotta visit my mom, but I'll be back later." He pulls me against him again, pressing a kiss to my temple that looks tender, but feels like a brand. "Take care of my girl for me." "That's sweet of you to visit your mom on Thanksgiving," Astrid says, but I catch her looking at me, something uncertain in her eyes. "Thanks for braving the stores today. I know they're crazy." "No problem," Dylan replies, already heading back to his car. He calls over his shoulder, voice carrying clearly. "Everly, baby, text me if you need anything. Love you." "Love you too," I respond automatically, the words tasting like ash. After he drives away, I stand there holding grocery bags, trying to switch gears. From Dylan's girlfriend to Everly, EMT and sister and helper. The mask I wear feels heavier each day, harder to maintain. "You okay?" Astrid asks softly, studying my face. "You seem tense." "Yeah, just tired. Long morning at the store. You know how people get before holidays, fighting over the last can of cranberry sauce?" I force a laugh. "Where do you need me?" She doesn't look entirely convinced, but doesn't push. "Kitchen's command central. Fair warning, it's chaotic as hell in there." The kitchen is exactly what Astrid promised the moment we enter. The smell of sage and butter fills the air, mixing with the sound of women laughing and chatting. This is what family feels like, warm and loud and accepting. So different from the cold criticism I just left behind. Steam rises from pots on the stove, windows fogged with condensation, making the space feel like a cozy cocoon. "Thank the gods you're here," Charm says, taking bags from my arms. Her red hair is pulled back in a messy bun, flour already dusting her cheek. "We're already behind schedule. Can you start on the pie filling? Aziza will walk you through her recipes." I nod, grateful for the distraction. Keeping busy means less time to think about Dylan, about the bruises under my long sleeves, about how I've become someone I don't even recognize anymore. Aziza greets me with a warm smile, wearing a beautiful burgundy blouse that complements the holiday. "Ever made pie filling from scratch?" "Not since I was little, with my mom," I admit. "Then we'll refresh your memory. Come, I'll show you my secret ingredients." We work side by side, her gentle instructions soothing my frayed nerves. She doesn't ask why my hands shake slightly as I measure spices, doesn't comment when I jump at sudden noises, just continues talking in her calm voice about proportions and techniques. The morning passes in a blur as we get everything ready for the day. I help make pie filling while Aziza and Astrid work on crusts. Every so often my phone buzzes with texts from Dylan. "At Mom's. She says hi." Then, 5 minutes later, "Why haven't you responded? Don't get too comfortable there. Remember what I said about keeping your ears open. That organic turkey better be worth it. Mom thinks you should have come with me. I told her you chose them over us." I respond just enough to keep him satisfied, hating myself for the automatic compliance. Each ding makes my stomach clench, knowing that too long between responses means consequences later. "Your phone's popular today," Megan comments, glancing over from where she's chopping vegetables. "Just Dylan checking in," I say, trying for casual. "You know how it is." "Actually, I don't," she says with a laugh. "I never had to deal with any of that. Tor checks in, but not so intensely." Around 11, I excuse myself to use the bathroom, needing a moment alone. In the mirror, I check that my sleeves still cover the bruises, practice my smile until it looks almost real. The woman staring back at me is a stranger. Hollow eyes, forced smile, long sleeves in a warm kitchen. This is who I am now, a woman who hides damage under fabric and fakeness. My phone buzzes again. This time it's different. "Leaving Mom's now. That little shit Bjorn better watch himself. No security at the hospital during his appointments. Would be a shame if something happened." My blood freezes. He's threatening my brother. My 16-year-old brother who's already lost so much. I grip the sink, knuckles white, trying to breathe through the panic. Another text. "Unless you want to find out what else I know, you better remember where your loyalty is."
Then, Tuesday, 2 p.m., physical therapy room, 3rd floor. I have friends who work there. And before another minute has passed, amazing how vulnerable people are when they're learning to walk again. I splash cold water on my face, trying to calm the panic attack building in my chest. He wouldn't actually hurt Bjorn, would he? But I know the answer. Dylan's connections are real. The dangerous people he knows would do anything for the right price. And hurting my already injured brother would destroy me, which is exactly what Dylan wants. Complete control through fear. Back in the kitchen, I try to focus on cooking, but my hands shake as I stir the filling. Astrid notices, because of course she does. "You sure you're okay?" she asks quietly, touching my shoulder gently. I flinch before I can stop myself, and her eyes widen slightly. "Just worried about dinner turning out right?" I lie, moving away from her touch. "I want everything to be perfect."
"Honey, nothing's ever perfect,"
Fern says from across the kitchen.
"That's what makes it family."
The next couple of hours crawl by. I help serve drinks, set tables, arrange centerpieces made from autumn leaves and small pumpkins the kids painted. Anything to keep busy and keep my phone silent. But I feel it vibrating in my pocket, Dylan getting impatient, getting angry. Each buzz is like a countdown to disaster. Through the window, I watch for his car, dread building with each passing minute. The wait is almost worse than his presence. At least when he's here, I know what I'm dealing with. The anticipation makes my skin crawl. Just after 2 o'clock, his car pulls up outside. I watch him check his appearance in the mirror, adjusting his hair, practicing his smile. The performance is about to begin again. My hands start trembling, and I clasp them together to hide it. He enters carrying a bouquet of flowers, grocery store carnations dyed unnatural colors. But everyone coos over the gesture. Such a thoughtful boyfriend, so sweet to bring flowers on Thanksgiving.
"For the hostess,"
he says, handing them to Fern with that practiced charm.
"Thanks for including me today. I know it's family only, so I really appreciate the invitation."
"Of course,"
Fern says warmly.
"You're always welcome. Any friend of Everly's is family."
Friend. I notice how she's specific in her choice of words and the flicker of anger in his eyes. I catch Starla watching us from across the room. She sees through the act, I think. Maybe they all do, but are too polite to say anything. Or maybe I'm just being paranoid. Another gift from Dylan, never knowing who to trust.
"Babe, can I talk to you for a second?"
Dylan's hand finds my elbow, grip just tight enough to be a warning.
"Outside? I left something in my car."
My stomach drops, but I nod, following him out. The cold air hits my flushed cheeks as he leads me around the corner, out of sight from the windows. My boots crunch on the gravel, each step taking me further from safety.
3 hours.
He hisses the second we're alone.
3 fucking hours you ignored my texts.
"I was cooking. My hands were covered in flour." The slap comes fast, sharp enough to snap my head to the side. Not hard enough to leave a mark. Dylan's too smart for that. He knows exactly how much force to use, has perfected the art of invisible abuse.
"Don't lie to me,"
he snarls.
"I saw you through the window on my way back, laughing with those bitches, acting like you don't have a boyfriend waiting for you."
"They're not—"
"Shut up!"
He crowds me against the brick wall, cold seeping through my jacket. You're mine, Everly. Don't forget that. Now we're going back inside, and you're going to smile and act normal. But first... His hand shoots out, gripping my wrist right where the old bruises throb. Your brother's appointment is Tuesday at 2. Physical therapy, then prosthetic fitting. No guards. The staff there are very helpful when you know how to ask. Remember that when you're tempted to open your mouth. Please, shh. He strokes my cheek where he just slapped it, gentle now. The switch makes me feel crazy, unbalanced. I love you, baby. I just worry when you spend so much time here. These people are dangerous. They'll get you killed just like they got Flora killed. The irony would be laughable if I wasn't so scared. These dangerous people have never laid a hand on me. It's the clean-cut boyfriend with the good job who leaves marks. Now smile, he orders. We're going back inside. And Everly, next time I text, you answer within 5 minutes, or we'll have a very different conversation. I force my face into something resembling happiness as we return to the warmth. No one seems to notice anything wrong, too busy with dinner preparations to pay attention to me. Dylan's arm around my shoulders probably looks affectionate, not controlling. The feast is beautiful when it's finally ready. 3 golden turkeys surrounded by every side dish imaginable. Aziza's perfect pies waiting on the counter. The formal dining room tables have been pushed together and covered with mismatched tablecloths, creating one long family table. Candles flicker between dishes, casting warm light over faces I've come to love. Everyone gathers around, finding seats, children squirming with excitement. Dylan sits beside me, his hand immediately finding my thigh under the table. To anyone watching, we look like a perfect couple. They can't see how his fingers dig in whenever someone asks me a question, a reminder to be careful with my words. "This looks amazing," someone says, and murmurs of agreement ripple around the table.
Everly helped us with all the pies,
Aziza announces warmly.
She's got the touch.
Just followed your instructions, I deflect, uncomfortable with praise. Don't be so modest, babe, Dylan says, his hand tightening on my leg. You're always selling yourself short. Just as Rune stands to speak, motorcycles rumble outside. The men are back from their run. My heart races. What if they found something? What if this war ends tonight? Geralf enters with Fenrir, Emil, and Oscar, all looking exhausted but alive. The energy in the room shifts with their presence, warriors returning home. Runes gives his Thanksgiving speech about family and fighting together. His weathered face shows every battle, every loss, but his voice is strong. We've lost people we love. We've faced threats to our children, our homes. But look around this room. We're still here, still fighting, still a family to be reckoned with. When it comes time to share gratitude, I mumble something about being thankful for family and recovery, the words hollow in my mouth. How can I be grateful when I'm trapped in this nightmare? Dylan speaks up next. I'm grateful for my beautiful girlfriend and for being welcomed into this family. His hand squeezes my thigh hard enough to bruise. Even during difficult times, it means a lot to be included. The meal continues, conversations flowing around me while I pick at my food. Dylan makes small talk, gathering information with seemingly innocent questions. How long will the lockdown last? How are the businesses doing? Is the club financially stable? Each question is carefully crafted, probing for weaknesses.
I notice Rune's paying close attention to every single question Dylan poses.
Must be tough with everything closed,
Dylan says to Dag, acting all sympathetic.
I know some people who might be able to help with cash flow if needed. We take care of our own,
Dag responds curtly, and I feel Dylan tense beside me. After dinner, as people start to scatter, Dylan leans close.
I should go, but we need to discuss some things. About us. About your loyalty.
Can it wait?
Tomorrow,
He says firmly.
My place, noon. Wear the red dress.
I know what that means. Know the price of keeping Bjorn safe. The red dress is his favorite, the one he bought me, the one that makes me feel like a possession to be displayed. I have to work, call out sick. His smile never wavers, but his eyes are cold.
Unless you want to test me. Unless you want to find out if I'm serious about Tuesday.
He stands, making a show of thanking everyone, shaking hands, playing the perfect guest. At the door, he turns back to me.
Walk me to my car?
It's not a request. I follow him outside, where Astrid is on the porch getting air. The sun is setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that remind me of blood. Everything okay? She asks, looking between us.
Perfect,
Dylan says, but his grip on my arm tightens.
Just saying goodbye. Can't stay for dessert. Work tomorrow.
We walk to his car in silence. Once there, hidden from view, his mask drops completely.
You embarrassed me today,
he says quietly.
Barely talked to me, acted like I wasn't even there. Made me look like an idiot in front of those criminals.
I didn't. Shut up. He grabs my shoulders, shaking me slightly.
You're going to make this right. Tomorrow. And if you even think about not showing up...
He pulls out his phone, shows me a photo. The hospital's physical therapy room. Another photo, Bjorn in his wheelchair, taken from outside.
I know exactly where he'll be. Exactly when. My friend works security there. Cameras can malfunction. Accidents happen. Do you understand?
I nod, unable to speak past the fear choking me.
Good girl.
He kisses my forehead, a mockery of affection.
Now go back inside. Smile. Act normal. And remember, I'm always watching.
He gets in his car, but before driving away, calls out loud enough for Astrid to hear.
This whole lockdown thing is getting old. You should come with me, babe.
She's safer here, Astrid interjects, moving closer. Dylan's eyes narrow at her interference.
Right, the boogeyman everyone's so scared of. Maybe if your club didn't make so many enemies.
Dylan, I warn, panic rising. Don't. He raises his hands like throwing them up in surrender.
Whatever. Stay here then. But don't call me crying about being stuck in this place.
He peels out dramatically, leaving me shaking in the cold. Everly, Astrid starts. Don't. The word comes out harsher than intended. Just not today, okay? I see the concern in her eyes, the words she wants to say. But I can't handle her kindness right now, not when I'm barely holding myself together. I'm here, she says simply. Whenever you're ready. I nod and hurry inside, heading straight for the bathroom. This time, the tears come. Silent, painful tears for the woman I've become, for the danger I've brought to my family's door, for the choice I'll have to make tomorrow. My phone buzzes relentlessly.
You have 5 minutes to apologize for embarrassing me. Answer me, Everly. Don't make me come back there. I saw you walk inside without looking back. Ungrateful bitch. 5 fucking minutes.
I turn it off completely, hands shaking. Let him stew. I'll pay for this rebellion tomorrow, but right now, I need just a few minutes of peace. When I finally emerge, the party has settled into what it always does on every big occasion. Kids watching movies, adults talking quietly, the kind of family scene that makes my chest ache. This is what normal looks like. This is what I'll never have with Dylan. I help with dishes, keeping busy, trying not to think about tomorrow, about the red dress hanging in my closet like a threat, about what Dylan will do to remind me who I belong to. Starla appears as I head for the back door, needing air.
Where are you going, honey?
Just need a minute. She studies me, then deliberately pushes up my sleeve just enough to show the edge of a bruise.
Fall down the stairs?
I bruise easily, I whisper, pulling my sleeve down.
So did I.
Her voice is gentle, understanding.
Used to be clumsy as hell.
Amazing how coordinated I got once I got away from my stepfather.
It's not. Real love builds you up, honey.
Doesn't tear you down. She squeezes my hand gently.
We protect our own here.
Remember that. But can you protect Bjorn? Can you protect yourselves from what I've brought to your door? The questions burn in my throat, but I can't voice them. I nod and escape outside, where I find Regner smoking on the deck.
Gonna freeze out here, he says without looking at me.
I'm fine.
Sure you are.
He takes a long drag.
None of my business, but that boyfriend of yours is a piece of shit.
The blunt statement surprises a laugh out of me. You don't know him.
Don't need to. Seen enough.
He flicks ash over the railing.
Way he had his hand on you at dinner. Controlling, not caring. Why do you flinch when he talks? Seen it before.
I don't...
My old man used to beat my mom. Said he loved her too much. Said that's why he got so jealous.
Another drag.
Load of shit. Love doesn't leave bruises.
What happened to her?
Died when I was 12. He went too far one night.
The ember of his cigarette glows in the darkness.
Swore I'd never be like him. Also swore I'd never stand by and watch it happen to someone else.
His words hang heavy between us. This gruff biker sees through my act completely, sees what I've tried so hard to hide. I can handle it, I whisper.
Sure you can, but you shouldn't have to.
He stubs out his cigarette.
Offer stands, you know. Say the word, and that problem of yours disappears.
You don't understand. He has connections. He knows things. If something happened to him,
then we'd handle that too.
He looks at me directly.
That's what the club does, Everly. I won't say it's what family does because know this, I don't want to be your fucking family. I want to be more than that.
He heads inside, leaving me alone with the truth of his words. I shouldn't have to handle it, shouldn't have to live in fear, shouldn't have to choose between my safety and my family's. My phone powers on automatically, a setting Dylan enabled so he can always reach me. 27 messages, 12 missed calls. The latest makes my stomach drop.
Your brother's not the only one without protection. Amazing how many kids are here. Accidents happen.
Then,
that little girl with the pigtails is cute. Florencia, Rio's kid. Be a shame if she had an accident too.
No, he wouldn't. He couldn't. But the photo attached, Florencia playing in the main room, taken through a window, proves he would. He's watching. He's here. But I know he would, know he's capable of anything. I head back inside, forcing myself to smile, to act normal. Tomorrow I'll go to him, wear the dress, pay whatever price he demands, keep everyone safe by keeping him satisfied. But something has shifted tonight. Between Starla's knowing looks and Regnar's bluntness, a tiny spark of defiance has lit in my chest. I'm still too weak to fan it into a flame, still too scared to break free. But for the first time in months, I can imagine a world where I'm not afraid, where bruises don't hide under long sleeves, where love doesn't come with threats and violence. Someday, I tell myself, someday I'll be strong enough to trust them with the truth, strong enough to let them protect me. Tonight, I'm still that frightened woman who'll answer when he calls. But someday is getting closer, and Dylan has no idea what he's awakened by threatening the people I love. Chapter 1. Everly. The red dress hangs in my closet like a threat. I stare at it from my bed, unable to move, unable to breathe properly. The silk fabric catches what little morning light filters through my apartment blinds, blood red and mocking. Dylan bought it for me 3 months ago, told me it was the only thing that made my body look acceptable. My phone buzzes on the nightstand. I already know who it is before I look. Noon. Don't be late. Then another. Wear the dress. My hands shake as I text back a simple, okay. I should be getting ready for my shift at the fire station, should be putting on my EMT uniform, preparing to save lives, preparing to be useful. Instead, I'm calling in sick for the 3rd time in 2 weeks, lying to Gwen about a stomach bug that won't go away. Everly, again? Gwen's voice shows me how concerned she is, even through the phone. Honey, are you sure you're okay? This isn't like you. I'm fine. I lie, hating how easily the words come now. Just can't shake this bug. I don't want to get anyone else sick. Have you seen a doctor? The irony makes me want to laugh or cry. I have an appointment, I say instead. Another lie. I'm sure it's nothing. Well, feel better. Vale says to try ginger tea for the nausea. Thanks. Tell her I said hi. I hang up before Gwen can ask more questions, before her concern can break through the walls I've built to survive. The shower is scalding hot, but I barely feel it. I'm too focused on cataloging the damage. The bruise on my ribs from last week has faded to yellow-green. The fingerprints on my upper arms are barely visible now. My jaw still aches from where he grabbed it 4 days ago, though the mark has faded enough that makeup covers it. I've become an expert at tracking the life cycle of bruises. Purple-black to blue to green to yellow to gone, until the next ones appear. An endless cycle of damage and healing that never quite completes before starting again. The water runs over my skin, and I wish it could wash away more than just the surface. Wish it could cleanse the shame that lives in my bones, the fear that's taken up permanent residence in my chest. Just this once more, I whisper to myself, the same lie I always tell. Keep Bjorn safe. Keep everyone safe. That's all that matters. But somewhere deep down, I know it's never just once more with Dylan. Each time I go back, he takes another piece of me. Each time I think I've hit rock bottom, he shows me there's further to fall. I turn off the water and step out, avoiding my reflection as I dry off. I can't stand to see what I've become. The hollow-eyed ghost of the woman who used to save lives, who used to laugh freely, who used to be in love. The makeup comes next. Foundation first, thick enough to cover the shadow on my jaw, but not so heavy it looks obvious. Concealer under my eyes to hide the evidence of another sleepless night. Blush to give the illusion of health to my pale cheeks. Mascara to make my eyes look less dead. Lipstick in the exact shade Dylan prefers. Not too bright, not too pale, not too anything that might draw attention from the wrong kind of men. Everything about my appearance is calculated now. Designed to please him, to avoid his criticism, to minimize the chances of setting off his temper. I've lost myself so gradually I didn't notice until I was completely gone. I blow-dry my hair straight, the way he demands. No waves, no curls, no personality. Just long and straight and boring. Like a proper lady, he says. Though there's nothing ladylike about what he does to me. The dress slides over my skin like shame itself. Red silk that clings in all the places he wants to show off, cut low enough to be inappropriate for November weather. The length hits mid-thigh, shorter than anything I would choose for myself, but choice is a luxury I gave up months ago. I add the jewelry he gave me, delicate gold chain that feels more like a collar, matching earrings that mark me as his. The heels come last, strappy things that make my feet ache before I even put them on. 4 inches of instability that he insists make my legs look less chunky. I check the time. 11:30. The drive takes 20 minutes, but he expects me early. Being late means consequences I can't afford, not with his threats about Bjorn hanging over my head like a sword. My period is 5 days late. The thought hits me as I'm grabbing my keys, freezing me in place. 5 days. I'm never late. Never. My cycle has been like clockwork since I was 15. The nausea I've been blaming on stress suddenly takes on new meaning. The exhaustion that goes bone deep. The way coffee, my lifeline, now makes me want to vomit. The tenderness in my breasts I've been ignoring. No, I say aloud to my empty apartment. It's just stress. Has to be. But even as I say it, I know I'm lying to myself. I'm on birth control, yes, but when was the last time I actually checked the pills? Really looked at them? Dylan knows about them, is constantly asking me if I took them. But he's the kind of man who would fuck with my shit. Why does he always ask if I take them? It's because he doesn't want to be a father, right? What if... I can't think about that now. Can't let that possibility take root. I have to get through today first, have to survive whatever he has planned. Then I can deal with the maybe baby situation. The drive to Dylan's apartment passes in a blur of familiar streets and growing dread. Each red light is both a reprieve and a delay of the inevitable. Each mile brings me closer to the man who's slowly destroying me, one cruel word and violent touch at a time. His building looms ahead, all glass and steel and modern architecture. The kind of place that screams success and money. The kind of place where neighbors mind their own business, where soundproofing ensures privacy, where security guards are paid to look the other way. The perfect place for a monster to hide in plain sight. I park in the visitor section, taking a moment to gather myself. My hands grip the steering wheel hard enough to hurt, knuckles white with tension. I could leave right now, turn the car around, drive to the clubhouse, throw myself on their mercy. But then I picture Bjorn at physical therapy. Tuesday, 2 p.m., 3rd floor. Dylan's friend who works security, who could make cameras malfunction at just the right moment. My 16-year-old brother who's already lost so much. Vulnerable and defenseless against whatever accident Dylan might arrange. And not just Bjorn. The photos Dylan showed me flash through my mind. Florencia playing in the clubhouse. All the children who call that place home, who think they're safe behind those walls. They don't know about the monster who's been watching, who's been planning, who uses my love for them as a weapon against me. I get out of the car on unsteady legs, wind cutting through the thin dress immediately. Goosebumps rise on my skin, but I don't hurry. Each step is measured, careful in the ridiculous heels. The last thing I need is to fall and give him something else to criticize. The doorman nods as I enter, recognizing me. I wonder what he thinks, seeing me arrive in clothes inappropriate for the weather, leaving hours later with dead eyes and careful movements. Does he know? Do any of them know what happens in 6B? Or do they just not care? The elevator ride feels endless. My reflection in the mirrored walls shows a woman I don't recognize, styled and polished and empty. A doll dressed up for someone else's pleasure. 6th floor. The hallway stretches before me, plush carpet muffling my footsteps. My heartbeat pounds in my ears as I approach his door. I could still run. Even now I could... "It's open." His voice calls from inside before I can knock. Of course. He knew exactly when I'd arrive. Probably watched from his window as I parked, timed my journey up. Everything is a game to him, and he always has to win. I push open the door with trembling fingers. His apartment is exactly as always. Pristine, cold, more like a museum than a home. White furniture that shows every stain, glass tables that show every fingerprint, nothing out of place. The kind of perfection that requires constant vigilance to maintain. The kind of perfection he demands from me. Dylan stands by the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city, hands clasped behind his back like some movie villain surveying his domain. He doesn't turn when I enter, doesn't acknowledge me at all for long moments that stretch like hours. "Close the door," he says finally. I obey, the click of the lock sealing my fate. The sound always makes me flinch, though I try to hide it. Trapped. Again. "You're early," he observes, still facing the window. "Good, though I shouldn't have to summon you like a disobedient child." "I'm sorry." The words are automatic now, reflexive. Sorry is my default state around him. "Are you?" He turns finally, brown eyes scanning me from head to toe, like I'm a purchase he's evaluating, checking for flaws. "You've gained weight." The words land like blows, even though I expected them. It's always something. Too fat, too thin, too loud, too quiet. I exist in a constant state of never being enough. "I've been stressed," I offer carefully. "From what?" He moves closer, circling me slowly. I force myself to stay still, not to react as he inspects me. "Your joke of a job? That shitty apartment I graciously allow you to keep? What exactly is so stressful about your cushy little life?" I want to scream. You're the stress. You're the nightmare. You're the reason I can't eat, can't sleep, can't breathe. The situation with my family, I say instead. The lockdown has everyone on edge.
Ah, yes, your criminal family.
He stops in front of me, reaching out to finger the necklace at my throat.
Still choosing them over me, I see. After everything I've done for you.
That's not... The slap comes fast, controlled. Just hard enough to sting, to remind me of my place, but not hard enough to mark. He's gotten very good at walking that line.
Don't lie to me,
he says conversationally, as if he didn't just hit me. As if this is normal.
You've been avoiding me, taking hours to respond to texts, making excuses. Do you think I'm stupid, Everly?
No, I whisper.
No what?
No, you're not stupid.
That's right, I'm not.
He grips my chin, forcing me to meet his eyes.
I know everything you do, everyone you talk to, every lie you tell. Don't forget that.
The threat is clear. He's watching, always watching. Through whatever network of connections he's built, whatever hold he has on people. The Patriot connection Regner mentioned at Thanksgiving haunts me. How deep do Dylan's tentacles reach? I'm here now, I manage.
Yes, you are.
His thumb brushes over where he slapped me, a mockery of tenderness.
Because you know what happens if you're not, don't you?
My throat tightens. Bjorn gets hurt?
Very good.
He releases me, moving to his bar.
You can be taught. Drink?
No, thank you. I'm not feeling...
I said drink.
He pours 2 glasses of wine, pressing one into my hand.
You'll relax. You're always so tense around me. It's insulting.
I take the glass, pretending to sip. The smell alone makes my stomach roil. If I am pregnant, alcohol is the last thing I should have. But refusing him outright is dangerous.
Sit, he commands, gesturing to the white leather couch.
I perch on the edge, careful not to spill the wine. He settles beside me, too close, his thigh pressing against mine. I fight the urge to shift away.
We need to discuss our future, he says, swirling his wine. This rebellious phase has gone on long enough.
I don't understand.
Of course you don't. That's why you need me to think for you. He takes a long sip. You're going to quit that pathetic job this week.
What? The word escapes before I can stop it. His eyes narrow dangerously.
Did you just question me?
Dylan, I love my job. I help people.
You play dress up in an ugly uniform and pretend to be important. He cuts me off. It's embarrassing. When my colleagues ask what my girlfriend does, I have to admit you work? Like some common laborer?
I'm an EMT. I save lives. A spark of my old self flares, indignant.
You're an embarrassment, he says flatly. No woman of mine needs to work. You'll quit, and that's final.
I can't just quit. They need me. We're already short-staffed.
I don't give a fuck what they need.
His voice drops, deadly quiet.
You seem to be forgetting how this works, Everly. You do what I say when I say it. Or would you prefer I remind you?
The threat hangs between us. I know exactly what he means. Tuesday, 2 p.m., 3rd floor. I'll think about it, I comment.
No, you'll do it.
He sets down his wine glass with careful precision.
This week. Tell them whatever lie you need to. Family emergency, health issues, I don't care. But you will quit.
Dylan, please.
Or,
he continues as if I hadn't spoken,
I could have a chat with your brother. Heard prosthetics can be tricky. One wrong adjustment, one bad fall. 16 is so young to be paralyzed from the neck down, don't you think?
The wine glass shakes in my hand. You wouldn't.
Wouldn't I?
He leans closer, breath hot on my face.
I warned you what would happen if you kept defying me. Actions have consequences, Everly. Your brother's already missing one leg. Want to see if he can function without the use of his arms, too?
Bile rises in my throat. I'll quit, I whisper, defeated.
Good girl. He pats my cheek condescendingly. See how easy that was? When you just comply?
I nod, not trusting my voice. The wine glass weighs 1,000 pounds in my hand.
Now then, he says, standing abruptly. Since you're here, might as well make yourself useful.
My stomach drops. I know that tone. I know what comes next. Dylan, I'm really not feeling well.
You never feel well when I want you, he snaps. Funny how that works. Always some excuse. Headache, stomachache, tired. Do you think I'm an idiot?
No, He grabs my wrist, yanking me to my feet. The wine glass falls, red liquid spreading across his pristine white carpet like blood. The sight of it makes me freeze. He's obsessive about his apartment, about keeping everything perfect.
Look what you did!
His face contorts with rage.
You stupid, clumsy bitch!
I'm sorry, I didn't mean...
Shut up!
He drags me toward the bedroom, grit bruising on my wrist.
You'll clean that up after. Right now, you're going to remind me why I keep you around even with your constant failures.
Dylan, please.
I said shut up.
He throws me onto the bed hard enough that I bounce, the breath knocked from my lungs. I try to scramble away, but he's already on me, hands rough and possessive.
You're mine.
He snarls, pinning my wrists above my head with one hand while the other tears at the expensive dress.
Mine to do with as I please. About time you remembered that.
What happens next splinters into fragments. I've learned to disconnect, to float somewhere above my body while it endures what my mind can't process. It's how I survive. How I've been surviving for months now. But this time is different. Meaner, more violent, like he's punishing me for every moment of perceived defiance, every second I've spent away from him. His hands leave new bruises over old ones. His teeth leave marks that will take weeks to fade. And through it all, one thought circles my mind. What if I'm pregnant? What if there's a baby? When it's finally over, he rolls away, dismissive and satisfied.
Clean yourself up, he says without looking at me. You look disgusting.
I stumble to the bathroom on legs that barely hold me. Everything hurts. Everything aches. In the harsh vanity lighting, I look over the new damage. Bruises already forming on my hips, wrists, throat. Bite marks on my shoulders. The dress is destroyed, seams ripped, silk torn. Just like me. torn apart and hastily stitched back together so many times, I don't remember what being whole feels like. I run the water cold, splashing my face, trying to shock myself back into my body. That's when I see them. My birth control pills in his medicine cabinet. Why would they be here? I pick up the pack with trembling fingers, examining it closely. The pills look lighter in color. Wait a second. Are these duds? Or are these actually my pills, and the fake ones are at my place? No. I breathe, horror washing over me in icy waves. No, no, no. I count backward frantically. When was my last real period? Not the spotting I sometimes get on birth control, but an actual period. 6 weeks. 6 fucking weeks. The nausea hits full force, and I barely make it to the toilet before I'm retching. Nothing comes up but bile. I haven't eaten in over a day, but my body heaves anyway, rejecting the truth along with everything else. He tampered with my pills. The one protection I had, the one choice that was still mine, and he took it, replaced them with placebos or sugar pills or God knows what. "Everything okay in there?" Dylan calls, sounding bored. "Don't take all day." I flush quickly, rinsing my mouth with shaking hands. "Fine," I manage. "Just the wine on an empty stomach." "Well, hurry up. That carpet won't clean itself, and I have plans tonight." Plans. Probably with another woman. One who's newer, not yet broken, still shiny with possibility. I should be jealous, but all I feel is relief. Maybe if he finds a new toy, he'll finally let me go. But I know better. Dylan doesn't release his possessions. He destroys them. I look at myself in the mirror one last time. Bruised, broken, possibly pregnant with my abuser's child. This is rock bottom, right? It has to be. But even as I think it, I know the truth. With Dylan, there's always further to fall. I clean myself up as best I can, using his robe since the dress is unwearable. When I emerge, he's already dressed in fresh clothes, scrolling through his phone like nothing happened. Like he didn't just violate and brutalize me. Like this is all fucking normal. "About time," he says without looking up. "I have a business meeting. You'll clean the carpet before you leave and make sure you do it properly. If there's even a hint of a stain when I get back..." He doesn't finish the threat. He doesn't need to. "And Everly?" He finally looks at me, eyes cold and calculating. "Next time I summon you, you come immediately. Not when it's convenient, not after you think about it. Immediately. Understand?" "Yes," I whisper. "Yes, what?" "Yes, I understand." "Good. Now get dressed and clean up your mess. You look pathetic in my robe." He heads for the door, then pauses. "Oh, and throw that dress away. You've ruined it with your weight gain. I'll buy you something more appropriate for a fat girlfriend." The door closes behind him with a decisive click. I stand there for a moment, his robe hanging off my frame, feeling smaller than I've ever felt. Then, mechanically, I get to work. I find cleaning supplies under his kitchen sink and tackle the wine stain. On my hands and knees, scrubbing at the carpet while my body aches from his abuse. The symbolism isn't lost on me. Cleaning up messes, erasing evidence, making everything look perfect on the surface, while underneath, the damage spreads like poison. It takes an hour to get the stain out completely. By the time I finish, my knees are raw from the carpet, my hands red from the cleaning solution. I dress in my torn clothes, using safety pins from his drawer to hold the dress together enough to get home. The journey to my car feels endless. Every step hurts. Every movement reminds me of what he did, what he's doing to my birth control, what might be growing inside me right now. I make it to my apartment through sheer force of will. Triple lock the door, then collapse on my bathroom floor, finally letting the tears come. Great, heaving sobs that shake my entire body. Tears for who I used to be, for who I've become, for the innocent life that might be caught in this nightmare with me. My phone buzzes. Him, of course. You did well today. Same time, Thursday. Don't disappoint me again. Thursday. 3 days. 3 days to take a test, to know for sure. 3 days to figure out what the fuck I'm going to do if I'm carrying Dylan's baby. Because one thing is crystal clear. He can never know. If he's willing to sabotage my birth control to trap me, what would he do with an actual baby? Use it as the ultimate weapon, the permanent chain, the leverage that would keep me under his control forever. No, I say aloud to my empty bathroom. No fucking way. If I am pregnant, I need help. Real help. The kind that can stand up to Dylan and his connections and his threats. I need the club. I need my family. But first, I need to know for sure. Tomorrow I'll buy a test. Tomorrow I'll face the truth. Tonight, I'll just try to survive until morning. My hand drifts to my stomach, protective instinct already kicking in. If you're in there, I whisper, I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. But I promise he won't touch you. I won't let him, even if it kills me. And given Dylan's escalating violence, it just might. But for the first time in months, that doesn't scare me. What scares me is the thought of an innocent baby born into this hell. That's what finally gives me the strength I've been missing, not for me, for them. For the maybe baby who deserves better than Dylan as a father, who deserves a chance at life free from fear and pain and control, even if their mother has forgotten what that feels like. I'll figure it out, I promise the maybe life inside me. Somehow, I'll get us both free. The first step is admitting I need help. The second is finding someone strong enough to give it. And I know exactly who that someone is. The memory of Thanksgiving flashes through my mind, Ragnar's dark eyes. His blunt words, say the word, and that problem of yours disappears. Maybe it's time to say the word. Maybe it's time to admit I can't do this alone. Maybe it's time to let someone help me before it's too late for both of us. If I'm pregnant, everything changes.
Chapter 2. Ragnar. I want to be more than that. The words echo in my head like a fucking broken record, taunting me with their truth. 3 days since Thanksgiving, and I can't stop thinking about Everly, standing on that deck, bruises barely hidden under her sleeves, fear radiating from every pore. I shouldn't have said it. I should have kept my mouth shut like I always do. But watching her flinch when that piece of shit's name came up, seeing the way she held herself like she was ready to run, something in me snapped. Now I'm sitting on my bike outside the fire station like some kind of stalker, watching for her car. She hasn't been to work in days. Vale mentioned it yesterday at the clubhouse, obviously concerned. "Third time in 2 weeks," she'd said. "That's not like Everly at all." No, it's not. The Everly I've watched from afar for years never misses work. She's dedicated, professional, the kind of person who shows up even when she's sick because she can't stand the thought of letting anyone down. But that was before Dylan fucking Mitchell got his claws into her. I drained the last of my coffee, black and bitter like my mood. The thing is, I've got no right to be here, no claim on her. She's not mine to protect, not mine to watch over. Hell, Kraken made it crystal clear years ago, hands off Everly. Let her have a normal life away from the club. But normal doesn't include being some asshole's punching bag, and I won't sit back and let this shit happen. My phone buzzes. Text from Tor about a run tomorrow. Something about checking on our contacts after the Patriots' downfall. I send back a quick confirmation, but my mind's not on club business right now. It's on the blonde, curly-haired woman who looked at me with those sage-green eyes and asked if I really thought she was worth protecting. Like there was any fucking doubt. A familiar car pulls into the station's parking lot, and I straighten. But it's not Everly. It's Gwen, arriving for her shift. Which means Everly should have been here an hour ago if she was coming in. Fuck it, I mutter, starting my bike. I know where Dylan lives. Did my homework after Thanksgiving. Couldn't help myself. Upscale apartment complex on the other side of town. The kind of place where they don't ask questions as long as your check clears. The drive takes 20 minutes. 20 minutes of telling myself this is a bad idea. I'm crossing lines here, getting involved in shit that's not my business. But I can't shake the image of those bruises. Can't forget the way she said, "I can handle it," like she was trying to convince herself more than me. My mother's voice drifts through my memory, weak and thready from her hospital bed. "Promise me something, baby. Promise me you'll never be like the men who hurt me. Promise you'll protect the ones who can't protect themselves." I was 12. She died 2 hours later, leaving me with that promise and nothing else. The apartment complex looms ahead, all glass and steel and money. I pull into a spot across the street with a clear view of the exit. I'm not going up there. I'm not that far gone. But if she's in there, I want to see her leave. Want to make sure she's okay. An hour passes, then 2. I'm about to give up when I finally see her. Everly stumbles out of the building like she's drunk, but I know better. That's not alcohol making her move so carefully. That's pain. She's holding something around herself. A man's robe from the look of it, and even from here I can see she's in distress. "Motherfucker," I growl, hands tightening on my handlebars. She makes it to her car, movements slow and deliberate. When she turns to check for traffic, I get a glimpse of her face. Pale, tear-stained, dead eyes that make my chest ache. I wait until she pulls out, then follow at a distance. Not too close. The last thing she needs is to think someone's tailing her, but not so far that I lose sight of her either. She drives carefully, probably on autopilot. Takes the direct route to her apartment, no stops. Good. At least she's being safe about that. I know where she lives. Did that homework, too. Small complex closer to downtown. Decent neighborhood, but nothing fancy. The kind of place a woman on an EMT's salary can afford. She parks and sits in her car for long minutes before finally getting out. The way she moves, slow and pained, makes rage burn in my gut. What did that bastard do to her? I watch her make it inside, wait another 10 minutes to make sure she's not coming back out. Then I drive around the block, wrestling with myself. I should go home, should forget this whole thing, let her handle her own problems like she said, should respect her wishes and her privacy and all that shit. Instead, I park and get off my bike. Her apartment's on the 2nd floor. I can see her lights on, shadows moving behind the curtains. She's home. She's safe. That should be enough. It's not. My feet carry me up the stairs before my brain catches up. This is insane. She barely knows me beyond being another face at the club. What am I gonna say? Hey, I followed you home from your abusive boyfriend's place, just checking in? But I'm already knocking. 3 sharp raps that echo in the quiet hallway. Movement inside stops, then there's a long pause, then footsteps approaching slowly. The peephole goes dark. She's checking who it is. Another long pause. I can practically feel her debating whether to answer. Everly, I say, keeping my voice low. It's Regner. From the club. Like she doesn't know who I am. Like I haven't been watching her for years, keeping my distance like a good soldier, respecting boundaries I never wanted to acknowledge. The deadbolt turns, then another lock, and then a chain slides back. Girl's got good security habits, at least. The door opens a crack, and there she is. She's changed clothes, soft pants and an oversized sweatshirt that probably hides more damage. Her face is freshly washed, but I can see the puffiness around her eyes, the careful way she's holding herself. Regner? Her voice is hoarse, like she's been crying. What are you doing here? Good fucking question. Wanted to check on you. After Thanksgiving, I was worried. Something flickers in her eyes. Maybe she's surprised. When's the last time someone checked on her just because they gave a damn? I'm fine, she says automatically. Bullshit. The word comes out harsher than intended. You look like hell. A broken laugh escapes her. Thanks. Real charming. Can I come in? She hesitates, and I see the war on her face. The smart thing would be to send me away. But something, loneliness, pain, or maybe just exhaustion, wins out. Yeah, she says softly, stepping back. Okay. Her apartment is small, but clean, organized. Nothing like the cold perfection of Dylan's place. This looks lived in, comfortable. There's a blanket thrown over the couch, books stacked on the coffee table, pictures on the walls. It looks like her. Want some coffee? She asks, hovering uncertainly. Sure. I follow her to the tiny kitchen, noting how she moves. Stiff, careful, protecting her ribs maybe, or her back. The rage builds higher, but I keep it locked down. The last thing she needs is another angry man in her space. She busies herself with the coffee maker, movements automatic. I lean against the counter, studying her. Up close, I can see finger marks on her throat, faint but visible, the kind that'll bloom into purple bruises by tomorrow. You don't have to pretend, I say quietly. Her hands still on the coffee pot. Pretend what? That you're okay, that he didn't hurt you. I keep my voice gentle, non-threatening. I saw you leaving his place. She turns sharply, then winces at the movement. You were watching me? Was worried when you weren't at work. Wanted to make sure you were all right. So you stalked me? There's no real heat in it, just what seems to me like exhaustion. Yeah, I admit. I did, and I'd do it again. She stares at me for a long moment, then surprises me by laughing. Not the broken sound from before, but something with actual humor in it. At least you're honest about it. No point in lying, I shrug. You've got enough of that in your life. The coffee maker gurgles to life, filling the silence. She turns back to it, but I catch the way her shoulders shake slightly. Why do you care? She asks, so quiet I almost miss it. You know why. Because of what you said on Thanksgiving? She still won't look at me. That you want to be more than family? Because you deserve better than what he's doing to you. I move closer, careful not to crowd her, because watching you pretend everything's fine when you show up with new bruises makes me want to put my fist through a wall. Because, stop! She turns, and there are tears on her cheeks. Please, I can't. I can't hear this right now. Then what can you hear? I ask. What do you need? She looks at me like I've asked something impossible. Maybe I have. When's the last time anyone asked what she needed instead of just taking? I don't know, she whispers. I don't know anything anymore. That's okay, I tell her. You don't have to know, but you also don't have to do this alone. Yes, I do. She wipes at her cheeks angrily. You don't understand. He's connected. He knows things about the club, about the Patriot situation. He's got pictures, information. If I leave, if I fight back, people get hurt. People are already getting hurt, I point out. You're getting hurt. Better me than... She cuts herself off, but I can fill in the blank. Better her than her family. Better her than the club. Better her than anyone else. Fucking martyr complex. He threatened Bjorn, she continues after a moment. Tuesday at his physical therapy appointment. Dylan has someone on the inside. Someone who could... She trails off, wrapping her arms around herself. We can protect Bjorn, I say immediately. Post guards, change his appointment time, whatever it takes. And then Dylan escalates, goes after someone else. Florencia, maybe, or one of the other kids. I can't risk it. So you'll what? Let him keep hurting you until he finally goes too far? The thought makes me sick. You know where this ends, Everly. You're too smart not to see it. I'm handling it, she insists, but even she doesn't sound convinced. Like you handled it today. I gesture at her carefully. Whatever he did, however he hurt you, that's handling it? She flinches, and I immediately regret the harsh words. But someone needs to give her a reality check before it's too late. You don't know what you're talking about, she says, but the fight's gone out of her voice. Then tell me. I lean against the counter, giving her space. Help me understand why you're protecting him. I'm not protecting him! The words explode out of her. I'm protecting everyone else. You think I don't know what he is? You think I don't see where this is going? But what choice do I have? You have me, I say simply. You have the club. You have people who would burn the fucking world down to keep you safe if you'd just let them. She shakes her head, tears flowing freely now. You don't understand what he's capable of. Then tell me. I move closer, slowly, like I'm approaching a wounded animal. Tell me what he's got on you. Tell me why you're so scared. Let me help. For a moment, I think she might. Her mouth opens, and I can see the words crowding behind her teeth, desperate to escape. But then she closes it, shakes her head. I can't, she whispers. Not yet. I need time to figure things out. How much time? I ask, even though every instinct screams to throw her over my shoulder and take her somewhere safe right now. How many more beatings? How much more pain before you say enough is enough? I don't know. She meets my eyes then, and the despair there nearly brings me to my knees. Maybe soon. Maybe something will change. The coffee maker beeps, Finished. She turns to pour 2 cups, hands shaking slightly. I take the one she offers, our fingers brushing in the exchange. She doesn't pull away. We stand there in her tiny kitchen, drinking coffee in silence. I can see her mind working, processing, planning. She's not as beaten down as she wants everyone to think. There's still fight in her. She just needs the right push. I should go, I say eventually, even though it's the last thing I want. But Everly? She looks up at me. My offer stands. What I said on Thanksgiving. Say the word, and I'll make him disappear. No questions asked. You can't just... Watch me. I set down my cup, move toward the door. I've done worse for less reason. Protecting you? That's worth whatever consequences come. She follows me to the door, still holding her coffee like a lifeline. Why? She asks again. Why do you care so much? I turn back, let her see the truth in my eyes. Because I've been watching you for years. Because you're the only good thing in this shit town worth protecting. Because the thought of him putting his hands on you makes me want to tear the world apart. Ragnar. I'm not asking for anything, I clarify. This isn't about wanting something from you. This is about keeping you alive long enough to remember who you were before he broke you down. She sucks in a sharp breath at that. I haven't broken... Haven't you? I challenge gently. The Everly I knew wouldn't miss work, wouldn't lie to her family, wouldn't let some asshole dictate her life. That Everly was naive, she says bitterly. She didn't understand how the world really works. That Everly was free, I correct, and she can be again if you let me help you. She stares at me for a long moment, and I see it. A spark of the woman she used to be, fighting to surface through all the trauma and fear. I'll think about it, she says finally. It's not yes, but it's not no either. That's progress, if you ask me. That's all I ask. I reach out, slow enough that she can pull back if she wants. She doesn't. My fingers brush her cheek, gentle as I know how to be. But don't think too long, Princess. Men like him don't get better. They only get worse. She leans into my touch for just a moment before catching herself and pulling back. I know, she whispers. I leave then, while I still can. While I can still respect her wishes and not throw her over my shoulder and take her somewhere Dylan Mitchell will never find her. The drive home is torture. Every instinct screams to turn around, to camp outside her door, to stand guard against the monster who thinks he owns her. But I force myself to keep driving. She needs time to come to the decision herself, to realize she's worth saving, to understand that there are people who'll fight for her if she lets them. But I make myself a promise as I pull into the clubhouse parking lot. I'm keeping tabs on Dylan Mitchell starting now. I'll learn his routines, his weaknesses, his connections, because when Everly finally says the word, and she will, I'll be ready. And if she waits too long, if he hurts her worse than he already has, then I'll make the decision for her. Because some promises are worth breaking, but the one I made to my dying mother isn't one of them. Protect the ones who can't protect themselves, even if they don't know they need protecting yet, even if they're too scared to ask for help, even if it means crossing lines that can't be uncrossed. She's worth the risk, worth the consequences, worth whatever comes next. I just hope she figures that out before it's too late. My phone buzzes as I'm walking inside. It's a text from an unknown number. Thank you for checking on me. I save the number immediately and text back. Anytime. 3 dots appear, like she's typing something else. They disappear, reappear, disappear again. Finally, "I mean it. Thank you." "Get some rest," I send back, and ice those ribs. A long pause, then, "How did you know?" "The way you're moving. Been in enough fights to recognize the signs." "Of course you have." I can almost hear the wry tone, picture the slight smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "Lock your door," I type, "use the chain, and call me if you need anything." "I will." We both know she won't. At least not yet. She's not ready to admit she needs help, needs saving, needs someone to stand between her and the monster who's slowly killing her. But she's thinking about it, and I'm happy with that for the time being. I pour myself a whiskey, knock it back in one burning swallow. Tomorrow I'll start gathering intel on Dylan Mitchell, learn everything there is to know about him. I'll find his weaknesses, his secrets, his soft spots. Because when the time comes, and it will come, I'll be ready to destroy him completely.
Chapter 3. Everly. The pregnancy test box sits on my bathroom counter like a live grenade. I've been staring at it for 20 minutes, unable to move, unable to breathe properly. 3 tests, because I couldn't buy just one. I had to be sure, had to have backup in case I did it wrong, in case the first one lied, in case my shaking hands dropped one in the toilet. The cashier at the drugstore didn't even look at me twice. Just another woman buying pregnancy tests at 10 in the morning. Nothing unusual about that. She didn't know I'd driven to a store 3 towns over so no one would recognize me. Didn't know I'd paid cash so there'd be no credit card trail. Didn't know my hands were shaking so badly I dropped change all over the counter. Just take it, I whisper to my reflection. Just get it over with. But knowing and confirming are 2 different things. Right now, I can pretend. Right now, there's still hope that I'm wrong, that the missed period and nausea and exhaustion are just stress. Once I take that test, once I see those lines, everything changes. My phone buzzes. Vale again. "Everly, I'm really worried. You've never called in this many times. Please, just let me know you're okay." Guilt twists in my stomach. Vale's been nothing but kind to me since I started at the station. She and Gwen took me under their wings, made me feel like part of the team, and I'm repaying that by lying to them. "I'm okay," I text back. "Just can't shake this bug. Have you seen a doctor?" There's that question again, the one everyone keeps asking, the one that makes me want to laugh hysterically, because what would I say? "Yes, doctor, I think my abusive boyfriend sabotaged my birth control, and now I might be carrying his baby, which he'll use to control me forever." I lie. I have an appointment. A few seconds later, she replies, "Good. I'm going to stop by later with some soup. Gwen's orders." Panic shoots through my gut. You don't have to. But I don't get to say no. That's the life of being in the club. People always want to take care of you. "Already decided. See you around 2. I stare at the phone, then at the test. 2 o'clock. That gives me 4 hours to take the test, have my breakdown, and pull myself together enough to fool Vale. Except I can't seem to move. The bruises from yesterday have bloomed into their full glory. Purple fingerprints around my throat, dark marks on my hips, my wrists, my thighs. The bite marks on my shoulders are the worst, deep enough that one broke skin. Every movement hurts, Every breath reminds me of what he did, what he's been doing to my birth control for God knows how long. I pick up the test box with trembling fingers, read the instructions for the 10th time. Pee on stick, wait 3 minutes. 1 line negative, 2 lines positive. Simple. So fucking simple. But those 2 lines would change everything. My phone rings, startling me so badly I drop the box. Unknown number. My heart pounds as I debate answering. What if it's Dylan from a different phone? What if he knows I've blocked him? What if... I let it go to voicemail. A minute later, the notification pops up. I listen with my finger hovering over the delete button.
Everly, it's Louisa from MetStar Pharmacy. I'm calling about your birth control prescription. It looks like you haven't gotten your last month's refill. I have it pending to pick up, but please call me back as soon as possible and let me know if you're coming to get it.
Dylan always went to go get my refills, but he didn't this time. How long has he been doing this? The phone slips from my numb fingers. I sink to the bathroom floor, back against the cold tile wall. How long have I been taking fake pills, thinking I was protected? The sobs come hard and fast, shaking my entire body. I press my face into my knees, trying to muffle the sound even though I'm alone. Always trying to be quiet, even in my own apartment. That's what he's done to me. Made me small and quiet and afraid. But there might be someone else to think about now. Someone innocent who didn't ask for any of this. I force myself to stand, to pick up the test. My hands shake as I follow the instructions, as I set the stick on the counter, as I set a timer for 3 minutes. The longest 3 minutes of my life. I can't stay in the bathroom, can't watch those lines appear. Instead, I pace my small living room, arms wrapped around myself. The photos on the wall mock me. Pictures from before Dylan, when I still smiled without calculating the consequences. Me with Gwen and Vale at my EMT graduation. Me with Astrid at Christmas last year. Me looking happy and free and whole. The timer goes off. I make myself walk back to the bathroom, make myself look. 2 lines are clear as day, dark as sin, as obvious as the bruises on my skin. Positive. I'm pregnant with Dylan's baby. The room spins. I grab the counter, knees buckling. Pregnant. I'm actually pregnant. There's a life growing inside me, a piece of him that I'll never be able to escape. No, I whisper, then louder. No, no, no. I grab the second test, take it immediately. Wait another 3 minutes that feel like 3 years. 2 lines. The third test, maybe they're all defective, maybe... 2 lines. I slide down the wall again, tests scattered around me like evidence of my destruction. Pregnant. I'm pregnant. The word echoes in my head, getting louder and louder until I want to scream. He wins. He fucking wins. Even if I leave him now, even if I run, I'll always be connected to him. He'll use this baby to control me forever. Custody battles, forced visitation, 18 years of him in my life, in my child's life. My child. The thought stops me cold. This isn't just about me anymore. There's an innocent life depending on me now. A baby who didn't ask for a monster as a father, who deserves better than to be born into violence and control. I'm sorry, I whisper, hand moving to my still flat stomach. I'm so fucking sorry, little one. I tried to protect you. I tried. Time passes in a blur. I'm still on the bathroom floor when I hear a knock at my door. Panic shoots through me until I check the time. 2 p.m. It's Vale. I force myself up, splash cold water on my face, try to look less like my world just ended. Hide the tests under the sink. Check that my bruises are covered. Paste on a smile that feels like broken glass. Coming! I call, proud when my voice doesn't shake. Vale stands at my door with a container of soup and a concerned expression. She's still in her uniform, must have come straight from the station. You look terrible, she says bluntly, pushing past me into the apartment. Thanks. Really know how to make a girl feel special. I'm serious. She sets the soup on my counter, then turns to study me. What's really going on, Everly? And don't say a stomach bug. I've known you since you were a child. You've never missed this much work. The lie is on my tongue, ready to spill out. But looking at her concerned face, her genuine worry, something in me cracks. The words stick in my throat. Oh, honey. She moves closer, and I realize I'm crying. What is it? What's wrong? I'm pregnant. The words hang between us like a confession. Vale's eyes widen, but she doesn't look shocked. More like pieces are clicking into place. Okay, she says carefully. Okay, let's sit down. She guides me to the couch, sits beside me, takes my hand in hers. How far along? I don't know. I just found out. Today. 20 minutes ago. The words tumble out in a rush. I've been on birth control, but something happened and I missed my period and I've been so sick. And gods, please don't tell my mom. I'm not ready to have that conversation yet, and Daddy, fuck, he's going to kill me and him. Breathe, she instructs, squeezing my hands. Deep breath. There you go. Another one. I follow her instructions, years of EMT training kicking in. Manage the panic, stabilize the patient, even when the patient is yourself. Does he know? She asks once I'm calmer. The father? The question makes me flinch. No, not yet. Something in my voice must give me away, because Vale's expression shifts. Everly, Are you okay? The question breaks something open in me. No, I whisper. I'm not okay. I haven't been okay in months. Is it? She stops, choosing her words carefully. Is the father someone who's hurt you? I can't speak, can't even nod my head as tears stream down my face. Okay. Vale pulls me into a hug, careful but firm. Okay. We're going to figure this out. You're not alone in this. I don't know what to do. I sob into her shoulder. It's okay, she says firmly. There isn't anything you need to figure out right now. But I do. I need to sort through this mess. You are, she insists. And you will, okay? We sit like that for a while. Her holding me while I cry out months of fear and pain, and now this new terror. When I finally pull back, she hands me tissues from her pocket. First things first, she says, shifting into practical mode. You need to see a doctor, confirm how far along you are, make sure everything's okay. I just need a few days to process this, okay? I understand, but you need to make sure you're doing everything right for your baby, okay? Vale's voice is gentle but firm. You need medical care, Everly, for both of you. This still doesn't feel real. What if... I can't finish the thought. What if what? What if I can't do this? What if I'm too broken to be a mother? Stop. Vale grips my shoulders. You're one of the strongest women I know. You save lives every day. You can do this, and you won't be doing it alone. You don't understand. I just don't know how I'm going to do this. I do, sweetheart, she says simply. We've all been young and pregnant before, and it's absolutely terrifying. But you have a team rallying behind you. A knock at the door makes us both freeze. My blood turns to ice. What if it's Dylan? What if he knows I blocked him? What if... Everly, a deep voice calls. It's Ragnar. Relief floods through me so intense I almost sob. Vale looks at me with raised eyebrows, surprised he's here. He checks on me sometimes, I explain, already moving to the door. I unlock the door, and Ragnar stands there looking concerned, his dark eyes immediately scanning me for new damage. Wanted to check on you, he says, then notices Vale. Didn't know you had company. I was just leaving, Vale says, standing. She gives me a meaningful look. Think about what I said. Call me tomorrow? I nod, not trusting my voice. She gathers her things, pauses at the door. Ragnar, she says with a nod. Vale? She glances between us, and I see the moment she's putting puzzle pieces together. But they're puzzle pieces that don't fit together. Her eyes widen slightly, but she doesn't say anything, just squeezes my hand and leaves. The door closes, and we're alone. Ragnar's presence fills my small apartment, making the space feel even smaller. You okay? He asks, a voice gentle. That's all it takes for every tear to come rushing back. They come again, harder this time, and I'm shaking so badly I can barely stand. Hey. He moves closer but doesn't touch me. What's wrong? What happened? I'm pregnant, I blurt out between sobs. I'm fucking pregnant. His face goes through several emotions, surprise, anger, something that might be pain. Is it Dylan's? I nod. What am I, some common whore going around town? Come on, Ragnar. Fuck, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that, I just... Fuck. He growls, fists clenching. I'll kill him. I'll fucking... He doesn't know, I say quickly. He can't know, ever. He sabotaged my birth control, Ragnar. He planned this. If he finds out... He won't. The certainty in his voice cuts through the fear roaring through me. He's never going to know. How? How can you be sure? He's always watching, always... Because you're done with him. Ragnar moves closer, his presence solid and safe. This is my baby now. Okay? His words don't make sense. What? You heard me. His dark eyes bore into mine. From this moment on, that baby is mine. We tell everyone I'm the father. You've been seeing me behind his back. That's why you're leaving him. That's insane, I breathe. No one would believe I'm a cheater, that we... Vale just saw me at your apartment in the evening. She already suspects something. His voice is calm, logical, like he's thought this through. We sell it right. Everyone believes it, including Dylan. My daddy's gonna kill you if we do this. The thought of my father, Kraken's reaction makes me shudder. He made it clear to all of you guys, stay away from me. Let me have a normal life. Then let him. Regnar's jaw set stubbornly. Your safety matters more than his rules. You don't understand. This isn't just some story we can tell. If we do this, if we claim you're the father, that means... I trail off, overwhelmed by what it would mean. I meant what I said on Thanksgiving. He steps even closer, close enough that I can feel his warmth. I want you. And if we do this, we're doing it. You're mine. This baby is mine. No half-assed bullshit. Ragnar, I'm not asking for feelings you don't have. He clarifies quickly. I'm not expecting anything from you except letting me protect you. Both of you. But to the world, you're my woman, my baby, my family to protect. The room spins. This is happening too fast. This morning, I didn't even know I was pregnant, and now he's offering to claim a baby that isn't his, to face the wrath of the club, to tie himself to me and my mess. Why? I whisper. Why would you do this? Because you deserve better than living in fear. Because that baby deserves better than Dylan Mitchell as a father. And because I've wanted you for longer than I should admit. And if this is how I get to protect you and be with you, then so be it. This is fucking insane, I repeat, but something in me is considering it. People don't just claim other men's babies. I do. He reaches out slowly, giving me time to pull back. When I don't, his hand cups my cheek. Say yes, Everly. Let me protect you. The word sticks. This morning, I was trapped with no way out. Now he's offering me an escape, but at what cost? What about Dylan? He won't just accept this. Let me worry about Dylan. He's dangerous. He's connected to... I know exactly what he's connected to, Ragnar says darkly. Been doing my homework. He's not as untouchable as he makes it seem. I stare at him. This man offering to upend his entire life for me and a baby that isn't even his. If we do this, there's no going back. The club will expect things. People will talk. You'll be stuck with me. Stuck? His thumb brushes over my cheekbone. Sweetheart, I'd claim you in front of the whole damn world if you'd let me. This just gives me an excuse. But the baby will be mine in every way that matters. His voice is fierce. Blood doesn't make a father. Choice does. And I choose you. Both of you. The tears come again, but different this time. Tears of relief, of hope, of possibility. You're sure? Never been more sure of anything. He pulls me closer, and I don't resist. But we need to move fast. You need to block his number, cut all contact. Stay away from him completely. Already blocked him, I admit. This morning, after... Good. What else does he have at his place? Nothing important. Some clothes I won't miss. Everything important is here. Then you're done. Clean break. His arms wrap around me, and for the first time in months, I feel safe. I'll handle the rest. What about the club? Daddy's going to... I'll handle Kraken. I'll handle all of them. He pulls back to look at me.
All you need to worry about is taking care of yourself and the baby. Let me handle everything else."
"This is crazy," I say, but I'm already mentally accepting. What choice do I have? Stay with Dylan and raise a child in violence and fear? Try to run and spend forever looking over my shoulder? Or take this offer, this protection, this chance at something better?
"Crazy's better than dead," he says bluntly. "And that's where you were headed with him."
He's right. I know he's right. Each time with Dylan gets worse, each beating more severe. It was only a matter of time before he went too far. "Okay," I whisper. "Okay, we do this. But Ragnar..."
"What?"
"Thank you." The words seem inadequate for what he's offering, but they're all I have. "Thank you for..."
"Don't thank me yet,"
he interrupts.
"Thank me when you're safe, when the baby's here and healthy, when Dylan is nothing but a bad memory."
How do we start? What do we tell people?
The truth, twisted just enough.
He's already planning. I can see it in his eyes.
"You've been unhappy with Dylan for months. We connected at the club, started seeing each other in secret, had a couple of drunken romps in the sack after being at Bubba's together. You got pregnant. You're leaving him for me. Simple."
"Simple," I repeat, laughing shakily. "Nothing about this is simple."
"No," he agrees, "but it's necessary. And Everly, we're going to sell this. Every look, every touch, every word. Until we even believe it."
"What if I'm not a good enough actress?"
"You won't be acting." His voice drops. "Not about being protected, not about being cared for. That's all real. The rest, we'll figure out as we go."
I take a shaky breath. This morning I was alone, pregnant, terrified. Now I have a protector, a plan, a way out. It seems too good to be true. When do we tell people?
"Soon. But first you need to eat something. Rest. Let the shock settle."
He glances toward the kitchen.
"Vale brought soup?"
"Yeah."
"Then eat. I'll stay."
"You don't have to."
"Yes, I do."
His voice brooks no argument.
"From now on, you're not alone in this. Ever. That's what this means."
I nod, throat tight with emotion. He heats up the soup while I sit at my small table, watching him move around my kitchen like he belongs there. Maybe he does. Maybe this insane plan could actually work. "Vale knows I'm pregnant," I say as he sets the bowl in front of me. "She won't say anything, but..."
"Good. When we announce I'm the father, she'll think she knows why you were so scared to tell people."
He sits across from me.
"It works in our favor."
"You've really thought this through."
"Been thinking about you for longer than I should," he admits. "Just never thought it would happen like this."
I take a spoonful of soup, surprised when my stomach accepts it. "What did you think would happen?"
"Honestly, thought you'd eventually see Dylan for what he is. Leave him. Maybe notice me at the club. Give me a chance."
He shrugs.
"Didn't factor in a baby, but life rarely goes according to plan."
"No," I agree quietly. "It doesn't." We sit in silence while I eat. It's strange how natural this feels, him here in my space, watching over me, like he's always belonged here. "I should probably know things," I say eventually. "If we're supposedly together, people will ask questions."
"Like what?"
"Like, how long have we been seeing each other? Where do we meet? How the sex is? You know. A smile tugs at his lips. You'd give out intimate details like that? Heat floods my cheeks. The ladies will wonder what the sex is like, especially since I'm pregnant. Fair point. He leans back, considering. 2 months. We've been sneaking around for 2 months. Met up whenever Dylan was busy with his business. Your place when he wasn't around, my place when you could get away. And we couldn't keep our hands off each other, he says simply. Every stolen moment, every chance we got. That's how you got pregnant. Passion made us careless. The way he says it, low and sure, makes my stomach flutter. Right, okay. We can sell that. We will sell that. He reaches across the table, takes my hand. Starting now. Get used to my touch, my presence. It needs to look natural. His hand is warm, calloused, gentle. So different from Dylan's possessive grip. This is really happening. It is. He squeezes gently. You ready for this? No, I admit. But I don't have a choice. This baby needs... I stop, hand moving to my stomach instinctively. What does the baby need? Safety, love, a chance at normal. My voice cracks. Everything I can't give them with Dylan in the picture. Then that's what we'll give them. His certainty steadies me. Together. Together. The word settles over me like a blanket. Not alone anymore. Not facing this terrifying future by myself. I should probably know things about you, too, I realize. If we're together. Ask me anything. Your full name. Regner Walsh. No middle name. My mom couldn't afford extra letters. The joke falls flat, tinged with old pain. How old are you? 33. And before you ask, yes, I know that's a gap between us. I wasn't going to. Everyone else will. He shrugs. Let them talk. Won't be the worst thing they say about us. He's right. The age gap will be the least of our problems once this gets out. Favorite color? That surprises a laugh from him. Really? We're doing 20 questions? If we're supposedly together, I should know these things. Blue, he says after a moment. Dark blue, like the ocean at night. You? Green. I touch my belly again. Like sage. Like my eyes, I don't say. But from the way he looks at me, he knows. We spend the next hour trading information. His favorite food is steak, rare, while mine is Thai, the spicier the better. Little details that couples should know that will need to sell this story. You should rest, he says eventually, studying my face. When's the last time you actually slept? I try to remember. Between the stress and the morning sickness and the fear, real sleep has been elusive. I don't know. Tried to last night, but I kept waking up. Then go lay down. I'll be here. You don't have to stay. Yes, I do. His voice is firm. We're selling this, remember? Besides, you need to get used to me being around, to feeling safe enough to sleep. The word safe makes my chest tight. When's the last time I felt safe enough to truly rest? Okay, I whisper, but just a nap. He follows me to my bedroom, and I'm suddenly self-conscious about the space. It's nothing special, just a bed with rumpled sheets, a dresser, curtains I keep closed. But it's mine, and having him here feels intimate in a way that makes me nervous. "I'll be right outside," he says, reading my hesitation. "No." The word surprises us both. "I mean, you can stay. If we're doing this, I need to get used to this." He nods, understanding what I can't quite articulate. "I'll sit here," he says, gesturing to the old rocking chair in the corner. "Sleep. I've got you." I crawl into bed, fully clothed, too exhausted to care about changing. The mattress accepts my aching body, and I realize how bone-tired I really am. Growing a baby while surviving abuse takes more energy than I have. "Regner," I say as my eyes grow heavy. "Yeah?" "This is nice. Having someone here, not being alone." "Get used to it," he says softly. "You're not alone anymore." I close my eyes, and for the first time in months, maybe years, I fall asleep without fear, without wondering if Dylan will show up, without jumping at every sound. Because Regner's here, watching over me and the little life inside me. My protector, my pretend lover, my unexpected savior. As sleep claims me, I hear him shift in the chair, settling in for however long I need. The last thought before darkness takes me is how different this feels from Dylan's possessive presence. This is what safety feels like. This is what care looks like. This is what I've been missing. And tomorrow, we'll make the rest of the world believe it too. But right now, in this moment, with him watching over us, I don't have to pretend anything. The relief of that is enough to finally, truly let me rest.
Chapter 4. Regner. It reeks with sweat and stale beer in Kirkia. Every brother around the table knows what today means. We're finally hitting the Patriots' farm compound, the one we've been watching for a couple of weeks now. 40 miles north, isolated, perfect for what that psychopath's been doing to our community. "Intel confirms he's there," Rune says, spreading surveillance photos across the scarred wood table. "Arrived last night with a convoy, at least 15 men, probably more." I study the grainy images, memorizing the layout. 2-story farmhouse, several outbuildings, barn that's probably full of product. The property's surrounded by empty fields, good sightlines for us, but also means no cover once we commit. "What's the play?" Kraken asks, still radiating fury about what happened to his kids. I can't blame him. Bjorn's adjusting to his prosthetic, but the psychological damage runs deeper than simply missing flesh. "We go in hard and fast," Fenrir says, pointing to the aerial view. 2 teams. One takes the main house, the other clears the outbuildings. No one gets out. Runes goes over who will be on each team, and there's a brief moment of silence. "What about the Patriot himself?" Magnus leans forward. "We want him alive?" Rune's expression is carved from stone. "Ideally. But if it comes down to him or one of ours, he doesn't need to finish. We all know the priority. Tor and I have been tracking his financial network," our president continues. "Even if he has an escape route, we've frozen most of his accounts. He's running out of places to hide." I think about Everly back at her apartment, probably still sleeping. It's been a week since I moved into her life, since we started this charade that feels less fake every day. The way she curls into me at night, trusting me to keep the nightmares away. The way her hand finds her belly when she thinks I'm not looking, protective of the life growing inside. Dylan's called her 17 times from different numbers. Left messages that range from apologetic to threatening. Each one makes me want to hunt him down and end this. But Everly needs me playing the long game. She needs me to be smart. Earth to Regner. Oscar's voice cuts through my thoughts. You with us, brother? Yeah, just thinking through the approach angles. Oscar smirks. Sure you are. Nothing to do with a certain someone you've been shacking up with? The room goes quiet. Fuck. I keep my expression neutral, but inside I'm calculating. How does Oscar know? Who else has figured it out? Don't know what you're talking about, I say evenly. Right. Oscar's grin widens. That's why you've been MIA every night this week, and why you smell like vanilla perfume. Enough! Fenrir cuts in, but his eyes are on me, sharp and assessing. We've got bigger shit to deal with than Regner's social life. But I can see the questions in his eyes. The VP's protective of Everly, even if she's Kraken's adopted daughter. The whole club is, really. She's off limits, has been since she came to live with Kraken after her parents died. Regner, you're with me on my team, Fenrir continues, but there's weight to his words now, a promise that we'll be discussing this later. Kraken, Magnus, Emil, Oscar, we take the house. I nod, already running through my gear checklist. Vest, primary gun, sidearm, extra mags, knife. I should be focused on what we're about to go do, but now I'm also thinking about after. About the conversation Fenrir's going to want to have, about how to protect our secret until Everly's ready to go public. Team 2, Runes continues, either oblivious to the tension or ignoring it. Tor leads. Dag, Logi, Izir, Vanir, Rati. You clear the barn and outbuildings. Watch for tunnels. This bastard's like a cockroach. What about the prospects? Oscar asks, still eyeing me with that knowing look. Perimeter security with Ivar. No one in or out except us. Rune's eyes sweep the room. Questions? Rules? Tor asks, though we all know the answer. Anyone who isn't us is hostile. Put them down. No hesitation in our president's voice. We've lost too much to show mercy now. The room fills with murmurs of agreement. Flora's ghost hangs over us all, a reminder of what the Patriot costs us when we hesitate. Rio's working today, couldn't get coverage at the Bubbas, but I know he wanted to be here. Wants his pound of flesh for what was taken from him. Gear up, Runes orders. We roll in 30. The chapel empties, brothers moving, and I catch Tor near the door. You good for this? He asks, studying me with those eyes that see too much. Always. I mean with... He glances around, lowers his voice. Whatever Oscar was implying. You got your head in the game? So he suspects, too. Great. My head's right where it needs to be. Good, because if you're distracted, if you're thinking about anything besides this run, I'm not. I cut him off. When have I ever let personal shit affect a run? He nods slowly. Just checking. We've all noticed you've been different lately. Leaving right after Kirkia, not hanging around. That's not like you. Maybe I'm getting old, I deflect. Need more beauty sleep. Bullshit. But he lets it go. Just keep your focus tonight. Can't afford to lose anyone else. 20 minutes later, I'm checking my gun for the third time when my phone buzzes. Text from Everly. Throwing up again. This baby hates me. I type back. Baby loves you. Just making their presence known. Ginger tea in the cabinet. It's not long before I get another reply. Already tried. Didn't help. When will you be home? Home. Like I belong there. Like that small apartment has become ours instead of hers. I tell her the truth. Late. Club business. Rest. A moment barely passes before she's texting me back. Be careful. 2 words that hit harder than they should. When's the last time someone gave a shit if I came back from a run? The Foster family sure didn't. The club brothers care, but it's different. This is personal, intimate. Someone waiting specifically for me. I shoot her a quick reply. Always am. Doors locked? The second her name pops back up on my phone, I smile. Triple locked like you showed me. Stop worrying. But I can't stop worrying. Not with Dylan still out there, making threats. Not with her carrying a baby that makes her even more vulnerable. Yesterday, she played me one of his voicemails, all apologies and promises to change. Classic abuser shit. Today, it'll probably be threats again when she doesn't respond. Time to roll, Emil calls out. I pocket my phone, pushing thoughts of Everly deep down. I can't think about her now. Can't let emotional shit cloud my judgment when the bullets start flying. But as I settle onto my bike, I make myself a promise. Whatever happens tonight, I'm coming back to her. To both of them. The ride north is colder, November wind cutting through my leather like frozen knives. All the bikes are in formation, engines announcing our arrival to anyone listening. We're not trying for stealthy. We want the Patriot to know death's coming for him. The formation's tight, practiced. I ride on the left flank, keeping an eye on our 6 while we thunder down back roads. The farther we get from town, the darker it gets. There are no streetlights out here, just the moon and our headlights cutting through the darkness. My mind drifts to this morning, waking up with Everly pressed against me, her hand splayed over my chest. She'd mumbled something about toast in her sleep, making me smile. Even unconscious, the baby's got her craving carbs. Focus, I tell myself. I can't be thinking about domestic shit when violence is coming. The farm appears through the darkness, lit up like they're expecting us. Of course they are. You don't survive as long as the Patriot has without good intel. Someone tipped him off, or he's got surveillance we missed. Doesn't matter. We're committed now. We stop half a mile out and kill the engines. The sudden silence feels heavy. Remember, Rune says through our comms, we need their computer systems intact if possible. Tor thinks there's intel about his whole network. Got it, comes through multiple channels. And watch for civilians, he adds. Intel says he might have women in there. Trafficking victims. Don't shoot unless you're sure of your target. Fuck. That complicates things. Nothing worse than innocents caught in the crossfire. I follow Fenrir's team through the darkness, moving low and fast across the frozen field. The cold ground crunches under our boots, each step seeming too loud in the quiet night. The house looms ahead, windows glowing. I can see shadows moving inside. They know we're coming. Team 1 in position, Fenrir whispers. 2 is in position, Tor confirms from the outbuildings. Runes grits out through our comms. Go! The night explodes. Flashbangs through windows, the sharp crack of breaching their safe space. I'm through the front door behind Kraken, gun up, muscle memory taking over. The pungent smell of explosives fills my nostrils, mixed with cordite and sweat. There's movement on my left. I pivot and fire. My target drops, so I push forward, slice the pie around the corner. Another hostile, weapon raising. Magnus drops him before I can fire. Emil shouts from the kitchen, "Clear!" Oscar's voice, followed by the distinctive chatter of his automatic. "More at the back!" I spin, see 2 more hostiles pushing through the back door. They're trying to flank us, but we've done this dance before. Kraken and I move as one, creating a crossfire that drops them in the doorway. "Upstairs!" Fenrir orders. I take point on the stairs, each step a potential kill zone. The wallpaper's peeling, covered in what looks like old water damage. Mold smell mixing with gunpowder. Halfway up, automatic fire erupts from above, splinters raining down. I hug the wall, return fire to keep their heads down while Kraken moves up the other side. A door slams somewhere above. They're barricading. "Rati, get up here with the breacher," Kraken calls. That's when I hear it through the gunfire. Engines starting outside. Not bikes, vehicles. "They're trying to leave," someone shouts through comms. Sounds like Dag. I peer out a window, see 2 SUVs tearing away from the back of the property. Dark vehicles, no plates visible. Has to be the Patriot making his escape while we're busy with his security. "I've got vehicles escaping," I holler over the comms. "North side, heading for the tree line." "Let them go," Runes orders, but I hear the frustration in his voice. "Finish clearing the buildings. We can't chase and clear at the same time." But every instinct screams to pursue them, to hunt them down like the wild dogs they are. We're letting him slip away again, letting him regroup, plan more attacks on our families. This was supposed to end tonight. Rati appears with his shotgun, takes the door off its hinges. The room beyond erupts in gunfire. I hear him grunt, see him stagger back, blood spreading across his torso. "Rati's hit!" Magnus and I push forward, laying down fire while Emil drags Rati to cover. Blood spreads across his cut. Looks like it caught him just below his bulletproof vest. Bad spot. Real bad. "I'm good," Rati grits out, but his face is pale, going gray at the edges. "Just finish this." "Like hell you're good," Emil snarls, already ripping open a first aid kit. "Izir, get up here." The remaining hostiles don't last long. Cornered men fight hard, but we fight harder. When the smoke clears, the house is ours. Bodies scattered across the upper floor, blood soaking into cheap carpet. "House clear," Fenrir reports. "Barn clear," Tor adds. "Found enough fentanyl to kill half the state, and... fuck. We got trafficking victims here. 6 women locked in the back. They're in bad shape." "Secure them," Runes orders. "Izir, soon as you're done with Rati, check them out. Veneer, call that contact at the shelter. The one who helped with..." He doesn't finish, but we know. The one who helped when we found trafficking victims before. I help stabilize Rati while Izir works on him. The bullet went through, but we don't know if it hit anything vital. But he's losing blood fast. Entry wound's small, but the exit... fuck. Tore him up good coming out. "Need to get him to doc," Izir says, hands slick with blood. "This is beyond my field medicine shit." "Go," Fenrir orders. "Veneer, ride with them." As they load Rati up, Gwen's voice comes through the radio. "We've got wounded coming in. How bad?" "GSW to the lower torso," Izir reports. "Lost a lot of blood, but vitals are holding. He needs to get to the hospital stat." We can all hear the nervousness in Gwen's voice. "Okay. Who was hit?" No one wants to tell her it was her old man. I step outside for air while they work. The adrenaline's fading, leaving that hollow feeling that comes after every run. But that's when I see him. Across the field, just at the tree line. Figure with a camera, lens glinting in the light from the burning barn. The way he holds himself, the height, the build, I know that silhouette. Dylan fucking Mitchell. My blood goes cold. What the hell is he doing here? How did he even know about this? I start moving toward him, but he's already backing into the trees. By the time I reach the spot, he's gone. Just tire tracks in the mud heading back toward the main road. Fresh tracks, deep in the soft ground. He was here the whole time, watching, documenting. Tor appears beside me, weapon ready. There a problem? Thought I saw something, I say, mind racing. Do I tell him? But what would I say? That Everly's ex was here taking pictures? That opens questions about why I give a shit about Everly's ex. Probably locals, Tor says, but he's scanning the tree line carefully. Gunfire draws looky-loos, though they'd have to be stupid to get this close. Yeah, probably. But I know better. Dylan was here for a reason, taking photos of us, of what we did. Question is, why? What's his angle? Blackmail? Evidence for cops? Or something else? Found something interesting in the house, Magnus calls out. Computers are intact, but there's more. Filing cabinets full of shit. We head back inside where Magnus has several drawers open, papers scattered across a desk. Look at this, he says, holding up a folder. Financial records. The Patriot's been keeping detailed books. Idiot, Tor mutters, but he's already photographing pages with his phone. This could lead us to his entire network. There's more, Magnus continues. Looks like he's been working with someone local. Multiple references to DM receiving payments. DM? Dylan Mitchell? No, that's crazy. I'm being paranoid. Lots of people have those initials. But I can't shake the image of him with that camera, the calculated way he documented everything. Bag it all, Fenrir orders. We'll go through it back at the clubhouse. The ride back feels off, even though we were somewhat successful. We destroyed tons of product, killed at least a dozen of Patriot's men, seized computers and records that might have intel. But the man himself escaped, and Rati's riding in a cage to get patched up, maybe fighting for his life. The trafficking victims follow in a van, Izir staying with them. They'll need medical attention, trauma counseling, probably rehab for whatever drugs the Patriot had them on. Another mess to clean up, more innocent lives he's destroyed. At the clubhouse, I catch Tor alone while others are celebrating. Half the brothers are already drunk, toasting our victory. But it doesn't feel like a victory to me. We still have to get this fucking bastard. Need to tell you something, I say quietly. That looky-loo I saw wasn't random. His eyes sharpen. Who? Dylan Mitchell, Everly's ex. The fuck was he doing there? Taking pictures, had a professional camera, was focused on us, not the burning buildings. Tor's expression darkens. That's not good. How'd he even know about the run? That's what I'm wondering. Too much coincidence for him to just show up. Agreed. Either he's got intel or... Tor pauses, thinking. Or he's connected somehow. You said Everly mentioned he had ties to the Patriots organization? She suspected, but nothing concrete. Just comments he made, things that didn't add up. I'll start digging, Tor promises. Quiet-like. See what Mitchell's been up to besides beating on women. If he's got connections we need to know about, appreciate it. How's Everly? He asks, changing gears. She doing okay? I never liked that guy. She left him, I say, giving him a couple of details, but not too many. But there's some stuff she needs to get off her chest. To her dad, the club. Tor grimaces. That sounds serious as shit. I'll help her handle it when the time comes. Better you than me, brother. He claps my shoulder. Get out of here. You look like you got run the fuck over. He's right. I need to get back to Everly. Need to make sure she's safe. Need to figure out what Dylan's game is before he makes his next move. Regner, Runes calls out as I'm heading for my bike. Good work tonight. I nod, accepting the praise, even though my mind's focused on Dylan. On why he was there, on what he wanted with those photos. Is Rati gonna make it? I ask. Doc says yeah. It was touch and go for a bit when they opened him up, but he's stable now. Few weeks of recovery, but he'll be back in no time. Runes studies me. Gwen's upset, naturally, but at least her husband's going to be okay. I mean it, Regner. Good job tonight. I'm just doing my job, Prez. No, you did more than that. He pauses, seems to wrestle with something. Oscar mentioned you might have something going on, something personal. Here it comes. Oscar talks too much. Maybe, but if it's what I think it is, he shakes his head. Be careful, Regner. Some lines once crossed can't be uncrossed. Understood. Do you? Because Everly's been through enough. If you're just, I'm not, I say firmly. Whatever you're thinking, it's not that. I'd never hurt her. He stares at me for a long moment, then nods. See that you don't. If I could put my finger on it, I'd say Vale started the rumor mill when he saw me at Everly's place last week. That's good, though. We want her to do that. We want this lie to look like it's the truth. The drive to Everly's feels longer than usual. Every shadow could be Dylan. Every car that follows too long could be him. By the time I park, I'm wound tight as a spring. I knock our pattern, 3 short, 2 long, so she knows it's me. You're back, she breathes when she opens the door, relief clear in her eyes. Then she notices the blood on my cut. Oh, gods, are you hurt? Not mine, I assure her, stepping inside. Rati caught one, but he'll be okay. She locks the door behind me, all 3 locks, good girl, then turns to study me. What happened? Got him. The compound, his drugs, his men. But the Patriot himself... I shake my head. He got away again? Yeah. But we hurt him bad. Destroyed millions in product. Killed his security. He's hurting right now, for sure. But still out there. She wraps her arms around herself. Still a danger to the club. Hey. I move closer, gentle. He's not thinking about you. He's thinking about survival. But I don't tell her about Dylan. I don't tell her that her ex was there, watching, documenting. She's got enough to worry about with the baby, and the last thing she needs is more stress. You need to eat, I say, changing the subject. When's the last time you kept something down? This morning. Had some crackers. That's not enough. You're growing a person in there. She laughs, but it's weak. The person doesn't want food. The person wants to make me miserable. Come on. I guide her to the kitchen. Let me make you something bland. Cinnamon toast, maybe? You don't have to. Yeah, I do. I'm already pulling out bread. This is what we do now, remember? I take care of you. Both of you. She watches me work, something soft in her expression. This is weird. Which part? All of it. You being here, taking care of me, pretending... She trails off. Who says we're pretending? I ask, keeping my voice light. I'm here, taking care of you. That's real. You know what I mean. I turn to face her. Do I? Because from where I'm standing, nothing about this feels fake. You're carrying a baby. I'm claiming it. We're together. Where's the fakeness in it? She bites her lip, that thing she does when she's thinking too hard. It's just happening so fast. Life happens fast, sweetheart, I point out. One day you think you know how things will go. Next day everything's different. Is that what this is for you? Everything being different? I consider the question while the bread toasts. A week ago, I was just another brother, watching her from afar, respecting boundaries I never wanted. Now I'm in her kitchen at midnight, making her toast, planning a future that includes raising another man's baby as my own. Yeah, I say finally, everything's different. But different doesn't mean bad. Even when the baby's not, the baby's mine. I cut her off. We've been over this. Biology doesn't matter. Choice does. She's quiet while I butter the toast, cut it into small triangles the way she likes. I've learned her preferences this week, how she takes her coffee, 1 sugar, splash of milk. She prefers her eggs over easy. How she can't sleep without checking the locks twice. What if people figure it out? She asks, as I set the plate in front of her. What if Dylan's going to have bigger problems soon, I say, thinking of those photos. Whatever he's planning, it's not good, but I'll handle it. Just eat. She manages to eat half the toast before pushing the plate away. I'm sorry. I know I need to eat more. You're doing fine, I assure her. First trimester's rough. It'll get better. How do you know so much about pregnancy? Been reading. At her surprised look, I shrug. What? I'm gonna be a father. Need to know this shit. That makes her tear up, which seems to be what happens a lot lately. You don't have to do all this. Yeah, I do. I pull her against me, let her cry into my chest. We're in this together, remember? All 3 of us. I don't deserve this, she whispers. Don't deserve you being so good to me. Bullshit. I tilt her chin up. You deserve everything good. Just been dealing with bad for so long you forgot what good looks like. Maybe. Definitely. Now come on, it's bedtime. You're exhausted and you're working tomorrow, right? Everly nods and leads us to the bedroom. I curl around her in the bed that's become ours, and within minutes she's asleep. But I lie awake thinking about too much shit. About Dylan at Patriot's compound. About those photos. About what he could want with evidence of tonight's violence. About those initials in the Patriot's files. DM. There are too many coincidences piling up. Tomorrow, Tor will start digging. Tomorrow, we'll start unraveling whatever game Dylan's playing. But tonight, I just hold Everly close, feel the warmth of her against me, and promise the little life inside her that I'll keep them both safe. Whatever Dylan's planning, whatever the Patriots' next move, they'll have to go through me first. And I've got more to fight for now than I ever have before. That makes me more dangerous than they can possibly imagine. Sleep finally takes me, but my last thought is of Dylan's camera, of the calculated way he documented everything, of the smile I glimpsed on his face before he melted into the trees. He's planning something that involves those photos, involves the club, involves Everly. But I'm planning too. And my plans involve making sure Dylan Mitchell never hurts her again, no matter what it takes, no matter who I have to become. She's mine now, the baby's mine, and I always protect what's mine.
Chapter 5. Everly. The antiseptic smell of the ambulance bay makes my stomach roll. But at least it's better than the bacon grease from the firehouse kitchen. Everything makes me nauseous lately. 10 weeks pregnant, according to the doctor Vale dragged me to last week. 10 weeks of Dylan's baby growing inside me, while I pretend it's Regnar's. You okay? Vale asks, handing me another pack of gauze to restock. You went green for a second there. Just the smells, I admit,
shoving supplies into their designated compartments. This kid hates everything. Morning sickness is a good sign, she says, but there's something in her voice. That careful tone people use when they're working up to asking something uncomfortable. Means the pregnancy hormones are strong. I focus on organizing the medication vials, checking expiration dates, even though we did this yesterday. Anything to avoid the conversation I can feel coming. Everly. She touches my arm, gentle but insistent. Is Regner really the father? The lie sits ready on my tongue, practiced and smoothed after 2 weeks of repetition. Yes. You're sure? Her dark eyes search mine. Because if Dylan, it's Regner's. The words come out sharper than intended. We've been together for a while. Relief floods her features so completely it makes my chest tight. Thank the gods, she breathes. I mean, not that it would matter. We'd support you either way. But Dylan, she shakes her head. Everyone sees how he treats you, the controlling behavior, the jealousy. Gwen was just saying the other day how worried she's been. Everyone sees. The words echo in my head. If everyone sees, why didn't anyone say anything sooner? Why did it take Regner literally moving into my life for people to acknowledge what was happening? Do your parents know? Vale asks, pulling me from my spiral. About the pregnancy? Not yet. I close the supply cabinet harder than necessary. I want to tell them in person, when I'm ready. Your dad's going to flip his shit, she says matter-of-factly. You know, he made it clear to all the guys, hands off his daughter. I know. The weight of that future conversation sits heavy in my chest. But it's my life, my choice. Damn right it is. She bumps my shoulder companionably. For what it's worth, Regner's a good man. Rough around the edges, sure, but he'll take care of you. Both of you. If only she knew the truth. That Regner's claiming another man's baby out of some misguided sense of protection. That every night I wake up in cold sweats, terrified Dylan will find out. That... The alarm cuts through my thoughts. Unit 19, respond to 1847 Maple Street. 68-year-old male, chest pains, difficulty breathing. We move on autopilot, muscle memory taking over. I'm behind the wheel before the bay doors fully open, Vale calling in our response as I navigate the morning traffic. The familiar rush of adrenaline pushes everything else away. This is what I'm good at. This is where I matter. 2 minutes out, I announce, taking the corner faster than strictly necessary. The house is a modest ranch in an older neighborhood. A woman stands in the doorway, waving frantically. We grab our gear and rush inside. The patient is on the living room floor, gray-faced and clutching his chest. Classic presentation. Sir, I'm Everly. This is Vale. We're here to help. I kneel beside him, already reaching for my stethoscope. Can you tell me your name? Harold, he gasps. Can't breathe. Okay, Harold, we're going to take care of you. I meet Vale's eyes. Let's get him on oxygen and start a line. We work in unison, years of partnership making words almost unnecessary. Blood pressure's through the roof. Pulse irregular. EKG shows what I suspected. He's having a massive MI. Harold, you're having a heart attack, I tell him, keeping my voice calm even as I prepare the medications.
We are going to give you some medicine to help with the pain and get you to the hospital quickly. His wife hovers nearby, wringing her hands.
Is he going to be okay?
We're doing everything we can, Vale assures her while I push the morphine. You can ride with us to the hospital. Loading him takes practiced coordination. I'm securing the stretcher when that feeling hits, like ice water down my spine. Someone's watching. I scan the street, the gathered neighbors, the parked cars. Nothing obvious, but the sensation persists. That crawling certainty that eyes are tracking my every move. Everly? Vale's voice cuts through. You good? Yeah. I force myself to focus. Let's go. I drive while Vale manages Harold's care in the back. But I can't shake the feeling. Check the mirrors more than necessary. Take a different route than usual. Paranoid, I tell myself. You're just being paranoid. But after months of Dylan's surveillance, paranoia feels like self-preservation. We get Harold to the ER, give our report to the receiving team. He's stable enough for the cath lab, which means we probably saved his life. Should feel good about that. Instead, I'm still looking over my shoulder. Seriously, what's wrong? Vale asks once we're back in the ambulance. You've been jumpy all morning. Just felt like someone was watching at the scene, I admit. Probably nothing. Her expression hardens. Dylan? I don't know. Maybe. I start the engine, eager to get back to the station. He's called from 12 different numbers this week. Left some interesting voicemails. Have you told Regner? He knows. I don't mention that Regnar's been deleting them before I can hear most of them. That he's trying to shield me from Dylan's escalating threats. He's handling it. Good. She settles back in her seat. That's what old men do. They handle shit. The rest of our shift passes in a blur of calls. A kid with a broken arm from falling off his bike, an elderly woman with complications from diabetes, and a fender bender with minor injuries. Normal calls that keep my mind busy, keep me from dwelling on the baby situation or Dylan's threats or the conversation I'll eventually have to have with my parents. By the time we're back at the station for shift change, I'm exhausted in that bone-deep way that comes from being pregnant while working 12-hour shifts. You coming to the clubhouse thing tonight? Vale asks as we change in the locker room. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Fern's holiday party. We really need an early Christmas celebration since everyone's been so stressed with the lockdown. She pulls on jeans and a festive red sweater. Good excuse to drink and pretend things are normal for a few hours. Normal. I barely remember what that feels like. Yeah, I'll be there. I dig through my bag for the dress I brought. Look at you, all domestic. She grins. Who would have thought little Everly would be shacking up with a biker? Who would have thought little Everly would be pregnant with her abuser's baby while pretending it belongs to a man who's never even kissed her properly? But I don't say that. Instead, I pull out the evergreen dress Regner bought me last week. He'd shown up with it after I mentioned having nothing that fit anymore, my body already changing even though I'm barely showing. Everything is just tighter. That's gorgeous, Vale says. Very festive. The dress is beautiful. Soft fabric that drapes instead of clings, hiding the slight swell of my belly while making me feel pretty instead of pregnant. I slip it on, add some mascara and lip gloss. Trying to look like a woman who has her shit together
instead of one living an elaborate lie. Regnar's voice from the doorway makes me jump. "There's my girl." He's leaning against the frame, leather cut over a dark Henley, looking at me like I'm something precious. The act is so convincing, sometimes I almost believe it myself. "Hey," I say, hyper-aware of Vale watching us. "You're early." "Couldn't wait." He pushes off the frame, crosses to me in 3 strides. His hand finds my waist, thumb brushing over the fabric. "You look beautiful." "Thanks." The word comes out breathless. Because he's looking at me like he means it. Like the dress and the pregnancy and the exhaustion don't matter. Like I'm beautiful just for existing. "You two are disgustingly cute," Vale announces. "I'm going to find my husband before I throw up." She leaves us alone in the locker room. Regnar's hand stays on my waist, steadying. "How was your shift?" "Fine. Busy." I lean into him without thinking, drawn to his presence. "Saved a guy's life." "That's my girl," he murmurs, and something warm unfurls in my chest. "Ready for tonight?" "I guess. Though being around all that food..." I touch my stomach unconsciously. This kid has opinions about everything. "Still nauseous?" "All day, every day." I try for a light tone. "Doctor says it should ease up soon." "We can skip tonight if you're not feeling up to it." The offer is tempting. Hide in my apartment, curl up on the couch, pretend the outside world doesn't exist. But that's not how this works. We're selling a story, and that means being seen together. No, I should go. Besides, Fern would kill me if I missed her party. "Fair point." He grins, and it transforms his face. "Come on, then. Let's go face the masses." The drive to the clubhouse is comfortable. Regnar tells me about his day, some issue with a shipment that needed sorting. I half listen, distracted by how natural this feels, how easily we've slipped into these roles. The clubhouse is already crowded when we arrive. Twinkling lights string across the ceiling, a massive tree in the corner, the smell of cinnamon and pine competing with leather and beer. It looks almost magical, like a Hallmark movie had a baby with Sons of Anarchy.
"Everly!"
Fern swoops down on us the moment we enter.
"Perfect timing. I hate to ask, but would you mind running to the store? I forgot the whipped cream for the pies, and you know how Eric gets if there's no whipped cream."
Something about her words triggers déjà vu so strong I sway. The grocery store. Dylan. Thanksgiving. "Hey." Regnar's arm comes around me. "You okay?" "Yeah, just..." I shake my head, pushing away the memory. "Sure, I can go to the store." "I'll come with you." Regnar says immediately. "You don't have to..." "Yeah, I do." His tone means he doesn't want any argument from me. "Not letting you go anywhere alone. Not with everything that's going on." Fern looks between us, and I see the moment she puts pieces together. The protective stance, the way I'm letting him take charge. Her eyes drop to my stomach for just a second before snapping back up. "Take my car," she offers, handing over her keys. "It's already warm." The drive to the store is quiet. Regnar's hand rests on my thigh, thumb tracing absent patterns through the fabric of my dress. "You sure you're okay?" he asks as we pull into the parking lot. "You went white back there." "Just remembered something."
I admit. Last time Fern sent me to the store, I was with Dylan. Thanksgiving. It was not good. His hand tightens. That's not happening again. I know. And I do know. Because Ragnar's here now, solid and protective in a way Dylan never was. The store is busy with holiday shoppers. We weave through the crowds, Ragnar's hand on my lower back, guiding and grounding. Whipped creams and dairy, I say, leading us that way. We should get some ginger ale, too, he suggests, for your stomach. The casual care makes my throat tight. Even playing a role, he's more considerate than Dylan ever was. We're passing the cereal aisle when I see him, Dylan, standing there like a ghost made flesh, studying boxes of granola like he has any intention of buying healthy food. I freeze. Every muscle locking up, fight or flight warring in my system. Well, well. He turns, and there's something different about his eyes. Something darker, meaner. Everly, imagine running into you here. Dylan. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. He moves closer, and I instinctively step back. His eyes track the movement, lips curling in that cruel smile I know too well. You look different. His gaze drops to my midsection. Getting fat already? Guess that's what happens when you stop giving a fuck. You think you can just ghost me? He's closer now, using his height to loom over me. Block my number? Ignore my calls? That's not how this works, Everly. We're done, I manage. I told you. You didn't tell me shit. His hand shoots out, grips my wrist. Not hard enough to bruise. He's too smart for that in public. But enough to trap. You're mine. You don't get to just walk away. Let go. We need to talk. His grip tightens fractionally. About your little problem. My blood turns to ice. What? I know you're pregnant. His voice drops, venomous. Did you really think I wouldn't find out? That I wouldn't notice you sneaking off to the clinic? He had me followed. Of course he did. You're not keeping it, he continues, matter of fact, like he's discussing the weather. I've already made an appointment, tomorrow, 10 a.m. I'll pick you up, we'll get this taken care of, and then we can work on us. No. The word escapes before I can stop it. His eyes narrow dangerously. What did you say? I said no. Stronger this time, even as my heart pounds. You don't get to make that choice. Like hell I don't. That's my... Actually, it's mine. Ragnar's voice cuts through like a blade. I didn't hear him approach, but suddenly he's there, solid warmth at my back. His hand covers Dylan's on my wrist. Not violent, just there, immovable. I suggest you let go of my woman, he says conversationally, before I break every finger on that hand. Dylan's eyes widen, darting between us. Your woman? My woman. Ragnar's other hand comes to rest on my stomach, protective and possessive. My baby, my family, none of which concerns you. The transformation in Dylan's face is terrifying. Shock to rage to something beyond either. His grip on my wrist turns punishing before Ragnar's fingers tighten in warning. You're fucking him? Dylan's voice rises.
You cheating whore! You're fucking this criminal? Watch your mouth, Regner warns, but I can feel the tension in him. The violence barely leashed. People are starting to stare. A mother hurries her children past. A stockboy peers around the end cap. She's pregnant with my kid, Dylan snarls. No, Regner says simply. She's pregnant with mine. Has been for months. That's why she left you. Couldn't keep pretending when she had my baby growing inside her. Bullshit. She wouldn't. Wouldn't what? Choose a real man over an abusive piece of shit? Regner's voice stays level, but there's death in his eyes. Choose someone who protects her instead of hurts her? Choose someone who will raise this baby with love instead of fists? You don't know shit about us, Dylan spits. About what she needs. She's mine. She's standing right here, I interrupt, finding my voice. And she's not yours. Not anymore. Not ever again. Dylan's attention snaps back to me. You'll regret this. When he gets bored, when he tosses you aside like the trash you are, you'll come crawling back. And I'll make you beg. Try it. Regner cuts him off. Show up at her place. Call her again. Come anywhere near her or our baby. See what happens. You threatening me? Dylan laughs, but it's ugly. In front of all these witnesses? I know things about your club, about the raid last month, about what really happened to Marcus. One phone call and make it. Regner challenges. Make your calls. Tell whoever you want whatever you think you know. Won't change the fact that Everly's mine now. Won't bring back what you lost. Won't make that baby yours. I watch Dylan's face cycle through emotions. The moment he realizes he's lost control, that his threats aren't landing, that Regner isn't backing down. This isn't over, he says finally, releasing my wrist with a shove that makes me stumble. Regner steadies me, pulling me against his side. Yeah, it is, he says. You come near her again, threaten her again, even think about her again, and they'll never find your body. That's not a threat. It's a promise. Dylan's jaw works like he wants to say more, but something in Regner's expression must convince him because he backs away. Fucking whore, he spits. Both of you deserve each other. He storms off, leaving us standing in the cereal aisle with half the store staring. You okay? Regner asks quietly, turning me to face him. His hands frame my face, thumbs gentle on my cheeks. Everly, baby, you're shaking. I am. Full body tremors like I'm freezing. He knows, I whisper. He knows about the baby. And he thinks it's his. Regner's eyes are intense on mine. Let him. Doesn't matter what he thinks. Matters what everyone just saw. Me claiming you and our baby in public. That story's gonna spread. By tomorrow, everyone will know you're with me. He'll try to prove it's his, demand tests, or can't demand shit if he can't find you. His thumb traces my cheekbone. You're moving in with me at my room in the club. Tonight. No arguments. Regner, no arguments, he repeats. This escalated faster than I expected. Need you where I can protect you properly. A hysterical laugh bubbles up. We came for whipped cream. Fuck the whipped cream. But his lips twitch. Though we should probably grab it or Fern will kill us. She would, I agree. And somehow we're both almost smiling in the middle of this disaster.
He keeps me tucked against his side as we find the dairy section. I grab whipped cream and the ginger ale he mentioned, while he scans the store like he's expecting Dylan to jump out from behind the yogurt. "Ma'am?" We turn to find a security guard approaching, looking uncertain. "That man who left," he says. "The angry one. He was bothering you?"
"My ex," I explain. "He's not handling the breakup well." The guard nods knowingly.
"You want me to call the police? File a report?" "No," Regner answers for me. "We've got it handled, but we appreciate you checking."
The guard looks skeptical, but nods.
"If he comes back while you're here, he won't,"
Regner says with such certainty, the guard just nods again and walks away. We pay quickly, the cashier avoiding eye contact. Great, I'm officially the woman whose baby daddy drama played out by the Cheerios.
"Hey."
Regner stops me before we reach the car.
"Look at me."
I do, reluctantly.
"You did good in there. Stood up to him. Told him no."
I was terrified, I admit.
"But you still did it."
He cups my face again.
"That took courage. I'm proud of you."
The words hit someplace deep. When's the last time someone was proud of me for standing up for myself? "We should get back," I say, throat tight with emotion. "Fern needs her whipped cream."
"In a minute."
He's studying my face like he's memorizing it.
"Just need to do something first."
"What?"
"This."
He kisses me. Not the casual pecks we've exchanged for show. This is different. Raw, consuming. His hand slides into my hair, fingers tangling in the curls as he angles my head back. The first touch of his lips is gentle, asking permission I didn't know I was dying to give. Then I open for him, and gentleness burns away. He crowds me against Fern's car, his body a wall of heat and protection. One hand stays buried in my hair, while the other curves around my waist, pulling me impossibly closer. His tongue traces the seam of my lips before delving deeper, tasting, claiming, branding me in the middle of this parking lot where anyone could see. I should care about that. Instead, my hands fist in his cut, holding on as he devastates me with his mouth. He tastes like coffee and mint and something uniquely him, dark and addictive and safe. He kisses like he fights, with total focus and devastating precision. Every angle change, every nip of teeth, every soothing sweep of his tongue feels calculated to take me apart. A whimper escapes me when he tugs my hair, tilting my head to deepen the kiss. The sound seems to break something in him. A growl rumbles from his chest as he presses closer, his thigh sliding between mine, pinning me completely. It's possession and protection and promise all at once. Mine, the kiss says. Mine to protect, mine to worship, mine to keep. When he finally pulls back, we're both breathing hard. My lips feel swollen, tingling. His eyes are dark, pupils blown wide as he stares down at me like he's seeing me for the first time. Or maybe like he's finally letting me see him. "What was that for?" I whisper.
"Because I wanted to. Because you're mine, even if it started as a lie."
His forehead rests against mine.
"Because that asshole needed to see it, and he's probably watching from his car."
I don't look. Don't care if Dylan's watching.
All I care about is the solid warmth of Regner against me, the safety of his arms, the certainty in his voice when he calls me his. We should tell people, I say suddenly. Tonight, at the party. Make it official. You sure? He knows. By tomorrow he'll be spreading his version. Better if we control the narrative. And if you want me with you at the club, we need to tell my parents, too. Smart girl. He kisses me again, quick but thorough. Your dad's gonna lose his shit. Probably. I think about Dad's rules, his protectiveness, his fury when he finds out. You scared? Of your dad? Fuck yes. He grins. But you're worth it. Both of you are worth it. His hand finds my stomach again, protective. The baby that's not his, but somehow is. The lie that's becoming the truth. The future that started as desperation, but might become something real. Let's go face the music, I say. And for the first time since those 2 lines appeared on the test, I actually believe we might make this work. Chapter 6. Everly. The whipped cream and ginger ale feel like props in a play I'm no longer sure I'm acting in. Regner's hand rests on my lower back as we enter the clubhouse, and the weight of it feels different now. After that kiss, after Dylan, after everything. The party's in full swing, kids running around with cookies, Christmas music mixing with classic rock, the smell of cinnamon and pine almost masking the ever-present leather and beer. But something shifts when we walk in. Conversations stutter, eyes track our movement. Gunnar, Vale and Veneer's teenage son, is holding court near the pool table with some of the younger crowd. I'm telling you, they were really going at it, he's saying, animated with the importance of having gossip. Like, against Fern's car and everything. Thought they were gonna... He spots us and stops mid-sentence, face flushing red. But the damage is done. Everyone in earshot is now looking at us with new interest, and I see the exact moment the whispers start spreading like wildfire. Here's your whipped cream, I tell Fern, handing over the grocery bag like nothing's wrong. Like my whole world didn't just tilt off its axis in the cereal aisle. Like everyone isn't staring. She takes it, but her eyes are reading my face like a map. Everything okay? Fine, I lie. She glances at Regner, whose hand hasn't left my back. Why don't you go sit down, honey? You look a little pale. I am pale. I can feel it, the blood draining from my face as the reality of what's about to happen sets in. Everyone's going to know. My father's going to know, and not in the way I had originally hoped. Regner murmurs, guiding me toward a quieter corner. Come on. But we don't make it. Everly. Astrid appears at my elbow, concern written all over her face. Can I talk to you for a second? I glance at Regner, who nods. I'll grab you that ginger ale. Astrid pulls me toward the hallway, away from the main party, but not quite private. Just quiet enough for a real conversation. What the heck happened? She asks without waiting for a second. Ingrid just got a text from her friend who works at the grocery store. Said there was some kind of confrontation with Dylan. Then Gunnar is telling all sorts of stories. My stomach churns, and not just from morning sickness. How does news travel so fast in this town? Small town, big mouths. She touches my arm gently. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? No. Regner was there. I wrap my arms around myself. Astrid, I'm pregnant, and Dylan knows about the baby. Her eyes widen. Shit. I don't know whether to congratulate you or say I'm sorry. What are you going to do? Is Dylan the father, or is it... She doesn't have to finish her question. I know where she's going with it. I take a shaky breath, believing the lie I'm telling everyone. Regner's the father. He even said it publicly. We've been together for months. Is it? The question is gentle, no judgment. His, I mean? The lie sits ready on my tongue, but looking at Astrid's concerned face, I can't voice it. My silence is answer enough. Oh, honey, she breathes. This is complicated as heck. That's one word for it. You're the only person I'm trusting with the truth, Astrid, so please take this to the grave with you. No one else can know. A hysterical laugh bubbles up. My boyfriend just claimed my abusive ex's baby in front of half the grocery store, and now everyone here is about to find out, including my father, who specifically forbade any of the guys from touching me. Regner's a good man, Astrid says carefully. If he's claiming the baby, he's trying to protect me. But Astrid, when my dad finds out, the smell hits me like a physical blow. Someone's brought out platters of food, the mixture of meats and cheeses and something with vinegar turning my stomach inside out. Oh no, I whisper. Bathroom, Astrid says immediately, recognizing the look. But it's too late. My stomach rebels completely, and I barely make it to a trash can before I'm violently sick. The party noise dims as everyone turns to stare. And of fucking course, my father chooses that moment to walk over. Gods, Kraken mutters, handing me napkins someone passes him. What's wrong with you? I straighten, wiping my mouth, trying to find words. But he's already reading my face, seeing the guilt I can't hide. Don't tell me you're pregnant on top of this other shit. His voice is flat, resigned, like he's joking. Except I can't deny it, can't make my mouth form the lie. The silence stretches too long. Everly? Now there's an edge to his voice. It's sharp, dangerous, like he's begging me to lie to him. Tell me you're not pregnant. Dad. Who? The word cracks like a whip. His eyes scan the room, and I see the exact moment he notices Regner moving toward us, protective stance already in place. No. No fucking way. Kraken. Regner starts, but my father's already moving. The punch comes fast, brutal, snapping Regner's head to the side. He doesn't fight back, doesn't even raise his hands to defend himself. He just takes it. You've been fucking my daughter behind my back? Dad's voice carries across the entire clubhouse. The music stops. Everyone freezes. Dad, stop! I try to get between them, but Astrid holds me back. I told every single man here, Dad continues, advancing on Regner. Every single one. Hands off my daughter. Let her have a normal life. And you... Another punch, this one to the gut.
Regner doubles over, but still doesn't fight back. You couldn't keep your dick in your pants? Regner grits out, straightening. I assure you it's not like that. How long? Dad demands. How fucking long have you been sneaking around with my little girl? I'm not a little girl. The words explode out of me. I'm 21 years old, Dad. I'm an adult. I make my own choices. How long? He doesn't even look at me. 4 months. Regner lies smoothly. We've been together for 4 months. 4 months. Dad laughs, but there's no humor in it. Behind my back, in my house, under my nose. Not in your house, I say. We were careful. Careful? He whirls on me. You call getting knocked up careful? You call sneaking around with a man almost 12 years older than you careful? Kraken. My mother's voice cuts through. She moves between us, ever the peacemaker. That's enough. Enough? Our daughter is pregnant by a man I specifically... Our daughter is pregnant. Period. Mom interrupts. Yelling about it won't change that. She turns to me, and her eyes are so much kinder than I deserve. Are you okay? Is this what you want? The question breaks something in me. When's the last time someone asked what I wanted? Yes, I whisper, then stronger. Yes, Regner's good to me. He takes care of me. Takes care of you? Dad scoffs. He knocked you up. I can't hold back anymore. I unleash all of my fury, screaming at him. Can you just fucking stop it already? Kraken, with all due respect, you know I'm a good man. Regner steps forward, moving me behind him slightly. I'm gonna be here to take care of my child. I'm claiming your daughter. That's all that matters. Dad lunges for Regner again, but this time Emil and Oscar grab him, holding him back. What the fuck happened to Dylan? He roars. Weren't the two of you dating? You want her to be with some abusive douchebag? I'm protecting Everly, Regner says calmly. And our baby. Because that's what you do. Oh, come on, this shit is ridiculous. If you want to think that, go ahead. Regner's voice goes rigid. She's mine now, both of them. And if you can't accept that, that's your problem, not ours. Everly. Mom touches my arm. Dylan, did he hurt you? Is that why you're with Regner now? He's dangerous, I say quietly, letting them think what they want about the timeline. When we ran into him at the grocery store, he found out about the baby. Threatened to force me to get rid of it. But that's not even the worst of it. He said he had connections, could hurt Bjorn at his physical therapy, could hurt the kids here. My voice cracks. Regner's the only reason I'm safe. We could have protected you, Dad says, but some of the rage has left his voice. The club couldn't protect me from someone I was willingly with, I point out. You'd have had to know there was a threat first, and I was too scared to tell anyone. But not too scared to fuck around with Regner? Kraken, Mom warns. We weren't fucking around, Regner says. I love her. His words come out of nowhere. He's never said that before. You love her. Dad's voice drips sarcasm. How convenient. And when did this great love develop? While you were knocking her up behind my back? Does it matter? I step around Regner, facing my father directly. He's here. He's claiming me, stepping up.
He's protecting me and our child from an ex who wants to hurt me on a daily basis. What more do you want?
I want you safe, Dad says. I want you happy.
Then let me have this. The words come out sharp, desperate. Let me choose who I'm with. Let me decide what's best for our baby. Stop treating me like I'm still a toddler whose father killed his wife and himself, somehow sacrificing me in that horrible murder-suicide. That lands hard. I see it in his face, the memory of finding me at their house, promising to take care of me, to give me a normal life my parents couldn't.
You're making a mistake, he says finally.
Maybe, but it's my mistake to make. Vale steps forward from where she's been watching.
For what it's worth, I knew about the pregnancy, saw them together.
He's good with her, Kraken, gentle, nothing like... She doesn't finish, but we all hear it. Nothing like Dylan.
She needs protection, Regner says. Dylan came at her today, in public, grabbed her, threatened her, made it clear he's not backing off. She can't go back to her apartment. So bring her here, Dad says. We'll protect her. I am here, Regner points out. She's staying with me in my room, where I can watch over her properly.
The muscle in Dad's jaw ticks.
Like hell she is.
Dad?
No.
He cuts me off.
You want to play house with him? Fine. But not under my roof, not in my clubhouse. Our clubhouse.
Runes interjects, speaking for the first time.
And keeping Everly here makes sense. Dylan's escalating. We need her where we can protect her. I can protect my own daughter. Can you? Fenrir asks. Were you there today when Mitchell grabbed her? Were any of us? No. Regner was. Regner's been keeping her safe. This is club business now, Runes continues. Dylan threatened to expose club secrets, mention the raid, Marcus. He's a threat to all of us.
Dad looks around, realizes he's outnumbered. The rage is still there, simmering, but practicality wins.
Fine, he grits out. But if you hurt her, I won't,
Regner says simply.
You better not.
Dad turns to me.
This is what you want?
Yes. He nods once, sharp, then walks away without another word. Mom lingers, studying my face. Are you really okay? I don't know, I admit, but I'm trying to be. She pulls me into a hug, careful and warm. That's all any of us can do. But Everly, be careful. 4 months of sneaking around, that's a long time to keep a secret. I know. She pulls back, cups my face. If you need anything, I know, I repeat. Thank you. She nods and follows Dad, probably to keep him from doing something stupid. The party slowly returns to normal, though I catch people whispering, staring. The news will be all over town by morning, knocked up by a biker, finally free of that asshole Dylan. At least that's the story they'll tell.
Come on,
Regner says quietly.
Let's get your stuff.
The drive to my apartment is silent. I stare out the window, processing everything that just happened. In the span of hours, I've gone from hiding everything to having it all laid bare. Well, almost everything.
You okay?
He asks as we pull up to my building. You said you love me. His hands tighten on the steering wheel. Yeah. Did you mean it? I've always had love for you, Ev. For years now. But I said it to get your father off our backs a little bit. He turns to look at me. Didn't mean to say it like that, in front of everyone. But yeah, I meant it. I think I'm gonna fall head over heels for you in no time, though. Ragnar, you don't have to say it back. He interrupts. I know this is complicated for you. I know you're just trying to survive. But it's not fake for me. Hasn't been for a while. My throat closes up. How do I tell him that the line's blurred for me, too? That somewhere between him making me toast and holding my hair while I threw up and facing down Dylan in a grocery store, fake became real. Let's get my things, I say instead. We pack quickly. Clothes, toiletries, the few things that matter. My life fits into 2 suitcases and a duffel bag. Honestly, I don't even know if I want to come back here. Maybe I'll call my landlady and let her know she can rent it out. That's it? He asks. I travel light. I look around the apartment one last time. I don't think I'll miss it. You can always get your own place later. He offers. When things calm down, if you want space, I don't want space, I admit. I'm tired of being alone, tired of being scared. I just want... What? Safe. I want to feel safe. I can give you that, he promises. Back at the clubhouse, he helps me carry everything to his room. I've never been in the personal quarters before. This was always off limits when I was growing up. His room is simple. Bed, dresser, small bathroom. But it's clean, and it smells like him. And there's something comforting about the sparse masculinity of it. I'll clear out some drawers, he says, setting down my bags. Make room in the closet, whatever you need. Ragnar, there's probably rules about having you here, he continues, not looking at me. Runes will want to talk protocols, and your dad. Fuck, your dad's going to make my life hell. But it's worth it. You're worth it. Ragnar. What? I cross to him, place my hand on his chest, and feel his heart racing under my palm. Thank you. For what? Everything. Today, the last 2 weeks, keeping our secret, all of it. You don't have to thank me. I rise up on my toes and kiss him. Soft at first, then deeper, when he groans and pulls me closer. It's different from the parking lot, less desperate, more intentional. A choice instead of a reaction. When we break apart, his eyes are dark. Everly. I'm tired of pretending, I whisper. Tired of lying to everyone. Well, except about... I touch my stomach. But the rest? I want it to be real. What are you saying? I'm saying I want this to be real. You and me. Not just for the baby, not just for protection. Because I want you. You're emotional, he says carefully. Today's been a lot. Don't. I press closer. Don't dismiss this. I know what I'm feeling. What are you feeling? My hands shake as I frame his face. Like I could fall in love with you, if you're not too careful. A smile tugs at his lips. Who says I want to be careful? I'm serious. So am I. His hands span my waist, thumbs brushing just under my ribs. Careful's never been my style, Goldilocks. I'm a mess, I warn. Pregnant, traumatized, probably not good for anyone right now. And Goldilocks? Goldilocks suits you. And I don't care about the other shit. You should. But I don't. He backs me toward the bed. You're mine now. The rest is just details. Ragnar. He kisses me again, effectively ending the conversation. This time there's heat behind it. Intent. His hands tangle in my hair, tilting my head to deepen the kiss. I melt into him, letting myself feel for the first time in months. Tell me to stop. He murmurs against my lips. Don't you dare stop. He groans, lifting me easily. My legs wrap around his waist instinctively as he carries me to the bed. You sure? He asks, setting me down gently. Yes. But my hands are shaking as I reach for his cut, push it off his shoulders. He catches them, brings them to his lips. We don't have to do anything, he says. Not tonight. Not until you're ready. I want this, I insist, though my voice wavers. Want you. Just be patient with me? Always, he promises. He kisses me again, slower this time, letting me set the pace, following my lead. His hands stay carefully on safe zones, my waist, my back, my face. I'm the one who tugs at his shirt, wanting his skin on mine. He pulls it off, and I trace the scars that map his body. Knife wounds, bullet holes, a lifetime of violence written on his skin. So many stories, I murmur. Not all of them are good. But they made you who you are. I press a kiss to a particularly nasty scar over his ribs. And I like who you are. His breath shudders out. Everly. I silence him with another kiss, braver now. My hands explore the planes of his chest, feeling muscles jump under my touch. He's holding himself so still, letting me lead. And something about that control makes me feel powerful. When's the last time I felt powerful in bed? When's the last time my pleasure mattered? You can touch me, I whisper against his mouth. I won't break. I know you won't. His hands slide up my sides, thumbs brushing just under my breasts. But I want this to be good for you. Want to erase every bad memory and replace it with this. The words make my throat tight. My dress comes off slowly, his hands reverent as they reveal new skin. I wait for the criticism. Too soft here, not tight enough there. Instead, his eyes darken with want. Beautiful, he breathes, and the way he says it, rough, odd, makes me almost believe him. Even with the bruises Dylan left, fading now to yellow-green shadows. Even with my body already changing from pregnancy, my breasts tender and fuller. Even broken and scared and barely holding together. He makes me feel beautiful. His lips follow the path of his hands, pressing kisses to my collarbone, the swell of my breasts, the sensitive skin of my ribs. When he encounters a bruise, he gentles further, like he can kiss away the pain Dylan caused. Tell me if anything. I will, I promise. But don't treat me like glass. I need to feel. I need to remember what it's like when it's good. He understands. His touch firm, still careful, but no longer hesitant. When his mouth closes over my nipple, I gasp, back arching. Sensitive, he murmurs. It's the pregnancy, I manage. Everything's more. Just more. He hums against my skin, filing that information away. Everything about this is different than what I'm used to. Dylan took. Regner gives. Dylan rushed. Regner savors. Dylan made me feel like my pleasure was an inconvenience. Regner acts like it's his mission. His hand slides between my thighs, and I tense automatically. He pauses immediately. Okay? Yes, just habit. Bad habit. He says darkly. Let me give you better ones. His fingers are gentle but sure, learning what makes me gasp, what makes me moan. He watches my face like I'm a puzzle he's solving, adjusting his touch based on my reactions. That's it. He encourages when my hips start moving. Take what you need. The permission breaks something in me. I've spent so long being still, being quiet, being whatever Dylan wanted. Now Regner is telling me to take, and I don't know how. I struggle for the words. I'm not good at what? Asking for things, saying what I want. His fingers still. Then we'll learn together. Start small. Do you want me to keep touching you? Yes. Where? My face burns, but he's patient, waiting. Where you are, but harder? He adjusts his touch, and I cry out. Like that? Gods, yes. See? He kisses me deep. Not so hard. We'll practice until you can tell me exactly what you need. The orgasm takes me by surprise. It's been so long since my body responded like this, since pleasure was anything but a distant memory. I shake apart in his arms, and he holds me through it, murmuring praise I can barely process. Beautiful. He breathes. Fucking perfect. When I come back to myself, he's watching me with something like awe. What? Just thinking how lucky I am, he says, getting to see you like this. Regner, I mean it. He brushes hair from my face. You have no idea how long I've wanted this, wanted you. How long? Years, he admits. Since you started working at the station. But you were off limits. Kraken's daughter, too young, too good for me. I'm not good, I protest. You are. You save lives, Everly. You help people. What do I do? Break heads for the club? I slide my hand down his stomach, finding him hard and straining against his jeans. You protect people. You protected me. His breath hisses out when I stroke him through the denim. Everly, I want to see you, I say, surprising myself with the boldness. All of you. He shucks his jeans quickly, and I take a moment to appreciate him. He's beautiful in a rough way. All hard muscle and scars, nothing pretty or polished about him. Real. That's what he is. Real and solid and here. Come here, I whisper, pulling him down for a kiss. We move together, relearning what skin on skin feels like when it's wanted. His weight on me doesn't make me feel trapped. It feels safe. His hands don't take, they worship. When he slides inside me, we both freeze. The connection is overwhelming, not just physical, but emotional. Raw, honest. Everything we've been pretending made suddenly, undeniably real. Fuck. He breathes against my neck. Everly, I know. I whisper, legs wrapped around him, pulling him deeper. I feel it too. You're so tight, he grits out. So perfect. Mine. The possessiveness should scare me. After Dylan, it should send me running. Instead, it makes me feel claimed in all the right ways. Protected, wanted, cherished. We move together slowly, savoring. His forehead pressed to mine, breathing shared, hearts sinking. He watches my face, adjusting his angle until he finds the spot that makes me gasp. There? Yes, right. Oh, gods! Going to make you come again, he promises. Want to feel you fall apart around me. His thumb finds where we are joined, circling, and the dual sensation is too much. I break again, harder this time, his name on my lips like a prayer. He follows me over, my name a growl in his throat, his body shuddering against mine. After, we lie tangled together, both breathing hard. I can feel him softening inside me, but neither of us moves to separate. The connection feels too important to break just yet. Okay? He asks, pressing kisses to my temple. More than okay. I turn my head to catch his lips. That was... Yeah? Different. Good different. I'd forgotten it could be like that. His arms tighten around me. It'll always be like that with us. I promise. Don't make promises you can't keep. I don't. He pulls back to look at me. When I make a promise, I keep it. And I promise you, Everly, it's going to be good between us. All of it. The sex, the baby, the life we're building. It's going to be good. Tears prick my eyes. How can you be so sure? Because you deserve good things, he says simply. And I'm going to make sure you get them. We shift finally, him disposing of the condom I didn't even notice him put on. Even in the heat of the moment, he was protecting me. He pulls me against his chest, my head over his heart, his fingers tracing patterns on my spine. Still think you could fall in love with me? He asks quietly. I press a kiss to his chest, right over his heart. If you're not careful. Told you, he murmurs, pulling me closer. Careful's overrated. Good, I whisper, because I think I'm already falling. His arms tighten around me. I'll catch you. And lying there in his simple room, in his strong arms, with our complicated future stretched out before us, I actually believe him. For the first time in months, I'm not afraid. Not of Dylan, not of the future, not of the feelings growing between us. Because Ragnar's here, and he'll catch me. We'll catch each other. Ragnar, I say softly, already half asleep. Yeah, Goldilocks. Thank you for keeping our secret, for claiming us even though... He's quiet for so long, I think he won't answer. Doesn't matter whose DNA that baby has. Mine now. Both of you. How can you be so sure? so willing to raise another man's child. Because, he says, pressing a kiss to my hair, family isn't about blood. It's about choice. And I choose you every day. I'll keep choosing you. And that, more than the sex, more than the promises, more than anything, makes me believe we might actually make this work. A secret wrapped in a lie, wrapped in a truth. A broken woman learning to heal. A baby who will be loved regardless of who knows what. A future that started in desperation, but might just end in something beautiful. Chapter 7. Everly. The thin walls of the clubhouse are a special kind of torture at 6 a.m. Oh, fuck, Geralf, right there! I bury my face in Ragnar's chest, trying to block out the sounds coming from the room next door. Astrid and Geralf going at it like they're trying to wake the entire compound. Jesus, Ragnar mutters, voice rough with sleep. They know these walls are paper thin, right? A rhythmic thumping joins Astrid's moans, and I can't help the embarrassed laugh that escapes. Apparently they don't care. Or they're showing off. He pulls me closer, hand splayed across my back. Want me to bang on the wall? Tell them to keep it down? No! The thought of them knowing we can hear everything makes my face burn hotter. Just ignore it. Kind of hard to ignore when Astrid's voice rises to a pitch that probably woke everyone on this floor. Okay, that's just excessive, I mutter. The headboard banging gets more intense, and I hear Geralf's deep growl join the symphony. For fuck's sake, Ragnar grumbles. At least we try to be quiet. Do we? I think about last night, how he had to cover my mouth with his hand to muffle my cries. Quieter than that. He gestures to the wall. That's just showing off. Maybe they forgot the walls are crap? Nobody forgets when the walls are this thin. Trust me. His hand traces lazy circles on my back. First time I brought a girl back here, years ago, Tor gave me shit for a week about the sounds she made. You brought other girls here? I don't know why that bothers me, but it does. Years ago, he emphasizes. Before you were even legal, Goldilocks. Don't get jealous now. I'm not jealous. I lie. Sure you're not. He kisses my forehead. If it helps, none of them mattered. None of them stayed. And I will? Yeah, he says simply. You will. Ragnar chuckles, the sound rumbling through his chest. Welcome to communal living, sweetie. This is why most of us have houses. Why don't you? He's quiet for a moment. Never saw the point before. The clubhouse was enough, a bed, a shower, somewhere to crash between runs. Didn't need more than that. And now? Now I've got a pregnant woman who deserves better than listening to other people fuck at dawn. I don't need... Yeah, you do. He cuts me off gently. You need stability. The baby needs a real home. We'll start looking soon as things calm down with Dylan. Dylan. Just his name makes my stomach clench, and not from morning sickness. It's been 4 days since the grocery store confrontation. 4 days of silence that feels more ominous than any threat. He's planning something. Men like him don't just give up, don't just walk away. They regroup, they strategize,
They wait for the perfect moment to strike. The thumping from next door reaches a crescendo, followed by mutual groans that signal the end of the morning show. Thank God, I breathe. Maybe now I can... The nausea hits like a freight train. I'm out of bed and in the small bathroom before Regner can even sit up, barely making it to the toilet in time. Here. He's behind me, pulling my hair back, rubbing gentle circles on my spine. Just breathe, baby. Let it out. This is becoming our morning routine. Wake up, listen to someone else's sex life, puke my guts out while he holds my hair. So romantic. I'm sorry, I gasp between heaves. This is so gross. Stop apologizing. He wets a washcloth, presses it to the back of my neck. This is what we do. I take care of you when you need it. When my stomach finally settles, he helps me to my feet, steadying me while I brush my teeth. Crackers are on the nightstand, he says. Ginger tea's in the mini fridge. Got you some of those preggy pops from the pharmacy, too. I turn to stare at him. When did you... Yesterday, while you were napping. He shrugs, like it's nothing. Looked up morning sickness remedies online. Figured we'd try everything, see what works. My throat tightens. Dylan never would have researched anything. Would have told me I was being dramatic. That women have been having babies forever without making such a fuss. Would have accused me of trying to get attention, of making his life harder with my constant complaining. Thank you, I whisper. Stop thanking me for basic shit. But he's smiling as he says it. Come on, back to bed. Try to eat something before round 2 hits. I nibble on crackers while he makes tea. The domestic quiet a sharp contrast to our neighbor's earlier activities. This is nice. Weird, being in the clubhouse with its peculiar morning sounds and lack of privacy, but nice. What's your plan for today? I ask as he hands me the mug. Kirkya's at 9. Got some intel to go over. Something flickers across his face. Then probably another run tonight. Already? You just went out a few days ago. Patriot's getting desperate. Moving safe houses every few days, trying to stay ahead of us. We hit one, he pops up somewhere else. He sits on the bed beside me. But Tor thinks he found something in those documents. Might give us an edge. Something about the Patriot? Among other things. He's being evasive, which means it's bad. Regner, my phone buzzes on the nightstand. Gwen calling. This early, it can't be good. Hey, I answer, trying to sound normal. What's up? Dylan's here. Her voice is tense. At the station. Says he's looking for you, that you haven't been at work, and he's worried. My blood turns to ice. What did you tell him? That you called in sick. But Everly, he's not buying it. He's making a scene, demanding to know where you really are. Says you're in danger, that the MC is holding you against your will. Shit. Chief knows better than to believe anything coming out of Dylan's mouth. Regner's already moving, pulling on jeans, his face dark. Chief's about to call the cops if he doesn't leave. Gwen continues. But I wanted to warn you first. He seems different, aggressive, more unhinged than usual. Thanks for the heads up. He said something else. She lowers her voice. Said to tell you that Tuesday's appointment is still on, that he'll be there whether you are or not. What does that mean? Tuesday.
Bjorn's physical therapy, the threat he's holding over my head. Nothing, I lie. He's just trying to scare me. Well, it's working on everyone here. Vale's about ready to go out there and deck him herself. Already had to stop her twice from confronting him. Tell her not to engage. He's dangerous when cornered. Yeah, we're getting that impression. He's been taking pictures, too, of the station, the ambulances, our personal vehicles. It's creepy as hell. A pause. Are you safe where you are? Yes. I'm with Regner at the club. Good. Stay there. And Everly? Maybe it's time for a restraining order. Yeah, I agree, knowing it won't help. Pieces of paper don't stop men like Dylan. Maybe. I hang up to find Regner fully dressed, jaw clenched. He showed up at your work? Looking for me. Making threats about Tuesday. That's when Bjorn has physical therapy. You know, he's threatened to hurt him before. Motherfucker. He pulls on his cut. Get dressed. You're coming to Kirkja with me. Women aren't allowed in Kirkja. They are when their Psycho X is making moves. He cups my face. I'm not leaving you alone, not for a second. I dress quickly in jeans and one of his t-shirts that hangs loose enough to hide my slowly changing body. The common area is already busy when we emerge. Kids eating breakfast, women chatting over coffee. Normal morning chaos that feels surreal given what's happening. Everly! My mom waves from the kitchen. Come help me with breakfast? I glance at Regner, who nods. I need to talk to Tor before Kirkja anyway. Stay with your mom, yeah? He kisses my forehead and heads off to find Tor. I join Mom in the kitchen, where she's making enough scrambled eggs to feed an army. How are you feeling? She asks, studying my face. You look pale. Morning sickness is brutal, I admit, taking over stirring duty so she can start more toast. Gets better after the first trimester. She hip-checks me gently. Usually. That's what everyone keeps saying. We work in silence for a moment before she speaks again. You know, I couldn't believe it when I was pregnant with your brothers. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Kraken and I thought because of my age, that ship had sailed. She smiles at the memory. But fate gave us something beautiful together. What did you think of it? When you found out, I mean. That my life was about to change into something even more amazing than I thought. She laughs. But also, I was terrified, yet somehow couldn't wait to be a mother. Sometimes the craziest parts of our lives are the things we never expect. This feels bigger than crazy, I confess. This feels insane. Because of the baby? Because of everything. The situation with Dylan, the threats, living here. I gesture vaguely at the club. But not Regner? I think about this morning, him holding my hair, bringing me remedies he'd researched, the careful way he takes care of me. No, I say softly, not Regner. Then the rest is just details. She plates the eggs for both of us. Hard details, yes, dangerous ones, certainly. But if the core is solid, you and him, you can weather the rest of what life throws at you. When did you get so wise? Somewhere between y'all learning to hotwire cars and Ingrid discovering boys. She winks. Experience is a hell of a teacher. Astrid appears in the doorway, freshly showered and glowing. Our eyes meet, and her face flushes. She knows I heard them this morning. "Morning," she says, grabbing coffee like nothing's awkward. "Everly, how are you feeling?" "Like I need soundproof walls," I mutter, and she chokes on her coffee. Mom looks between us, confused. "What?" "Nothing," we say in unison. "Can I talk to you for a second?" Astrid asks me. "Privately?" I follow her to a quiet corner away from the breakfast rush. "I'm sorry about this morning," she starts. "We didn't think—" "It's fine," I interrupt. "Just maybe quieter next time?" "Deal." She glances around, then lowers her voice. "How are you doing with everything?" We both know she means the secret, the baby's real paternity that only she, Regner, and I know. "I'm managing," I say carefully. It helps, knowing someone else knows, that I'm not carrying it alone. I haven't told anyone, she assures me quickly. Not even Geralf. It's not my secret to tell. "Thank you." "But, Everly," she bites her lip. "What happens when the baby comes? If it looks like Dylan?" The question I try not to think about. Regner says it doesn't matter, that the baby's his regardless. "And you believe him?" "Yeah," I realize with some surprise. "I do." She nods slowly. "He's a good man, one of the best, if anyone can pull this off. It's still terrifying," I admit. Sometimes I wake up in a panic, thinking about all the ways this could go wrong. "I know." She squeezes my hand. "But you're not alone. Whatever happens, we've got your back." "Everly!" Regner's voice cuts through. Kirkja is starting. I find him by Kirkja doors with Tor, both looking grim. "What is it?" I ask. "Tell her," Regner says to Tor. Tor glances around, then pulls out a folder. "Been going through the Patriots' financial records. Found something interesting about your ex." My stomach drops. "What kind of something?" "Payments. Regular ones. Going back over a year. To DM for Information Services." His eyes are hard. "The dates match up with MC activities that went sideways. That warehouse raid where we almost got ambushed, 2 days after a payment. The time someone tipped off the cops about our gun shipment, day after Dylan got paid." The floor tilts under my feet. "No," I whisper. "He's just a pot dealer, small time." "That's his cover, sure. But think about it. How would he really be able to afford living in that nice apartment of his if there wasn't something else going on?" Tor continues ruthlessly. "Found more. Deposits into accounts that trace back to him. Payments for product distribution. Your boyfriend wasn't just selling weed to college kids, Everly. He was moving the Patriots' fentanyl." I'm going to be sick again. "How many?" My voice sounds far away. "How many overdoses?" "Too many. And you know he's been targeting certain minorities." Those people, college kids, dead because of drugs Dylan sold. And I was sleeping next to him, carrying his baby. "But there's more," Regner says quietly. "Tell her about the photos." "Photos?" I look between them. "He was at the farm we hit during our raid."
Tor explains. Taking pictures. Professional camera, long-range lens. Documenting everything. Faces, bikes, license plates.
Evidence, I breathe. He's gathering evidence.
For the Patriot or the feds, we're not sure which.
Tor closes the folder.
But either way, he's more than just an abusive ex. He's an active threat to the club.
I brought him into our lives, I say numbly. I'm the reason.
No.
Regner cuts me off firmly.
He targeted you. This was planned, Everly. You were a mark from day one.
The truth of it hits me hard. Every moment was a lie. Every touch was calculated. Every "I love you," just another way to manipulate me. I think I'm going to be sick. But this time it's not morning sickness. This time it's the realization that I've been sleeping with the enemy for over a year. That the baby inside me is the product of a relationship that was never real.
Hey.
Regner pulls me against him.
Breathe. This isn't your fault.
I should have known. I should have seen.
How? He's been doing this for years. You think you're the first person he's fooled?
His hands frame my face.
You're a victim here, not a collaborator. Kirkja!
Runes calls from inside the chapel.
Now! I need you to stay with the women,
Regner says.
Can you do that? Stay visible? Stay safe?
I nod, still reeling. He kisses me hard.
We'll figure this out, all of it. But right now, I need to go plan how we're going to end this.
The doors to Kirkja close behind them, leaving me standing in the hallway trying to process everything. Dylan wasn't just an abuser. He was a spy, a drug dealer, a killer by proxy. And I'm carrying his child. There you are. Mom appears with Astrid. You look like you've seen a ghost. Something like that, I manage. They exchange glances, then each take an arm. Come on, Astrid says. Let's get some tea in you. You're shaking. They guide me to the kitchen, settle me at the table with chamomile tea, and shoot me some concerned looks. What happened? Mom asks. What did Tor tell you? Dylan's been working with the Patriot, I say numbly. The whole time, our entire relationship was... God, I'm so stupid. You're not stupid, Mom says firmly. You were targeted by someone very good at what he does. I brought danger to the club, to all of you. The danger was already here, Astrid points out. Dylan was just one tentacle of it. A tentacle I was fucking, I say bitterly. That I let into my life, my bed, that... I almost blurt out the fact Dylan's actually the baby's biological father, but thank the gods I stopped myself. Mom gets a phone call, and it gives me a chance to get up and move around. I can't stay still today. I can't sit around and do nothing. So I help with laundry, play with the kids, anything to keep my mind off everything. But every quiet moment, my brain circles back. How many times did I tell him things about the club? Innocent comments about where people were, what was happening. How much information did I unknowingly give him? How many people were hurt because of the intel I provided? Stop, Mom says, appearing at my elbow as I fold the same shirt for the third time. I can see you spiraling. I can't help it. All those people who overdosed. We're going to get drugs somewhere. she interrupts. Dylan didn't force them to use. He just provided the supply. That doesn't make it better. No, but it makes it not your fault. She takes the shirt from my hands. You didn't know. You couldn't have known. I should have questioned things, like how he always had money but barely worked, or how interested he was in the club's business. Hindsight is 20/20, Mom says, and beating yourself up won't change anything. But I can't stop thinking about it. All the red flags I missed, all the warning signs I explained away. Kirkja runs long, nearly 3 hours. When the men finally emerge, they look grim and determined.
We ride tonight,
Fenrir announces.
full force. This ends now.
The energy shifts immediately. Women who are chatting casually snap into preparation mode. Weapons cleaned, medical supplies gathered, children corralled. This is what it means to be an old lady, supporting your man as he rides into danger. Regner finds me helping Gwen prep medical supplies.
Hey,
He says, pulling me aside.
you okay?
No, I admit. But I'll manage. What's the plan?
Heading to one of Patriot's warehouses. Big one. Tor tracked it through Dylan's payment records.
His jaw tightens.
We're going to burn it down. All of it. The drugs, the money, the whole operation.
What about Dylan?
Being handled.
He says cryptically.
Focus on staying safe. We'll be gone most of the night.
Regner,
I know you're worried.
he cups my face.
But this is what we do. This is how we protect our family. Trust me?
Always, I whisper. He kisses me deeply, like he's trying to memorize the taste.
I love you,
He says against my lips.
both of you. Remember that.
Come back to us, I plead. Whatever happens, come back.
Always.
He echoes my earlier words. Then he's gone, joining the stream of men heading for their bikes. I watch from the window as they gear up, bulletproof vests, weapons, all of them sporting grim faces. My hand drifts to my stomach, to the tiny life that started all this. Your daddy's going to come back, I whisper, meaning Regner. He has to. The sounds of engines fills the air, then fades as they ride away, leaving us to wait, to worry, to pray to whoever's listening that they all come home. The hours crawl by. I help make dinner but can barely eat, help put kids to bed but can't imagine sleeping. Every sound makes me jump. Every car engine could be them returning. Or it could be bad news. The women gather in the common room, pretending to watch TV, while really just waiting. This is the hardest part of being an old lady, the not knowing. First time is always the worst, Starla says, appearing beside me on the couch. The waiting. Does it get easier? No, she admits. You just get better at hiding the fear. Helpful, I mutter, and she laughs. Honesty usually is. She studies me. Regner's tough, one of the toughest. He'll come back. How can you be sure? Because now he has something to come back to. She pats my knee. Makes a man fight harder when he's got family waiting. Family. Is that what we are already? But I guess it is. It's nearly midnight when the first cramp hits. Sharp and low, different from the usual discomfort I have. I ignore it, chalking it up to stress. But then another comes, stronger. "You okay?" Vale asks, noticing my wince. "Just a cramp," I say. "It's probably nothing." But the third one doubles me over. "Bathroom?" I gasp, and Vale's eyes widen. I make it to the toilet just as the blood starts. Not spotting, real blood, bright red and terrifying. "No," I whisper. "No, no, no." "Everly?" Vale's voice through the door. "What's wrong?" "I'm bleeding," I sob. "Oh God, I'm bleeding." The door bursts open. Vale takes one look and snaps into EMT mode. "How much? How long?" "Just started, but it's..." Another cramp hits, stealing my breath. "It's bad." "We need to get you to the hospital," she says. "Now." "But Ragnar..." "We'll meet us there." She's already calling for Gwen. "We need to go now, Everly. The baby..." The baby. The tiny life I've been protecting. The future we've been building on lies and hope. "Please," I whisper to the universe, to God, to anyone listening. "Please don't take this baby. It's all I have left." But the blood keeps coming, and Ragnar's not here, and I'm terrified that by the time he comes back, there won't be a baby to protect anymore. "Stay with me," Vale orders as Gwen appears with keys. "We're going to take care of you, both of you." But as another cramp tears through me, I'm not sure there's anything left to save. The last thing I think before Vale helps me to the car is how cruel the universe is. To let me think I could have this, a family, a future, a chance at happiness, only to rip it away when I'm finally starting to believe it's real. The ride to the hospital is a blur of pain and terror. Gwen drives while Vale sits in the back with me, her hand gripping mine. "Breathe through it," she coaches, "just like we tell our patients." "There's so much blood," I whimper. "Too much." "Don't look at it, look at me." Her voice is calm, professional, but I can see the worry in her eyes. "When did you last eat?" "I don't... Dinner. Couldn't eat much." "Any other symptoms? Fever, severe pain on one side?" She's checking for ectopic pregnancy, I realize, running through the same checklist we use on calls. "Just the cramping and the blood." Another wave hits, and I bite back a scream. "Oh God, Vale, I can't lose this baby. I can't..." "You're not going to," she says firmly. "Bleeding in the first trimester is more common than you think. Doesn't always mean miscarriage. But we both know this much blood isn't normal. We both know what this probably means." "Does Ragnar know?" Gwen asks from the front. "Should we call..." "He's on a run," I gasp. Can't interrupt that." "Fuck that," Vale says. "He'd want to know." "No." I squeeze her hand harder. "Not until we know for sure, please. Because if I'm losing this baby, if this is really happening, I need to know first. Need to process it before I have to see the devastation on his face." The ER is mercifully quiet when we arrive. Vale wheels me straight back, using her EMT credentials to bypass triage. "Pregnant patient, approximately 10 weeks, heavy vaginal bleeding and cramping," she rattles off to the nurse. "Needs immediate evaluation." The nurse takes one look at the blood soaking through my jeans and moves fast. "Room 3, I'll get the OB resident." Everything moves quickly after that. IV started, blood drawn, ultrasound machine wheeled in. "I'm Dr. Sims," the resident says, young and kind-faced. "Can you tell me what's been happening?" I explain through tears, the cramping, the blood, the fear. She nods, making notes. "Let's take a look, okay? See what's going on in there." The gel is cold on my belly. The room is silent, except for the hum of the machine. I can't look at the screen. Can't bear to see an empty uterus where my baby should be. "There," Dr. Sims says softly. "See that flicker?" My eyes fly to the monitor, a tiny flutter, a heartbeat. "The baby's okay?" I sob. "Heartbeat is strong, good placement in the uterus." She moves the wand, taking measurements. "Looks like you have a small subchorionic hemorrhage, basically a pocket of blood between the placenta and uterine wall." "Is that bad?" "It can cause bleeding, obviously, but most resolve on their own." She prints out images. "The baby looks perfect, right size for 10 weeks. Relief hits so hard, I shake with it. The baby's okay, still there, still fighting. But the bleeding will likely continue for a few days, possibly even weeks. She sets aside the ultrasound equipment. "I want to keep you overnight for observation, and you'll need to be on modified bed rest for at least a week." "But the baby's really okay?" "The baby's fine," she assures me. "But you need to take this seriously. No heavy lifting, no stress, no intimate activities for at least 2 weeks. I nod, not trusting my voice. "Is the father here?" she asks gently. "Someone we should call?" "He's working," I manage. "But my friends are here." "Good. You'll need support." She squeezes my shoulder. "Try to rest. We'll get you moved to a room soon." After she leaves, Vale and Gwen crowd in. "Well?" Gwen demands. "Baby's okay," I whisper. "Something called a subchorionic hemorrhage." "Thank God." Vale sinks into the chair beside my bed. "You scared the shit out of us." "Scared myself, too." I touch my belly gently. "But they're still in there, still fighting." "Of course they are," Gwen says. "They're half you, stubborn as hell." "And half Dylan," I don't say. "Half monster, half survivor. What kind of person will that create?" "We need to call Regner," Vale says. "He needs to know." "After," I plead. "After they get back safe. I can't distract him right now." They exchange looks, but nod. "Your mom, then," Gwen suggests. "She's probably worried sick." I agree to that, and Vale steps out to make the call. Lying in the hospital bed, waiting to be moved to a room, I close my eyes and let the relief wash over me. The baby's okay, we're okay. Whatever else happens, at least I haven't lost this. Haven't lost the tiny life that's become my reason for everything. "Hey," I whisper to my belly. "You scared me, little one. But you're tough, aren't you? Just like your daddy." And I mean Regner. Because DNA doesn't matter anymore. What matters is who'll be there, who will love this baby, who will protect us both no matter what it costs. The blood might be Dylan's, but the heart, the love, the family? That's all Regner. That's all ours.
Chapter 8. Regner. The warehouse squats in the industrial district like a cancer, all concrete and corrugated metal under the pale moon. We've been in position for 20 minutes, watching, waiting. The Patriots inside. Tor confirmed it an hour ago. After years of this psychopath poisoning our community, it ends tonight. 2 guards on the north entrance. Fenrir's voice crackles through the comm. 3 on the south loading dock. I adjust my position behind a rusted shipping container, AR-15 steady in my hands. The weight of the vest is familiar, the taste of adrenaline sharp on my tongue. Beside me, Kraken checks his weapon for the 3rd time. We've been paired up for the breach, Rune's idea of forcing us to work together, even though things couldn't be worse between us right now. Rooftops clear, Oscar reports from his sniper position. No movement up top. Interior lights are on in the northwest corner, Tor adds. Thermal shows at least 15 bodies inside. You good? I ask Kraken, not looking at him. Peachy, he grunts. Just thinking about how you knocked up my little girl. Jesus Christ, now? Not the time, Kraken. When is the time? His voice is low, venomous. When you're playing daddy to my grandkid? When you're moving her into some house, playing happy family with a baby that what? I turn to face him. That I'm going to raise? What's your fucking problem? My problem is you couldn't keep your hands off her. I told every man in this club, she's not a possession. I cut him off. She made her choice. Some choice. Pregnant and tied to the club forever now. She was already tied to the club. She's your daughter. Yes, she damn well is, he snaps. The second I took her in, I promised myself I'd give her a normal life, away from this chaos that comes along with it. Yeah? How'd that work out? I gesture toward the warehouse. Dylan was as far from the club as you could get, and look where that led. His jaw clenches, but before he can respond, Runes' voice cuts through. Positions in 60 seconds. I push everything else down. Everly, the baby, Kraken's anger. None of it matters if we don't survive the next hour. Ready? I ask Kraken. He nods once, sharp. Professional, even if there is some intense personal shit going on. That's why we're still brothers, even when we want to kill each other. We're ready to go. We move as one, decades of training taking over. The guard at the north entrance doesn't even see us coming. Kraken takes him down silently, knife between the ribs, while I cover our 6. The body drops quietly, and we drag it behind a dumpster. Blood pools black in the moonlight. The door's reinforced steel, but Emil's already there with the breaching charges. Fire in the hole, he whispers. The explosion is controlled, precise, and shows that we're not letting this bastard get away this time. The Patriot has evaded us for long enough. The door buckles inward, and we're moving before the smoke clears. Inside is immediate chaos. Muzzle flashes in the darkness, the sharp crack of automatic fire. Contact in the front, I shout, diving left as bullets spark off concrete where I was just standing. Return fire is instant. We move in teams, covering each other, clearing corners like we've done 100 times before. The truth is, we're trying to keep this as uniformed as possible, but it's hard. You can never anticipate how these attacks will actually go. The warehouse is a maze of hallways and storage areas, each one potentially hiding shooters. But they were ready for us. More ready than expected. Magnus grunts as a round catches his vest, spinning him back. Fuck! How many? Runes demands over the comm. Too fucking many, Dag responds, pinned down behind a forklift. They've got overlapping fields of fire. This is fucking ridiculous. I peek around my cover, counting the bodies I see immediately. At least a dozen shooters, well positioned, using the warehouse's layout to their advantage. This isn't normal security. This is an ambush. They knew we were coming, I tell Kraken. Yeah, no shit. He's reloading, blood dripping from a graze on his cheek. Question is, how? Dylan. Has to be. That fucker's photos from our last raid, his intel gathering. He warned them. We need to smoke 'em out, Fenrir calls. Canisters bounce across the concrete, filling the space with thick gray clouds. Move up! Push through! We advance through the haze, violent shadows in the artificial fog. Someone looms in front of me. I put 2 in his chest before he can raise his weapon. Another on my right. Kraken drops him with a headshot. Left side! Left side! Someone shouts. More shooters, trying to flank us. We pivot, laying down suppressing fire. We're working together without thought, covering each other's blind spots. Whatever beef we have, it doesn't matter in combat. Brothers first. Always. Frag out! Emil's warning comes just before the explosion. Screams follow, then silence from that direction. We push forward, stepping over bodies, boots slipping in blood. The main floor opens into a massive storage area, and what we find stops us cold. Pallets of drugs. Not just fentanyl. Everything. Heroin, meth, synthetics I don't even recognize. Enough to supply half the state. Jesus. Someone breathes. Look at all this shit. This is bigger than we thought, Fenrir says. This isn't just distribution. This is the whole fucking operation. Documents, Tor calls out, already at a desk covered in papers. Shipping manifests, distribution networks. Fuck me, this is huge. I move to look while Kraken covers the entrance. Names, dates, quantities. And there, Dylan Mitchell, listed as a distribution coordinator. Before I can respond, Fenrir's voice cuts through. Found something else. You need to see this. We follow him to a side office where he's standing over a map pinned to the wall. It's our city, marked with colored pins. Red in the minority neighborhoods, blue in white areas, green in between. Distribution map, Fenrir says grimly. Red zones get the fentanyl-laced product. Blue gets clean, green is mixed. He's still targeting minorities, I say, bile rising in my throat. Specifically poisoning. Cleaning up the country, a voice says from the doorway. One dead junkie at a time. We spin, weapons raised. The Patriot stands there, hands visible but relaxed, like we're having a casual conversation. He's smaller than I expected, average height, graying hair, could be anybody's grandfather. Except for the eyes. Cold, dead, fanatic's eyes. Took you long enough to find this place, he continues, though I expected more of you. My men took down, 3 of yours already. Bullshit, Dag growls. We haven't lost anyone. The Patriot smiles. Night's still young. Where are you getting your intel? Runes demands, stepping forward. The Patriot shrugs. Wouldn't you like to know? Let's just say your club has more leaks than a rusty boat. Dylan, I growl. Among others. His smile widens. Amazing what people will do for the right price. Or the right threats. Your girlfriend was particularly helpful, even if she didn't know it. Red floods my vision. Kraken moves faster than I can, rifle butt crashing into the Patriot's face. He drops, blood streaming from his nose. That's for my son, Kraken snarls. For Bjorn's leg. The Patriot spits blood, still smiling. The bomb was meant to kill them all. I'll have to settle for making one a cripple. This time I'm the one who hits him, boots to ribs, feeling bones crack. Secure him, Runes orders. Clear the rest of the building. I want every document, every hard drive. Then we burn it all. We drag the Patriot to a loading dock while the others finish clearing. Cable ties on wrists and ankles, as rough as we can make them. He doesn't resist, just watches with those dead eyes. "You think this changes anything?" he asks as we prop him against a wall. "You think killing me stops what's coming?" "What's coming?" Fenrir demands. "The cleansing. The real America fighting back against the parasites." He looks at each of us. Bikers, immigrants, addicts, all the filth that's poisoned our country. Says the man literally poisoning people, Tor points out. Targeting the weak, the ones who chose drugs over contributing to society. His eyes find mine. Your girlfriend's ex understands. He's been very helpful. What else has Dylan told you? I grab his throat. What else does he know? Everything, the Patriot wheezes. Every secret, every weakness, every pressure point. Did you know your girl's pregnant? Shame if something happened. My fist breaks his jaw mid-sentence. Enough talk, Rune says. We need information. Real information. Dag? Dag steps forward with his toolkit. Pliers, blades, things that hurt without killing too quickly. Networks, Rune says calmly. Suppliers, distribution chains, names. We have some information on the paperwork we found, but there has to be more, and what helps us will, in turn, help out the Mackenzie family. The Patriot spits blood and teeth. Fuck you! Wrong answer. What follows isn't pretty, isn't clean, but it's what we've needed to do for a long time. Dag starts with fingers, joint by joint. The Patriot screams but doesn't break, just keeps ranting about racial purity and America's destiny between shrieks. He moves on to more creative methods. Still nothing but curses and threats about what will happen when his men avenge him. Tough old bastard, Dag admits after 20 minutes, hands slick with blood. Let me, Rio says quietly. We all turn. Rio hasn't spoken much since Flora died, just existed in his grief. But now his eyes burn with purpose. My wife, he says to the Patriot. Flora, you remember her? The spick whore at the birthday party? The Patriot grins through bloody gums. Yeah, I remember. Shame we only got her. Was hoping for at least one of the kids, too. Rio goes very still. Too still. Then he pulls out a photo, a heavily pregnant Flora holding baby Florencia, who's laughing. This was taken a week before you killed her, he says conversationally. When you gave the order, did you know you were killing a pregnant woman? One less welfare leech to... Rio's knife opens him from sternum to navel. Not deep enough to kill, just enough to hurt. Names, Rio says calmly. Give us names, or I start pulling things out. Maybe it's Rio's dead voice. Maybe it's the realization that grief makes men capable of anything. But the Patriot starts talking. Names pour out between gasps of pain, all for the hope that he'll somehow be able to survive this. Suppliers in Mexico, distribution hubs across 3 states, corrupt cops, judges, politicians. A network that goes deeper than we imagined. Tor records everything on his phone, typing notes as fast as the Patriot speaks. Judge Morrison in family court. Senator Peterson on the Appropriations Committee. Chief Daniels in Fairfield PD. Each name is another thread in a web of corruption. Dylan Mitchell, I prompt when he pauses. What's his real role? Smart boy, that one. Came to me over a year ago. Said he was dating some biker's daughter. Could get inside information for the right price. My blood freezes. He targeted Everly specifically? Of course. Kraken's daughter, the EMT who'd have access to all kinds of useful intel. He coughs, blood bubbling on his lips. Though I think he liked toying with her more than anything. She was fun to him. A game. What else? Runes demands. Shipping routes. Safe houses. The whole network's in the computers upstairs. He's fading now, blood loss making him gray. Passwords, America First, 1488. Of course it is. Nazi piece of shit to the end. Tor, go get everything. Rune's orders. Download it all. As Tor heads upstairs, the Patriot looks at Rio. Do it then. Finish your revenge. This isn't revenge, Rio says quietly. This is justice. Revenge would be finding your family, your grandchildren, showing them what real loss feels like. For the first time, fear flickers in the Patriot's eyes. You wouldn't? No, Rio agrees, because I'm better than you. But you'll die knowing I could have. That your hatred created men capable of being worse than you ever were. He slides the knife between ribs. Precise, final. The Patriot gasps, shudders. For Flora, Rio whispers. For Bjorn. For all of them. The light fades from those fanatic eyes. The boogeyman who's haunted us for years dies with a whimper, not a bang. Burn it all, Rune's orders. Every brick, every board, nothing left but ash. We work quickly, dousing everything in gasoline. The drugs, the building, the bodies. All of it has to go. Brothers haul out gas cans, find kerosene, some even find lighter fluid, soaking every surface. The chemical smell burns my nose, mixing with blood. 5 minutes, Fenrir calls out. Everybody out in 5. As we're setting the final charges, my phone vibrates. I almost ignore it. We're on a run, no distractions. But something makes me check. Vale's name on the screen. My blood goes cold before I even answer, and something tells me this isn't a good call. What's wrong? Regner. Her voice is carefully controlled, professional EMT mode. You need to come to the hospital. What happened? But I already know. Can feel it in my bones. It's Everly. She's bleeding. A lot. We're at County General. The phone slips in my suddenly numb fingers. The baby? Still there for now. But Regner, it's serious. She needs you. She didn't want me to call since you guys are out on a run, but I know Veneer would want to know if it was me. On my way. I'm moving before I disconnect, everything else forgotten. The Patriot's dead. The warehouse is rigged. Mission fucking accomplished, for now. None of it matters. What's wrong? Fenrir asks, noting my face. Everly's in the hospital, bleeding. The baby... I can't finish. Go, Rune says immediately. We've got this. But Kraken's already beside me, face white. What about my daughter? Bleeding, I repeat. Vale said, Fuck, I don't know. We need to go. For a moment, we just stare at each other. All the anger, all the conflict, suddenly meaningless. His daughter, my woman, our fear. That's all that matters now. I'm coming with you, he says. I don't argue. We're on our bikes in seconds, racing through the night. The warehouse explodes into flames behind us, orange flames licking the sky, but I don't look back. Don't care. All I can think about is Everly in a hospital bed, bleeding. Maybe losing the baby she's protected so fiercely. The baby I claimed as mine. How bad? Crocken's voice through the helmet comm. Don't know. Vale just said it's serious. Fuck. A pause. She's strong, like her mother. It's the first non-hostile thing he's said to me since finding out about us. Yeah, I agree. She is. You love her, not a question. More than anything. Good. His bike edges ahead. Because if she loses this baby, she'll need that. Need you. We hit a red light. I blow through it without hesitation. Crocken right beside me. Let the cops try to stop us. I shouldn't have been such a dick, Crocken says suddenly. About you two. You were protecting her. No, I was being selfish. Wanted to keep her my little girl forever. He guns it around a slow-moving car. But she hasn't been little for a long time. She'll always be your daughter. Yeah, but now she's your woman, too. Mother of your kid. He's quiet for a moment. You're a better man than I gave you credit for. The hospital appears ahead, lit up like salvation. We park near the entrance to the ER, not giving a damn if we're supposed to be there or not. Security starts toward us. Two bikers covered in blood and smoke. But Crocken nudges him. My daughter's in there, he snarls. Move! We burst through the doors, probably looking like we're here to finish someone off rather than save them. I bark out her full name at the desk nurse. Where is she? The woman's eyes go wide, taking in our appearance. Are you family? I'm her father, Crocken says. This is her boyfriend. Boyfriend. First time he's acknowledged it without sneering. Third floor, the nurse says quickly. Room 312. We don't wait for the elevator, taking the stairs 3 at a time. My heart's pounding harder than during the firefight. This is a different kind of terror. The kind where violence won't help, where all my skills mean nothing, where I can't protect her from her own body. Room 312. I stop at the door, suddenly afraid to enter, afraid of what I'll find. But Crocken pushes past me, and I follow. She's so pale against the white sheets. IV in her arm, monitors beeping, and she looks small, fragile. Nothing like the woman who stood up to Dylan in a grocery store. I'm at her side instantly, taking her hands. Goldilocks. Her eyes flutter open, focusing slowly. Ragnar, you're here. Of course I'm here. I brush her hair from her face. How are you? The baby? Still there, she whispers. Still fighting. The relief nearly drops me to my knees. What happened? Subchorionic hemorrhage, Vale supplies from the corner. Bleeding between the placenta and the uterine wall. Scary as hell, but baby's okay for now. For now. The words hang heavy. Dad? Everly notices Crocken hovering by the door. You're here too? Where else would I be? He says gruffly. You're my little girl. Tears slide down her cheeks. I'm sorry. About everything. About lying, about... Shh. He moves closer, takes her other hand. None of that matters. You're what matters. And standing there, covered in blood from killing the man who terrorized our family, watching Crocken accept what I am to his daughter, holding the hand of the woman carrying a baby that's mine in every way that counts. I realize sometimes endings and beginnings happen at the same time. The Patriot's dead. The threat he posed for years is over. But this, Everly, the baby, the family we're building, this is just beginning. I love you, I tell her, not caring that her father's watching. Both of you. Love you too, she whispers. Did you? Is it done? I know she's asking about the Patriot, about the mission, about Dylan's world crumbling. Yeah, I say simply. It's done. She closes her eyes, tension leaving her body. Good. The warehouse he was at is gone, Kraken adds. Nothing'll be left but the foundation by the time the fire is done. And the Patriot. He glances at me. Rio got justice for Flora. Good, she repeats, stronger this time. A knock at the door interrupts us. Dr. Sims enters, chart in hand. How are we doing? She asks Everly. Better now that they're here, Everly admits. Good. Support is important. The doctor's eyes flick over Kraken and me, taking in our appearance. Rough night? You could say that, I mutter. Well, I have good news and cautious news, she continues. The good news is the bleeding has slowed significantly. Baby's heartbeat remains strong at 165 beats per minute, and there's no sign of placental abruption. And the cautious news? Everly asks. These hemorrhages can be unpredictable. Sometimes they resolve quickly, sometimes they linger. You'll need to be on modified bed rest. No lifting anything over 10 pounds, no stress, no strenuous activity of any kind. For how long? At least until your next ultrasound in 2 weeks. Possibly longer, depending on how things look. She makes notes on the chart. I am still going to keep you overnight for observation. Then you can go home tomorrow if the bleeding stays minimal. She'll follow every instruction, I promise, whatever she needs to do. I can see she's in good hands. Dr. Sims smiles. I'll check on you again in a few hours. Try to rest. After she leaves, we sit in silence for a moment. The adrenaline from the night is crashing, leaving exhaustion in its wake. You both look like hell, Everly says softly. Been a long night, I admit. Tell me, she says. I need to know it's really over. So I do. Tell her about the warehouse, the drugs, the distribution map targeting minorities, about the Patriot's confession, his complete lack of remorse, about what Rio did and the flames that consumed it all. Kraken adds in any details I missed, and together we paint the picture of the monster's end. Dylan's still out there, I finish, but his protection's gone, his network's exposed. It's just a matter of time. He'll run, she says. He's a coward at heart. Maybe, but we'll find him either way. Her hand tightens on mine. I brought him into our lives. All those people who died from his drugs. Stop, Kraken says firmly. You were targeted, used. None of this is on you. Your dad's right, I agree. Dylan's choices were his own. You were just another victim. Some victim, she says bitterly. Kraken speaks up. Stop, baby girl. You made it through this. She starts crying, really crying, all the stress and fear pouring out. I gather her carefully against me while Kraken rubs her back, both of us offering wordless comfort. I'm so scared, she admits between sobs. What if I lose the baby? What if Dylan finds us? What if... Shh, I murmur into her hair. One thing at a time. Baby's still fighting. Dylan's a dead man walking, and you've got us. You're not alone in this. We're family, Kraken adds, and you know the club will handle Dylan. Don't you worry about that for a second, sweetheart. Eventually, her tears slow, exhaustion taking over. Sleep, I tell her. I'll be right here. Promise? Always. She drifts off, still holding both our hands. Kraken and I sit in silence, watching her breathe, watching the monitors that track 2 heartbeats. Thank you, he says suddenly. For what? For being there when she needed someone. For loving her enough to do the right thing and stand by her. Wasn't a hard choice to make, I say. She's everything I never knew I wanted. Yeah, she has that effect. He's quiet for a moment, My brother was a good man, had his demons but was good. His wife was the same. I never thought I'd end up adopting my niece because of a murder-suicide, but that little curly-haired blonde girl saved my fucking life. You saved her. No, she saved us, he corrects, gave us purpose when we were drowning, and now, he gestures at her stomach. Next generation. Another chance to get it right. We'll keep them safe, I promise. Both of them. I know you will. He stands, stretching. I'm gonna call Magnolia. Let everyone know she's okay. He steps out, leaving me alone with Everly. I study her face, peaceful now in sleep. Hard to believe that hours ago I was killing men in a warehouse, and now I'm holding vigil over the woman and child I love. Life's funny that way. The Patriot's dead, but the war's not over. Dylan's still out there. The baby's still in danger. But sitting here in this sterile room, listening to the steady beep of monitors, feeling her pulse under my fingers, I've never been more sure of anything in my life. This is my family. This is what I'll kill to protect. This is what I'll die for to keep safe. The Patriot learned that tonight. Dylan will learn it soon. Anyone who threatens them will learn that Ragnar Walsh doesn't play when it comes to his own. My phone buzzes, text from Runes. All clear. Warehouse is ash. Tor's going through the intel. Rest of the brothers are heading home. I send back. Everly is stable. Baby's okay for now. Stay in the night. Rune's reply comes a few moments later. Good. Take care of your family, brother. Family. There's that word again. I settle back in the uncomfortable chair, hands still linked with Everly's. Outside, sirens wail in the distance. Could be heading to the warehouse. Could be normal city noise. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters but the 2 heartbeats on that monitor.
Chapter 9. Everly. Hospital beds are designed by someone who's never had to sleep in one. That's my first thought as I wake up. Back aching, neck stiff from the weird angle. My second thought is that Regnar's still here. He's slumped in the chair beside my bed, one hand still holding mine, the other resting on his thigh near his gun. Even exhausted, even sleeping, he's on guard protecting us. You're staring, he murmurs without opening his eyes. How did you... Your breathing changed. Now his eyes open, immediately alert, even if exhaustion is written in every line of his face. How are you feeling? Like I slept in a hospital bed, I admit. But okay, I think. Any pain? Cramping? No, just... I shift carefully, mindful of the IV. Sore. And I really need to pee. He's up immediately, helping me sit up slowly. Dizzy? A little. That's normal. Blood loss plus pregnancy equals low blood pressure. He steadies me as I swing my legs over the side. Take it slow. I make it to the bathroom with his help, grateful for the dignity of managing this myself. When I come out, he's stripping the sheets from the bed. What are you doing? You bled through a little in the night, he says matter-of-factly. Didn't want you to see it and panic. My throat tightens. You didn't have to. Yeah, I did. He's already remaking the bed with fresh sheets the nurse must have brought. This is what we do, Everly. We take care of each other. I ease back into the bed, watching him work. His movements are efficient but gentle.
this big, dangerous man performing such a domestic task. "We need to talk," I say quietly, "about what happens next." He finishes with the sheets, then sits on the bed beside me. "With the baby?"
"With Dylan."
His expression darkens. "What about him?" "He's not going to just disappear, Ragnar. He's lost his protection, his connection to the Patriot. That makes him desperate. Which is good. Desperate men make mistakes. They also do dangerous things." I pick at the blanket. "What if he goes after Bjorn, or shows up at the fire station again, or—" "Hey." He takes my hand, stilling my nervous movements. "Look at me." I do, finding his dark eyes intense but calm. He gets up, crosses to the door, and shuts it firmly. When he returns, his voice is low, certain. "The club will handle him," he says simply. "He'll never hurt you again, never touch you, never come near our baby." "You can't just—" The tears come without warning. "You're doing so much already, more than you need to. This isn't your mess to clean up." "The fuck it isn't." He grabs my hand, grip firm but gentle. "I'm doing as much as any old man would. You're mine, Everly. That baby's mine. Anyone who threatens you threatens me." "But—" "No buts." His thumb brushes over my knuckles. "Dylan made his choices. Now he deals with the consequences." "What kind of consequences?" "The permanent kind." The words should scare me, should make me protest, argue for mercy or justice or whatever. Instead, all I feel is relief. "When?" "Soon. When the moment's right, when he thinks he's safe." Ragnar's expression is carved from stone. Men like him always think they're smarter than everyone else. That arrogance will be his downfall. A knock interrupts us. "Come in," I call, and Dr. Sims enters with a smile.
"Good morning. How are we feeling today?"
"Better," I admit. "The bleeding seems to have stopped."
"Excellent. Let's take a look."
She checks my chart, reviews the overnight notes.
"Your numbers look good. Blood pressure's a bit low, but that's expected. Any cramping?"
"No."
"Good. I think we can get you home today, as long as you understand the bed rest requirements."
"I understand."
"I mean it," she emphasizes. "Modified bed rest means lying down most of the day. You can get up for bathroom breaks, brief showers, moving from bed to couch. That's it. No cooking, no cleaning, no lifting anything heavier than a cup of tea."
"For how long?"
"Minimum 2 weeks. Then we'll do another ultrasound, see how the hemorrhage looks."
She makes notes in my chart.
"Do you have someone who can help? This isn't something you can do alone."
"She's got me,"
Ragnar says immediately.
"and our entire family."
Dr. Sims nods approvingly.
"Good. Support makes all the difference. I'll get your discharge paperwork started. Should have you out of here by noon."
After she leaves, reality hits me. 2 weeks minimum of lying around, dependent on others for everything. For someone used to taking care of herself, saving others, being active, it feels like a prison sentence. "Where am I going to go?" I ask. "My apartment
"Is off limits,"
Ragnar finishes.
"Dylan knows where it is. You're coming back to the clubhouse."
Your room isn't exactly set up for someone on bed rest.
Then we'll set it up. Get a better bed, comfortable chair, whatever you need.
He cups my face.
This is not negotiable, Everly. You're staying where I can protect you.
Okay, I whisper.
Good girl.
The morning passes in a blur of discharge paperwork and instructions. A nurse removes my IV, checks my vitals one more time. Regner helps me change into the clothes Mom brought, soft leggings and one of his t-shirts that hangs loose over my slightly swollen belly.
Ready?
He asks as a nurse appears with a wheelchair.
I can walk.
Hospital policy, the nurse says cheerfully. All patients leave in a wheelchair. I submit to the indignity, letting them wheel me through the hospital. Regner stays close, one hand on my shoulder, protective and possessive. The ride to the clubhouse is careful, Regner driving one of the club trucks like he's transporting fine china. I'm not going to brake, I tell him as he takes a turn at approximately 2 miles per hour.
Humor me, he replies. I've got precious cargo.
The clubhouse is quiet when we arrive, most of the guys probably sleeping off last night's mission. But Mom's waiting, along with Astrid and several other women. Careful, Mom fusses as Regner helps me from the truck. Are you sure you should be walking? It's 10 feet to the door, I say, but I'm leaning heavily on Regner by the time we make it inside. Turns out even minimal blood loss makes you weaker than expected. We've spruced up Regner's room a bit, Charm announces. Got a pregnancy pillow, extra blankets, books, tablet for movies. Anything else you need? This is too much. This is what we do. Mom cuts me off. Now, come on, let's get you settled. Regner's room has been transformed. The basic bed has been supplemented with multiple pillows, soft blankets, a small fridge stocked with ginger ale and crackers. There's even a comfortable chair beside the bed for visitors. Wow, I breathe.
The ladies worked on it all morning,
Regner says, helping me to the bed.
Wanted you to be comfortable.
I ease onto the bed, surprised by how exhausted the simple trip has made me. This is going to be harder than I thought, I admit. What is? Astrid asks, fluffing pillows behind me. Being helpless, letting people take care of me. You're not helpless, Mom says firmly. You're growing a human. That's literally the opposite of helpless. Doesn't feel that way when I can't even make my own tea. That's what we're for, Astrid says. Speaking of which, tea? Crackers? Soup? Just water for now, I say, still fighting slight nausea. As Mom and Charm fuss with the room setup, Astrid perches on the bed beside me. How are you really? She asks quietly. This has to be scary. Terrifying, I admit. Not just the bleeding, everything. Dylan, the pregnancy. Hey. She glances around, trying to make sure our conversation is private. Everything is going to work out. I promise. Is it, though? Or is he just stuck because he made a promise? You didn't see him last night, she says. Geralf told me. When he got the call about you being in the hospital, he went white. Literally white. That's not purely obligation, Everly. That's love. You might be right, I murmur. Definitely. Trust me, I know what a man in love looks like. She squeezes my hand. The rest is just details. Somehow, the morning drifts into the afternoon before my eyes. I doze off between visitors, submitting myself to regular check-ins from the women. Mom brings soup I can barely eat. Charm updates me on club gossip. Even Ingrid stops by, awkward, but trying to make me feel at home. She's just a teenager, though. She doesn't understand the complexities of all this. Bjorn sends his love, she says. He wanted to come, but the wheelchair doesn't do great with the stairs here. Tell him I love him too, I say, and that I'm sorry I haven't visited more. He understands. We all do. She fidgets with her phone. Is it true? About Dylan working with the Patriot? Yeah, I admit. It's true. That fucker, she breathes. After everything he put you through, he was also... Language, Mom warns from the doorway. Mom might not be her mother, but Ingrid respects her just the same. Sorry, but seriously, what a piece of shit. I can't help but laugh. Yeah, that about covers it. The afternoon sun is slanting through the window when commotion erupts outside. All I hear are raised voices and motorcycle engines getting louder and louder. I try to sit up, but Regner appears in the doorway. What's happening? Stay put, he orders. Club business. What kind of... Dylan's here. My blood freezes. What? Showed up at the gate. Says he wants to make a deal. Regner's expression is murderous. Has information he'll trade for safe passage. You can't... I'm not doing anything yet. Runes and Fenrir are handling it. He crosses to me, sits on the bed. But I need you to stay here. Stay calm. He doesn't know you're back from the hospital. What if he won't get past the gate? His hand finds mine. Trust me. I want to argue, to demand to know what's happening, but another voice cuts through. I'll stay with her, Mom says from the doorway. Go handle what needs handling. Regner kisses my forehead, then stands. I'll be back. Be careful, I call after him. He's dangerous. He pauses at the door, looks back with a smile that's all predator. He's not nearly as dangerous as I am. Then he's gone, leaving Mom and me in tense silence. He'll be fine, she says, settling into the chair beside my bed. They all will. Dylan's desperate, I say. Desperate people do stupid things. Good thing our boys specialize in handling stupid. I know I shouldn't smile at that, but I am. We wait in silence, straining to hear what's happening outside. Occasional shouts, engines revving, but nothing clear. This is killing me, I admit after 20 minutes. Not knowing? Welcome to being an old lady, Mom says. Half our lives are spent waiting while they handle the dangerous stuff. How do you stand it? By remembering that they're very good at what they do. She takes my hand. And by keeping each other company while we wait. What do you think Dylan wants? Probably trying to save his hide, offer information in exchange for protection. She shrugs. Won't work, not after everything he's done. He knows things, I say quietly. About the club, about operations. He could cause real damage if he goes to the cops. You think Runes hasn't thought of that? Mom's smile is sharp. Your father and the others aren't amateurs, honey. They've been doing this longer than you've been alive.
Chapter 10. Regner. Dylan Mitchell looks like shit. That's my first thought as I approach the gate where he's standing, hands visible but twitchy, like a junkie needing a fix. His usual pretty boy appearance is gone. Hair greasy, clothes wrinkled, 3 days of stubble making him look homeless rather than rugged. Dark circles under his eyes tell me he hasn't been sleeping. Good. Fear should make a man ugly. Regner, he says when he spots me, trying for confidence, but landing on desperation. Figured you'd show up? The fuck you want, Mitchell. Runes and Fenrir walk beside me, with Kraken, Emil, and Dag spreading out in a loose semicircle. More brothers hang back. Rio leaning against the fence, Oscar perched on his bike, Magnus and Tor standing ready. No one's armed, visibly, but the threat radiates from every brother present. To talk, Dylan says, eyes darting between us like a cornered animal. To make a deal. We don't make deals with rats, Kraken spits. You will when you hear what I have. Dylan reaches slowly into his jacket, freezes when several hands move to weapons. Just papers. Proof of what I know. Careful, Fenrir warns. Twitchy movements make my brothers nervous. He pulls out a manila folder, holds it up like a shield. Go ahead, Rune says, voice deceptively calm. Show us what you think you've got. Dylan opens the folder with shaking hands, revealing photographs. The compound raid from last month. Clear shots of faces, bikes, license plates. Even some of the weapons we were carrying, serial numbers potentially visible. My blood runs cold, but I keep my expression neutral. I've got hundreds more, he says, gaining confidence from our silence. Digital copies stored in multiple locations. Cloud servers you'll never find. Enough evidence to bury your whole club. Evidence of what? Fenrir asks. Some bikes at a warehouse? Could be anywhere. Don't play stupid. Dylan flips to another photo, this one showing Tor carrying computer equipment out of the burning building. I know what you did, who you killed. I've got recordings too, conversations, plans. In my mind, I'm already dismissing everything he's saying. He's a rat, a liar, an abuser. No one with half a brain would trust a word from his mouth. But I let him talk, let him dig his own grave deeper with every word. Recordings? Tor steps forward, genuinely interested. What kind of recordings? Dylan's chest puffs out a little. Phone conversations. Some of your boys aren't as careful as they think, especially after a few beers at Bubba's. Bullshit, Oscar calls out. We don't talk business at Bubba's. No? Dylan pulls out his phone, scrolls through it. How about November 3rd? Magnus and Emil discussing a shipment that needed to be moved before the cops got wind? Magnus goes still. I remember that night. The Patriot had compromised one of our routes. We had to scramble. Or October 21st, Dylan continues. Dag talking about needing more supplies for pest control? You've been recording us for months, Rune says, no longer sounding calm. Over a year, actually. Dylan's gaining confidence, mistaking their attention for fear. Ever since I started dating Everly. I bugged your club and your fucking bar. Also, it didn't hurt that Everly got chatty after sex. Red floods my vision. My fists clench so tight my knuckles crack. Careful. Dylan notices my reaction, takes a step back. I'm not done yet. Here's the deal, he continues, trying to regain any sense of control. I want safe passage out of state, 50 grand to start over, and to guarantee that none of you come after me. 50 grand? Dag laughs. That's it? That's your price. It's fair. You gotta keep operating. I disappear. Everyone wins. Except for all the people you killed with your fentanyl, Rio says quietly from behind me. I hadn't heard him get closer, but his presence makes Dylan step back further. That wasn't... I was just following orders. The Patriot... is dead, Rio finishes, which makes you the last loose end. Dylan's Adam's apple bobs as he swallows hard. If anything happens to me, everything gets released. I've got it set up, automated, dead man switch. Bullshit, Tor says, studying him. You don't have the technical knowledge for that kind of setup. I paid someone who does. But the uncertainty in his voice gives him away. Some kid from the college, computer science major, set the whole thing up. What's his name? Tor presses. Like I'd tell you that. Because he doesn't exist, Tor concludes. You're lying. Look, I'm trying to be reasonable here. I could have gone straight to the feds. But you didn't, Runes observes. Because you know they'd arrest you too. Distribution, conspiracy, murder. You're looking at life, Mitchell. Only if they catch me. Some of his cockiness returns, which is why I need that money, that guarantee. You know what your problem is? I finally speak, unable to stay quiet any longer. You're negotiating like you have leverage. I do have... You have shit. I cut him off. You have some photos that prove nothing, some recordings that implicate you as much as us, and a half-assed threat about a dead man switch you probably set up on fucking Google Drive. His face flushes. You don't know... I know you're desperate. I know the Patriot's death cut off your protection and your income. I know you're standing here begging for your life from the people whose families you helped destroy. I never meant... You targeted Everly specifically. My voice drops, dangerous. Spent over a year gathering intel through her. Used her. Hurt her. That's not... She came on to me. The lie is so blatant, so pathetic, that several brothers actually laugh. Right, Emil says. Kraken's daughter just threw herself at a piece of shit drug dealer. That's believable. It's true. She was all over me at that party, practically begged. I'm moving before I realize it, but Fenrir's hand on my chest stops me. He's trying to provoke you, he murmurs. Don't give him what he wants. Dylan mistakes the intervention for weakness. See? Even your boys know I'm telling the truth. Everly's nothing but a... Choose your next words very carefully, Kraken warns. And there's death in his voice. Dylan's mouth snaps shut, but the damage is done. Any chance he had, not that there was much, just evaporated. You want to know what I think? Magnus steps forward. I think you're a pathetic little man who got in over his head. Thought you were smart playing all sides, but you're just another rat who got fat off other people's misery. I did what I had to do to survive, Dylan protests. No, Runes says calmly. You did what was easy, what was profitable. And now you're here trying to profit again off the pain you caused. Here's what's going to happen, Fenrir announces. You're going to turn around, you're going to run, and you're going to pray we don't catch you. But my deal! There is no deal. There was never going to be a deal. Runes steps closer. You think we'd trust the word of a rat? A man who betrayed his own woman, who sold poison to kids. I had no choice. The Patriot... Always a choice, Rio says. You chose wrong. Dylan's eyes dart between us, finally understanding. He came here thinking he held cards, but the game was over before he showed up. This is a mistake, Dylan says, backing toward his car. You're making a huge mistake. When those photos hit the news... 24 hours, Fenrir interrupts. That's what you've got. Use them wisely. 24 hours for what? To disappear, to run, to find a hole so deep we might not bother digging you out of it. And if I don't? Silence answers him. Heavy, promising silence that says everything. You're bluffing. Dylan tries one more time. You wouldn't risk the exposure. Your families, your business. Our families are exactly why we would, Kraken says. You threatened my son, terrorized my daughter. You think some photos mean shit compared to that? I wasn't going to actually hurt the kid, Dylan backpedals. It was just talk, trying to keep Everly in line. Keep talking, Emil suggests. Keep admitting to threatening children. See how that works out for you. Dylan's face goes through several expressions. Fear, anger, desperation, before settling on ugly defiance. You're all going to regret this, he spits. When the cops come knocking, when your businesses get shut down, when your kids... Our kids what? Oscar asks, voice deadly quiet. Nothing. I just meant... You just meant to threaten children again, Magnus observes. Real smart, Mitchell. Real fucking smart. Fuck all of you! Dylan explodes, the mask finally dropping completely. Especially that whore Everly. I should have... The tranquilizer dart catches him mid-sentence. 1 second he's ranting, the next he's looking down at his chest in confusion. What? His knees buckle. He hits the ground hard, eyes rolling back, folder spilling photos across the pavement. Jesus, Emil says, staring at the collapsed form. Did he just have a fucking heart attack? Look at his ass, dumbass, Ivar points out. Sure enough, a bright orange dart sticks out of Dylan's right cheek. We all turn to look at Dag, who's casually holstering a tranq gun. What? He says. Seemed like he was done talking. Could have warned us, Oscar mutters, but he's grinning. Where's the fun in that? Dag prods Dylan with his boot. Out cold. How long's he out? Runes asks. 4 hours, maybe 5. Depends on his tolerance. Gave him enough to drop a bear. Perfect. Fenrir's already moving. Ivar, bring the van around. We need to move him before someone sees. On it. Ivar jogs toward the garage. Tor, gather up those photos and documents. Runes orders. Every last one. Where are we taking him? Emil asks, helping Dag lift Dylan's dead weight. The cabin, Runes decides. The one up north. Nice and isolated. I know the place. 40 miles into the woods. No neighbors for miles. Perfect for handling a situation just like this. I'll drive, I volunteer. No, Runes says firmly. You stay here. Keep up appearances for a little while. Last thing we need is Everly worrying about where you've gone. He's right, but it chafes. I want to be there for whatever comes next. Want to look Dylan in the eyes when he realizes exactly how badly he fucked up. I've got this, Dag assures me. Been waiting to have a conversation with this piece of shit. Take Emil and Magnus, Runes adds. Oscar, you follow in another vehicle in case there's trouble. Actually, Regner, come over in about 2 hours. Spend some time with your girl first. Calm her down. The van appears, and we load Dylan's unconscious form into the back like luggage. No ceremony, no care. Just dead weight heading for judgment. "What about his car?" someone asks. "Tor, can you handle it?" Runes asks. "Already on it. I'll dump it at the bus station. Make it look like he rabbited." "His phone?" "Got it," Emil says, holding up the device. "Turned off, battery out." "Check it for tracking apps first," Tor suggests. "This asshole might actually have been smart about something." They're efficient, practiced. This isn't their first rodeo, won't be their last. In 10 minutes, all evidence of Dylan's visit has vanished. Photos collected, car being moved, body on its way to the woods. Like he was never here at all.
Chapter 11. Everly. The door opens and Regner steps in, closing it firmly behind him. Mom gets up and looks between the two of us, immediately understanding it's her time to leave. There's something different about him, a finality in his movements, a darkness in his eyes that makes my stomach clench. He's made a decision. Or maybe the club has made it for him. "What happened?" I ask, even though part of me already knows. He crosses to the bed, sits beside me, and takes both my hands in his. His thumbs brush over my knuckles, gentle, despite the violence I can feel humming under his skin. "I need to tell you what's happening," he says quietly. "No secrets between us." "Okay." Dylan's being taken to a cabin up north, about 40 miles into the woods. His eyes stay locked on mine, watching for my reaction. Dag and some of the others are handling transport. My throat tightens. Handling transport. Yeah. We sit in silence for a moment, the weight of what he's not saying filling the room. "I know he'll be dead by the end of the day." The words come out steadier than I expected. No questioning, no pleading. Just acknowledgement of what has to happen. Regner's eyes widen slightly. "Everly, I'm not asking you to spare him." I squeeze his hands. "I'm not even asking you to feel guilty about it. I'm just asking you to come back to me. Always." He says immediately, "Nothing could keep me from coming back to you." He would have killed me eventually. The truth tastes bitter, but what I'm saying is true. If not directly, then through stress, through fear, through whatever it took to maintain control. I know, baby. That's why this has to happen. I know. And I do. Deep in my bones, I understand this is the only way we'll ever be free. Just be careful. He's desperate, and desperate people... He's unconscious. Regner reminds me. Dag hit him with enough tranquilizer to drop a bear. He won't even know what's happening until it's too late to matter. Part of me wants to feel sympathy for Dylan, for the man who's about to die in the woods, alone and afraid. But all I can remember is his hands around my throat, his voice telling me I'm worthless, the calculated cruelty of switching my birth control. The threats against Bjorn, against children who did nothing but exist in my orbit. Good, I whisper, and I mean it. Regner studies my face. You sure you're okay with this? I'm okay with being free, with our baby being safe, with never having to look over my shoulder again. I place his hand on my belly. This little one deserves a life without his shadow hanging over it. They'll have it. He promises. After today, Dylan Mitchell ceases to exist. No more threats, no more fear. Just us and our future. Our future, I repeat, liking the sound of it. He leans down, kisses me gently. I need to get ready. Will you be okay? Magnolia's right outside? Like a guard dog. No one gets past her without permission. Then I'll be fine. Just hurry back. He stands, moves to his dresser. I watch him gather what he needs. Nothing obvious, nothing that screams violence. Just a fresh shirt and his gun. But I know there are other preparations happening elsewhere. Tools being loaded, alibis being established, a grave being dug in ground that will never tell its secrets. If anything feels wrong, he says, turning back to me, anything at all, cramping, bleeding, even just a bad feeling, you call me immediately. I will. Promise me, Everly. I don't care what's happening, where I am, what I'm doing. You need me? I'm there. I promise. He comes back to the bed, cups my face in his hands. Take care of our little one while I'm gone. Of course. I cover his hands with mine. That's my job, keeping them safe while you keep us safe. Something flashes in his eyes. Love, possession, a fierce protectiveness. I love you, he says. Both of you. I love you too. And I do. Somewhere between the fake relationship and the real danger, between the lies we tell others and the truths we share in the darkness, I've fallen completely in love with this man. This protector who claims babies that aren't his and fights battles that aren't his to fight. He kisses me once more, deeper this time, like he's trying to memorize the taste. Then he's moving toward the door. Regner? He pauses, hand on the doorknob. He would have killed me eventually, I repeat. What you're doing? It's not murder. It's prevention. It's protection. It's love. His shoulders relax slightly. Thank you. Don't thank me, just come home. Always will come back to you, Goldilocks, he says, and then he's gone. I sink back against the pillows, hand automatically finding my belly. Well, little one, I whisper. By tonight, we'll be free. Really, truly free. The baby doesn't respond, too early for real movement. But I imagine I feel something, a flutter of acknowledgement, of understanding, of hope. The minutes drag by like hours. I try to rest, but my mind won't stop spinning. Is Regner there yet? Has Dylan woken up? Does he know what's coming? I shake my head, trying to dislodge the thoughts. It doesn't matter. What matters is that after today, I'll never have to fear him again. Never have to check over my shoulder in parking lots. Never have to analyze his tone for signs of impending violence. Never have to make myself smaller to avoid his rage. We're going to be okay, I tell my belly. Your daddy's making sure of it. About 30 minutes later, there's a knock at the door. Come in, I call, expecting Mom or one of the other women. Instead, Chief Martinez steps in, looking official in her dress uniform, which is odd. She could have just come to see me in regular clothes. Chief? I struggled to sit up straighter. What are you doing here? Easy, easy. She holds up a hand. No need for formality. I'm just checking on one of my people. Mom appears behind her. She insisted on seeing you. I figured you wouldn't mind. Chief Martinez's lips twitch. I figured you could use some company, and to know the station is fully behind you. Mom steps aside to let the chief fully enter. I'll give you some privacy, she adds, though she only moves to just outside the door, still within earshot if needed. Chief Martinez pulls up the visitor's chair and takes a seat beside my bed. She's in her 50s, silver threading through her dark hair, laugh lines and stress lines competing for space on her brown face. How are you feeling? She asks, genuine concern in her voice.
Take a slow breath and allow this gentle interlude to steady your heart before the story continues.
Been better, I admit, but I'm managing. Vale filled me in on the basics. Subchorionic hemorrhage. At my nod, she continues. My sister had one with her second. Scary as hell. But the baby turned out perfect. He's 15 now, starting quarterback.
That's reassuring.
Meant to be.
She leans back, studying me.
Vale and Gwen have handled everything at the station. Shift coverage, paperwork, all of it. Your job will be waiting whenever you're ready. No rush.
I appreciate that. I hate leaving them short-handed.
Stop.
Her voice carries the authority of years of leadership.
You're not leaving anyone anywhere. You're taking necessary medical leave to protect yourself and your baby. End of story.
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
Her expression softens.
Now, the real reason I'm here. Are you safe, Everly?
The question hangs between us, loaded with meaning.
I am now,
I answer carefully. She nods slowly.
After Mr. Mitchell's visit to the station, I did some digging. Interesting fellow. Several complaints from ex-girlfriends that were mysteriously dropped. Connections to some unsavory people. The kind of man who leaves bruises where they won't show.
I don't respond, but she reads the truth in my face.
I've increased security at the station, she continues, and I've made it clear to all staff that he's not welcome on the premises, should he attempt to return.
I don't think that will be a problem. Something in my tone makes her eyes sharpen.
No?
He's decided to leave town, rather suddenly.
I see.
She doesn't push, doesn't pry, just nods.
Well, that's probably for the best. Fresh starts all around.
Yes, ma'am.
I've also spoken to our counseling services. If you need someone to talk to about the pregnancy, the stress, anything, it's available. Confidentially.
Thank you. She leans forward slightly.
I mean it, Everly. What you've been through, it leaves marks. Sometimes talking helps.
I'll think about it, I promise. And surprisingly, I mean it. Maybe when this is all over, when I can breathe again, talking to someone might help process everything. She stands, smooths her uniform.
Take all the time you need, Everly. Weeks, months, whatever. Your health and your baby's health come first. The job will wait.
Chief Martinez? I call as she heads for the door. Thank you for checking on me, for understanding without making me explain.
Take care of yourself,
she says simply.
And that little one. The world needs more fighters, and something tells me that baby's going to be a warrior.
After she leaves, Mom returns, settling into the vacated chair. That was nice of her, I say. She's a good woman, knows how to read between the lines without making things complicated. Mom picks up the tea from my nightstand, frowns at its coldness. Let me get you fresh. You don't have to. Hush! This is what we do. When she returns with steaming tea, she settles back in the chair with her own cup. First time is the hardest, she says without missing a beat. First time? Waiting while they handle things, knowing what they're doing but not knowing the details, wondering if they'll come back whole, come back safe, come back at all. How do you stand it? By remembering why they do it. She blows on her tea. They're not violent men by nature, most of them. They're protectors. There's a difference. Is there? Your father, your old man,
All of the men in the club are fearless protectors. Would you rather Dylan be free? Out there, planning his next move? Maybe catching you alone someday when Ragnar's not around? No, I admit immediately. Then you understand the difference. She takes a sip. Violence for violence's sake is evil. Violence to protect what you love? That's something else entirely. It still feels heavy. Knowing what's happening, being okay with it. It should feel heavy. Taking a life, even a life that threatens yours, should never be easy. She meets my eyes. But sometimes it's necessary, and we're lucky to have men willing to carry that weight so we don't have to. Did Dad ever... I stop, not sure I should ask. Many times, she answers anyway. More since you kids came along. Children change a man's perspective on what's worth killing for. We sit in silence for a while, sipping our tea. The babies made Ragnar different, I observe. More focused. Babies do that. Give a man something to build for instead of just survive for. She smiles. Kraken nearly went feral when I was pregnant with the twins. Wouldn't let me out of his sight. Ragnar's heading that direction. Good. You need that right now. That fierceness only his protection can provide. Her expression grows serious. What you went through with Dylan, that leaves marks that don't show. Having someone stand guard while you heal is no bad thing. I feel guilty sometimes, I admit. Letting him take on so much. The baby, Dylan, all of it. That's not guilt, honey. That's love. You feel bad because you care about him, don't want him hurt or burdened. But here's the thing. He's choosing this, every bit of it. Smart man. She sets down her tea. Can I tell you something, mother to mother? I nod. That baby is lucky. You and Ragnar, that's real parenting. That's real love. Tears prick my eyes. Thank you. None of that now, you'll get me going too. But she's smiling. Now let's talk about something lighter. Have you thought about names? Not really. Been too focused on keeping them in there. Honestly, I've thought about Ira for a girl, because it gives an ode to the Nordic-inspired names from my family. I don't have any idea for a boy name, though. That's something Ragnar and I will have to talk about. Well, when you're ready, I have opinions. Her grin is mischievous. Kraken wants a grandson named after him, but I'm voting for something less oceanic. That surprises a laugh out of me. Noted. A knock interrupts us. Astrid peeks in. Sorry, just checking if you need anything. Food, company, distraction? I'm okay, I say, though my stomach rebels at the thought of food. You need to eat, Mom says firmly. I'll make you some toast. Light, nothing fancy. She bustles out before I can protest, leaving Astrid and me alone. How are you really? Astrid asks, taking Mom's seat. Scared, relieved, guilty about feeling relieved? I pick at the blanket. It's a lot. I bet. She's quiet for a moment. For what it's worth, I think you're brave as hell. brave. I'm hiding in bed while other people solve my problems. You're growing a human while recovering from a medical emergency while processing trauma while you're... She pauses. While your old man handles necessary business. That's not hiding. That surprises a laugh out of me. It seems like it is to me. What? I've been paying attention at the business meetings. She grins. Point is, you're doing what needs doing. Let everyone else do their parts. It's just hard. Being helpless, I'm used to being the one helping, not the one needing help. I get that. She adjusts her position, getting comfortable. When Geralf and I first got together, I had the hardest time letting him protect me. Felt like I was being weak. What changed? I realized that letting someone care for you takes its own kind of strength. It's vulnerable, scary, but also kind of beautiful. Dylan used to say needing help made me pathetic. Dylan was a manipulative asshole who wanted you weak so he could control you. Her voice is fierce. Ragnar wants you strong. There's a difference. Mom brings toast a little while later, and somehow I manage to keep that down. Other women drift in and out, Charm with magazines, Fern with some spa gossip, and Megan is the most quiet, but it's understandable. They're creating a buffer, I realize, a protective circle of feminine energy while the men do what men do. This is what we do, Fern explains when I comment on it. We hold each other up, keep each other strong. The men might be the muscle, but we're the heart. And the brains, Charm adds with a wink. Definitely the brains, Megan agrees. I doze off every now and again, my hand never leaving my belly. Each time I wake, I check my phone, hoping for some word from Ragnar. Nothing. Radio silence. Which means things are proceeding as planned, or... No, I won't think about or. Around 4 o'clock, Ingrid stops by. Brought you these, she says shyly, holding out a small gift bag. Inside are tiny yellow socks, impossibly small. Oh, I breathe, tears threatening. Ingrid, these are perfect. I know you haven't announced it officially yet, but... She shrugs. Babies need socks. Yes, they do. I hold the tiny things, marveling at how something so small can make it feel so real. Thank you. Bjorn says when you're feeling better, he wants to teach the baby poker. The baby won't even be able to hold cards for years. He says it's never too early to learn how to be strategic. She grins. I think he's just excited to be an uncle. How is he, really? Better. The new prosthetic is working well. Physical therapy sucks, but he's determined to push through. Her expression sobers. He asks about you. Wants to visit, but doesn't want to intrude. He's never an intrusion. When I'm off bed rest, I'll come see him. He'd like that. After she leaves, I'm alone again with my thoughts. The socks are still in my hands, soft and real, and a reminder of my future. Your Uncle Bjorn wants to teach you poker, I tell my belly. Your grandfather wants to name you after sea creatures. Your grandmother is already planning to spoil you. And your daddy... I trail off, not sure how to finish. Your daddy is out killing your biological father to keep us safe? Your daddy chose us even though you're not his blood? Your daddy is the best man I've ever known? All true, but heavy truths for someone so small. Your daddy loves us, I settle on, more than anything. Your daddy's making us safe, I whisper to my belly for the 100th time. He'll be home soon. The sun starts to set, painting the room in shades of orange and red. Appropriate, I think. Blood colors for a bloody day. Finally, I hear the rumble of motorcycles, multiple bikes coming home. My heart pounds as I strain to distinguish individual engines. Is Regnar's among them? They're back, Magnolia announces from the doorway. All of them. The relief nearly drops me. All of them, safe, home. But I still can't relax until I see him. It takes another 30 minutes. Washing up, checking in, whatever else they have to do. Then footsteps in the hallway. The door opens and he's there, freshly showered, hair still damp, wearing clean clothes that smell like simple soap. No blood, no evidence. Just my man, home safe like he promised. Hi, I breathe. Hi yourself. He closes the door, crosses to me in 3 strides. Then I'm in his arms, him holding me tight. He smells like soap and leather and home. You okay? I ask into his chest. Yeah. You? Better now. We hold each other in silence, letting the moment settle. Finally, he pulls back enough to see my face. It's done, he says simply. 2 words that change everything. 2 words that mean freedom. I burst into tears. Not sad tears or angry tears or even happy tears. Just tears. All the emotion I've been holding back flooding out at once. Relief and guilt and joy and sorrow all mixed together. Hey. He gathers me closer. It's okay. You're okay. I know, I sob. I know, it's really over? It's really over. He can't hurt you anymore. Can't hurt our baby. Can't hurt anyone. God, I cling to him, letting it sink in. We're finally free. Free, he confirms, pressing kisses to my hair. Both of you. Forever. I cry until I'm empty, until all the poison Dylan put in me has leaked out through tears. Then I just rest against Regnar's chest, listening to his heartbeat, feeling safer than I felt in years. I love you, I whisper. Love you too. Both of you. His hand finds my belly, and I swear I feel a flutter. Too early to be a real movement, but I choose to believe it's our little one saying thank you. Saying they understand. Saying they're ready for the life we're building, free from shadows and threats. Rest now, Regnar murmurs. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Wait, I say, pulling back slightly. I need to know. Did he suffer? Regnar's quiet for a moment. Do you really want to know? Yes. No. Maybe? I take a shaky breath. I need to know it wasn't cruel. Even after everything, I don't want to be the kind of person who wishes suffering on anyone.
He didn't suffer, Regner says finally. It was quick, professional, more mercy than he ever showed you.
There's something in his eyes that makes me think he's lying, but I don't press him. Good. And I mean it. That's good.
You're a better person than most, he says softly. After everything he did, you still don't want him to have suffered.
I just want to be free of him, even in my thoughts, even in my capacity for hate. I touch my belly. I don't want this little one growing inside someone filled with darkness.
They won't be. They're growing inside someone brave and kind and stronger than she knows.
I don't feel strong.
You are, though. You survived him. You protected our baby even when you were terrified. You let me help when asking for help went against everything he taught you.
His hand covers mine on my belly.
That's strength.
When you put it like that,
only way to put it.
He kisses my forehead.
Now rest. Doctor's orders, remember?
He settles beside me on the bed, careful not to jostle me. I curl into his side, head on his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat. Tell me about the future, I whisper. Our future. Help me see past today.
Well,
he says, voice rumbling under my ear.
First, you're gonna heal, follow the doctor's orders to a T, let everyone fuss over you, and get strong again.
Okay.
Then we're gonna find a house. Nothing fancy, but ours. Yard for the little one to play in, maybe a backyard for a dog. Kitchen where you can teach them to cook.
You mean where you can teach them? I burn water.
We'll learn together, all three of us.
His hand rubs gentle circles on my back.
Nursery painted yellow, since we don't know if it's a boy or girl. Rocking chair by the window.
That sounds nice.
Then the baby comes, loud and perfect and probably looking nothing like me. But I won't care, because they'll be ours.
Regner,
shh. I'm painting a picture here.
I can hear the smile in his voice.
First words, first steps, first time they call me Daddy. All of it.
You really want this? I smirk. All of it, even though...
Especially, though,
he corrects.
This baby is mine, Everly, in every way that matters. And in a few years, when they're old enough to be a terror, maybe we'll give them a sibling. One that's ours from the start.
Already planning more babies?
Just thinking ahead.
He presses a kiss to my hair.
But first things first. You heal, baby arrives healthy. We build our life. The rest is stuff we can think about later.
I like your version of the future.
Our version.
He corrects.
Our future.
I drift off to sleep in his arms, finally believing it might be true. That we might actually get that house, that nursery, that life free from fear. That this baby might grow up with Regner as their father, never knowing the darkness they escaped. That love really can rewrite biology. That choice really does matter more than blood.
Chapter 12. Regner. 4 hours ago. The van's suspension groans as we navigate another pothole on the abandoned logging road. 40 miles from civilization, surrounded by nothing but pine trees and shadows, heading deeper into territory that Google Maps gave up on 20 minutes ago. Dylan's still out cold in the back, zip-tied and drooling on the floor like the pathetic waste of space he is. "How much further?" Magnus asks from the driver's seat. "Another 10 minutes, Dag replies, checking his phone's GPS. "Turn left at the fallen oak." I glance back at Dylan's unconscious form. Part of me wishes he was awake for this drive, could see how far from help he is, could feel the hope draining with every mile. But Dag's tranquilizer dose was precise. He'll wake up right when we want him to. "You good?" Emil asks from beside me. Perfect. And I am. No guilt, no second thoughts. Just ice running through my veins and the knowledge that Everly will sleep safe tonight. "There." Dag points to a barely visible track between the trees. Magnus turns, and the van lurches over roots and rocks. The headlights catch glimpses of the cabin ahead. More shack than cabin, really. Weathered wood and boarded windows. The kind of place hunters used decades ago, before better roads opened up better spots. Now it serves a different purpose. "Here we are, boys," Oscar mutters, pulling on gloves. We park behind the structure, out of sight from the main track. Not that anyone comes out here, but being careful never hurt anyone. "Get him inside," Dag orders. "I want everything set up before he wakes." Emil and I haul Dylan's dead weight from the van, not caring when his head bounces off the bumper. The cabin's interior matches the exterior. Bare bones, functional. A single room with a wood stove, rickety table, and a couple of chairs. And hooks in the ceiling beams that weren't originally for hunting game. "Chair," Dag says simply. We drop Dylan into it, and Magnus starts securing him. Rope around chest and arms, ankles to the chair legs. "How long until he wakes, you think?" I ask. Dag checks his watch. "At this point, I'd say 20 minutes, give or take. Metabolism varies on everyone." I use the time to build a fire in the stove. Not for warmth, for the tools heating in the flames. "Remember," Emil says, "we need his passwords, account locations, any backup plans." "We'll get them," Dag assures him, laying out his kit on the table. Knives, pliers, salt, alcohol. Simple things that become nightmares in the right hands. Dylan stirs 45 minutes later, a groan escaping his slack mouth. Oscar says, "Looks like it's showtime." We arrange ourselves, Dag in front, the rest of us visible but not crowding. Let him see how alone he is, how outnumbered. Dylan's eyes flutter open, unfocused at first. Then clarity hits like a sledgehammer. "What?" He tries to move, finds the restraints. No. "Morning, sunshine," Dag says pleasantly. "Sleep well?" "You can't do this!" Dylan's voice cracks, already panicking. "I told you, I have insurance. If I disappear—" "Your insurance is bullshit," I cut him off. "We know it, you know it. So let's skip that part." His eyes dart between us, calculating, desperate. "Look, we can make a deal. A real deal. I've got money saved." "From selling fentanyl to kids?" Emil asks coldly. "That money?" "I was just following orders. The Patriot—" "Is dead," Magnus finishes, "which makes you the last loose end." The reality of his situation finally hits. His face drains of color, and I can see his pulse hammering in his throat. "Please," he whispers. "Please, I'll leave. I'll disappear. You'll never hear from me again. Like Everly was supposed to never hear from you again? I stepped forward. After you switched her birth control? After you beat her? After you threatened her family? I never meant... Save it. Dag picks up a knife, tests the edge. Here's how this works. You answer our questions, completely and honestly, and this goes by quick. You lie. You stall. You piss me off? He smiles. Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. Dylan's trying to be cooperative now, his voice shaking. What do you want to know? Everything. Starting with your digital files. Where are they? Cloud storage. Google Drive and Dropbox. The words tumble out. Password for both is Patriots 2023. Emil makes notes while Dag continues. Copies? One USB drive. It's in my apartment, taped under the kitchen drawer. Anyone else have access? No, just me. You sure about that? Dag tests the knife against Dylan's cheek, not cutting, just letting him feel the edge of the blade. Because if we find out later you lied... I'm not lying. It's just me. I didn't trust anyone else with it. Smart. Too bad you weren't smart enough to stay away from Everly. Look, that was... The knife presses harder, drawing a thin line of blood. I didn't ask for excuses. Next question. Who else knew about your deal with the Patriot? No one, Dylan says quickly. He wanted it that way. Said inside information was only valuable if no one knew what I was doing. But other people in his organization knew? A few. Marcus knew. He's the one who suggested targeting Everly specifically. Marcus is being handled at this exact moment, Magnus informs him. I'll fill you in on a little secret. Marcus won't see the light of day tomorrow. Dylan's eyes widen further. Oh, God. Wrong person to pray to, Dag says. He's not listening to anyone who kills pregnant women or who tries to kill children. Now, tell me about the distribution network. I want everything. Names, locations, contacts, and they'd better match up. For the next hour, Dylan spills everything. Names of dealers, suppliers, contacts in law enforcement. Every question answered immediately, desperately. Like cooperation might save him. It won't. We all know it. He's starting to know it too. That's everyone, he finishes, voice hoarse. That's all of it. I've told you everything. Good boy, Dag says. Now for the fun part. What? No, you said if I answered... I said it would go quickly. Never said you'd walk away. Dag sets down the knife, picks up pliers. But first, we're going to discuss your other crimes. The ones against Everly. I don't know what you're talking about. The pliers close on his pinky finger, and Dylan screams. Let's try again, Dag says calmly. Tell us about switching her birth control. I wanted... He's gasping, crying. I wanted to trap her. Thought if she got pregnant, she couldn't leave. But she did leave. With him! Dylan's eyes find me, full of hate despite the pain. Fucking whore spread her legs for... The finger breaks with a wet snap. Dylan's scream echoes off the cabin walls. Wrong answer, Dag notes. Want to try again? You're protecting another man's baby, Dylan gasps out when he can speak. You know that, right? She's playing you, using you. I step forward, take the pliers from Dag. I lie, protecting the woman I love more than anything else. No, she isn't. We had a paternity test done, and that baby is mine. Dag, if you don't mind, I think it's my turn. Regner, Emil starts to object. My turn, I repeat. Dylan's eyes go wide as I approach. Wait! You threatened my woman, my baby. Did you really think there wouldn't be consequences? Your baby, he laughs, high and hysterical. It's mine! My blood! My... I grab his jaw, force his mouth open, pliers finding his tongue. I already fucking told you, but please, say that again, I suggest. Say my baby isn't mine. He makes desperate noises, trying to shake his head. That's what I thought. I release him, watch him gasp and sob. Let's talk about the beatings. How many times did you hit her? I don't remember. Wrong answer. The pliers find another finger. Okay. He's sobbing now, snot and tears mixing. Dozens of times. Whenever she's disappointed me or questioned me or just existed wrong. Where? What? Where did you hit her? Show me. Ribs mostly. Arms. Places that wouldn't show. Smart, I acknowledge. But you were stupid enough to come to the club, to the people who would do anything to protect her. She needed... Another finger breaks. She needed what? Nothing, he gasps. She didn't need anything. I just liked it. Liked making her small, weak, mine. There it is, the truth under all his excuses. Tell me about threatening Bjorn. I wasn't really going to... Yes, you were. I adjust my grip on the pliers. You had it all planned. Tuesday, 2 p.m. Physical therapy. Your friend on the inside. Tell me I'm wrong. He can't. A kid, Magnus says from behind me. You threatened a 16-year-old who already lost his leg. I needed leverage, Dylan whimpers. She was pulling away, getting stronger. I needed... He's more creative than me, more patient. Knows how to make every nerve sing, every moment stretch. Dag circles Dylan slowly, like a predator sizing up prey. You know what I find interesting? You were so careful with Everly, calculated where you hit her, made sure the bruises wouldn't show. That takes practice. I never... Shh. Dag presses a finger to his lips. I'm talking. See, that tells me you knew exactly what you were doing. Knew it was wrong. Did it anyway. He picks up a thin blade, holds it up to the light. So I'm going to be just as careful, just as calculated. The first cut is shallow, across Dylan's shoulder, just enough to part skin, let blood well up. Dylan hisses, tries to jerk away. That's nothing, Dag observes. Barely a scratch. But add salt. He pours coarse salt into the wound, and Dylan's scream bounces off the cabin walls. Burns, doesn't it? Now imagine how Everly felt every time you put hands on her. The fear, the pain, the humiliation. Another cut, this one along Dylan's forearm. More salt. Please, Dylan gasps. Please, I'll do anything. Anything? Dag pauses, interested. Would you go back and undo every time you hurt her? Yes, if I could. But you can't. Another cut. Would you take back the drugs that killed those kids? I didn't know they would... Lie. Salt again, generous amounts. You knew exactly what fentanyl does. You just didn't care. Dylan's sobbing now, body shaking against the restraints. Dag sets down the blade, picks up the pliers again. Let's talk about control. You liked controlling Everly, making her doubt herself, making her small. He grabs Dylan's hand, isolates the index finger. This finger sent how many threatening texts? How many times did it dial her number to check where she was? The finger dislocates with a wet pop. Dylan's screams are getting hoarse. Every bone I break, Dag continues conversationally, is for every time she flinched when you moved too fast, every time she had to calculate her words to avoid setting you off. Another finger, another scream. I particularly hate men who hurt pregnant women, Dag says. Takes a special kind of coward to threaten a baby. He moves to Dylan's other hand. Did you know stress can cause a miscarriage? Every threat you made, every time you scared her, you risked that baby's life. I didn't. I wasn't thinking. No, you were thinking, just not about them. Dag bends another finger back slowly, letting Dylan feel every tendon stretch before it snaps. You were thinking about yourself, your control, your power. By the time Dag moves to the knife again, Dylan's barely coherent. Begging turns to wordless pleading. Promises become sobs. Almost done, Dag says. But first, I want you to say their names. What? The kids who died. Say their names. I don't know. Dag makes another cut, deeper this time. Repeat after me. Maria Aguirre. Maria, Dylan gasps. Maria Aguirre. Good. Next. Each name comes harder, punctuated by fresh wounds. By the end, Dylan's voice is raw, broken. Now, Dag says, stepping back to survey his work. Tell me you deserve to live. Dylan can't. Just hangs his head, blood and tears dripping onto the floor. That's what I thought, Dag says simply. Dylan still continues to beg with his life. I'll leave. I'll never come back. Please, just let me be free. Let me get away from here and I'll leave you all alone. But you won't, Emil points out. Men like you don't forget, don't forgive. You'd wait 6 months, a year, then come back. Maybe catch her alone with the baby. No, I wouldn't. You would, I say with certainty. Because you're a coward who hurts women and threatens children. Because you think you own people. Because deep down you can't accept that she chose someone else. She didn't choose shit, Dylan spits, finding his last shred of defiance. You took her, manipulated her. She'll see through you eventually, and when she does... When she does what? I lean close. You'll be long dead. A memory she'll forget. A cautionary tale about trusting the wrong man. Fuck you, he manages. Fuck all of you. You're nothing but... Dag's knife ends his words, sliding between ribs. It's not fatal, not yet. Just enough to make breathing hard, talking harder. Almost done, Dag says conversationally. But first, I want you to understand something. This isn't just about Everly. It's about all of them. Every kid who overdosed on your poison drugs. Every family you destroyed. Every life you cut short because you wanted to make money. He pulls out a list, starts reading names. Maria was 17, did you know that? An honor student. Took what she thought was Adderall to study for SATs. Dead in her bedroom. Dylan gurgles something through the blood. Jamal Washington, 19, first year of college. Celebrated making the dean's list with what he thought was coke. Never woke up. Each name is another cut, another wound. Sarah Marshall, 15, thought she was taking Molly at a party. Parents found her in the bathroom. By the 10th name, Dylan's crying again. By the 20th, he's barely conscious. That's enough, Rune says quietly. Finish it. Dag nods, pulls his pistol. Wait, Dylan manages. Eyes focusing one last time. Tell Everly. Tell her what? I ask, genuinely curious what last message he thinks matters. Tell her, he coughs, blood speckling his lips. Tell her she was right. I would have killed her. The baby, too. Eventually. She knows, I say simply. That's why we're here. Dag raises the gun. Dylan closes his eyes. The shot echoes through the cabin, fading out into the empty forest. Then silence. "Get the tarp," Emil says. "All business now. Oscar, start the fire pit. We need to destroy any evidence." Dylan's body goes in the tarp, then into the truck. His blood gets scrubbed with bleach. The chair, ropes, everything he touched goes into the fire. 3 feet down, minimum, Magnus reminds Oscar as they head out with shovels. And lime, lots of lime. I help Dag clean his tools, each of us being thorough. "You good?" he asks. "Better than ever. You?" "Just another day at the office." But there's some satisfaction in his voice. One less predator in the world. It takes 2 hours to clean everything, bury the body, ensure nothing remains but ash and disturbed earth that'll look natural after the first rain. "Hold up," Rune says as we're loading back into the van. His phone buzzes with a text. He reads it, frowns. "Interesting." "What?" Fenrir asks. "Liam Mackenzie. Says they'll be here after Christmas." "The Irish?" Emil sounds surprised. "What do they want?" "Doesn't say. Just that they're coming and want to meet." Runes pockets his phone. "Something to deal with later. Right now, let's just get home." The drive back is quiet, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Mine are on Everly, probably losing her mind, wondering what's happening. On the baby growing inside her, safe now from their biological father's poison. On the future we can build without Dylan's shadow hanging over us. "Do you have regrets?" Emil asks as the city lights appear ahead. "None," I answer honestly. "You?" "Just wish we'd done it sooner. Might have saved some of those kids, and Bjorn a leg maybe. I know the Patriot orchestrated that with Marcus, but it could have made a difference, right?" "Maybe, but we can't change the past," Magnus says from the driver's seat. "But we prevented them from killing more people, and that counts." It does. We get back to the clubhouse, and all of us scatter to clean up, wash away the night's work. I decide to shower downstairs in one of the extra bathrooms, not wanting Everly to see me this way. I even asked Fern to bring me a fresh change of clothes, and she set it outside of the door. Everly might know what I will do for her, but it doesn't mean I want her to come face to face with the brutality of what I'll do for us. I stand under scalding water, watching pink swirl down the drain. Dylan's blood, Dylan's life, Dylan's threat to my family, all washing away, leaving nothing but relief. When I finally make it to our room, she's wide awake, worry etched on her face. "Hi," she breathes. "Hi yourself." Then she's in my arms, and I'm home. Really home. The monsters are dead, the threats have come to an end, and the future stretches ahead clean and bright. "It's done," I tell her. Just 2 words, but they carry the weight of freedom. She cries, and I hold her, and somewhere in the distance rain starts to fall, washing the forest floor clean, erasing the last traces of Dylan Mitchell from the world. By morning, it'll be like he never existed at all.
Chapter 13. Everly. Christmas morning arrives, and the flutter in my belly has nothing to do with morning sickness that has become my new normal. I whisper, pressing Regnar's hand against the spot where I swear the baby just moved. "Did you feel that?" His eyes snap open, instantly alert.
"Feel what?"
I think... Wait. I hold perfectly still, and there it is again. The tiniest butterfly sensation. "There. Did you feel it?" His palm spreads wider across my belly, warm and patient. The baby flutters once more, stronger this time.
"Holy shit."
He breathes.
Was that?
I think so. Merry Christmas, Daddy. The wonder on his face makes my throat tight. He leans down, lips barely brushing my skin as he whispers,
Merry Christmas, little one. That's a hell of a present. Merry Christmas, Goldilocks, he adds, kissing me deep. For the first time in years, I wake up on Christmas without calculating moods or managing someone else's expectations. Just love, just peace, just us. How's the stomach? He asks, studying my face. I do a mental inventory. Actually, okay. I can smell bacon from the kitchen, and I'm not running for the bathroom. Progress. He grins. Think you can handle breakfast? Let's not push it. But maybe some cinnamon toast. And I actually want coffee for the first time in weeks. That's my girl. He helps me sit up slowly. Doc did say the second trimester would be better. 14 weeks today, I confirm. Officially in the supposedly easier phase. Easy? He snorts. You're growing a human. Nothing easy about that. True, but I'll take easier over the first trimester any day. I stretch carefully. I actually feel human again, instead of a nausea machine. Sexiest nausea machine I ever saw. He teases, dodging my swat. Charmer, help me up? I need to pee, and then I want to see the Christmas chaos downstairs. The bathroom trip is quicker than it's been in weeks. No morning sprint to the toilet, no dry heaving over smells. I actually take time to brush my teeth and hair, studying my reflection. My face has color again, the hollow exhaustion finally fading. And there's a definite bump now, small but unmistakable. Looking good, Ira, I tell my belly. Let's go see what Santa brought everyone. We make our way to the main room, Regner hovering like I might shatter. The clubhouse has been transformed overnight. Twinkling lights everywhere, a massive tree in the corner, presents spilling out in every direction.
Auntie Everly!
Florencia crashes into my legs before Ragnar can intercept.
Santa came! Pink bike!
That's amazing, sweet girl, I tell her, running my hand through her dark curls. Did you leave him cookies?
Uh-huh, but I think Daddy ate them.
She lowers her voice conspiratorially. He had crumbs on his face. The scandal! I gasp, making her giggle. Flo, gentle with Auntie Everly, Rio calls out, looking better than he has in months. Remember, she's growing a baby.
I know.
Florencia pats my belly with sticky hands.
Hi, baby. It's Christmas.
The baby says thank you for telling her, I say solemnly. She's very excited.
She?
Florencia's eyes go wide.
It's a girl baby?
I think so. Runa, Magnus and Reina's little girl, comes running over.
Good. Boys are gross.
She shoots a look at Izir and Aziza's boys. Azamir put a frog in my bed yesterday. It was a toy frog, Azamir protests, walking over. Completely different.
Still gross.
Florencia giggles before spotting something shiny across the room.
Ooh, glitter.
And she's off like she wasn't just talking to us. Ragnar guides me to the couch, arranging pillows behind me like I'm made of glass. Comfortable? Perfect. Though I'm not actually broken, you know.
Humor me,
he says, pressing a kiss to my forehead.
It's Christmas. I get to fuss over you a little more today.
The main room is already chaotic as ever, but when isn't it? Kids are everywhere, tearing paper, squealing over toys, sugar high on Christmas cookies for breakfast. Callie's in a bouncer, gnawing on a teething toy and watching the mayhem with wide eyes. Tindra and Alpha are playing on their new phones, while Eric is helping Tova set up a dollhouse that's taller than she is.
That's quite the setup, I comment. Izir went overboard, according to Aziza,
Geralf says, appearing with Astrid.
As usual. Those girls have him wrapped around their fingers.
Says the man who bought Astrid diamond earrings for Christmas. I tease. Astrid holds up her ears, showing off the sparkling studs. He tried to claim they were practical.
Diamonds are always practical.
Geralf insists with a straight face.
Incoming!
Someone warns, and I look up to see Bjorn rolling toward us with Njal walking beside him.
Merry Christmas, Ev,
Bjorn says, maneuvering his wheelchair next to the couch.
How's the baby?
Active this morning. I think she knows it's Christmas.
She?
Njal perks up.
You found out what you're having?
No, just, I think it's a girl. I haven't even thought about boy names, you know. My mind just goes straight to girl stuff.
Mother's intuition.
Bjorn nods like he's an expert on such things.
What names are you thinking?
Well, I glance at Regner, who nods encouragingly. I really like Ira.
Ira.
Njal tests it out.
What's it mean?
Snow, or mercy, depending on the origin. I touch my belly. It feels right.
I like it,
Bjorn declares.
Sounds warrior-like, but still pretty. She'll need a strong name with all the uncles she'll have wrapped around her finger.
Njal adds,
By the time she's walking, there'll be a dozen kids running around here. Poor Regner.
Bjorn grins.
All those boys sniffing around his daughter in 16 years. I'll shoot them,
Regner says simply.
You will not, I protest. I'll shoot them gently.
He amends, making the boys laugh.
In the kneecaps,
Oscar suggests, dropping onto a nearby chair.
Sends a message but doesn't kill anyone.
No shooting anyone, I say firmly. Ira will be perfectly capable of handling boys herself.
With all of us teaching her, she'll be terrifying.
Emil agrees, joining our growing circle.
Remember when Saga broke that kid's nose for grabbing her ass in the gym at school? Proudest day of my life,
Rati calls out. Which time? Ingrid asks sweetly. There've been 3.
That's my girl,
Gwen laughs.
Oh, I have good names,
Njal says suddenly.
How about Helga, or Brunhilde, or, Ragnhild the Destroyer?
We're not naming our daughter the Destroyer, I say firmly.
But think of the playground cred,
Njal insists.
No one messes with Ragnhild the Destroyer. No one can spell it either,
Bjorn points out.
What about Blood Axe?
Oscar suggests, with a grin.
Ira Bloodaxe Walsh has a nice ring to it.
Absolutely not.
Skull Crusher?
No.
Doomhammer?
Are you all high? I demand. We're not naming our daughter after weapons or violent acts.
You're no fun,
Njal pouts.
What about
present time? Someone shouts, and the small kids converge on the tree like locusts. Runes appears in a Santa hat that Fern probably forced on him, looking scary even with the fuzzy pom-pom.
All right, gremlins, you know the rules. One at a time, youngest first.
That's me,
Laurencia shouts, then pauses looking at the adults.
No, it's Tova, then Kira, then you.
Rio speaks up.
Wait your turn, Flo.
The present opening is crazy, each kid taking turns while adults help the littlest ones. I watch from my couch throne, marveling at how different this is from my childhood. No careful unwrapping to save paper, no polite thank yous for gifts you didn't want. Just pure, uncomplicated joy. I didn't get to shop, I murmur to Ragnar, guilt creeping in. I don't have gifts for anyone.
You're growing my kid, he says. That's enough of a gift.
But the women of the club apparently had other ideas. Astrid approaches with an armful of wrapped packages. These are for you. Well, for Ira. You didn't have to. Shut up and open them, Charm orders, appearing with more boxes. The first package contains a hand-knitted blanket in soft yellow, intricate patterns worked into the yarn. Mom made that, Ingrid says shyly. She's been working on it since we found out. It's beautiful, I breathe, running my fingers over the soft wool. More packages reveal treasures. Tiny onesies hand-embroidered with flowers, booties so small they fit in my palm, a stuffed bear wearing a leather vest. Oh my God! I hold up a miniature leather jacket, complete with the club emblem stitched on the back. Who made this? Group effort, Megan admits. Couldn't resist. She'll be the best-dressed baby in town, I laugh, wiping at eyes that keep leaking. Damn hormones. Blame everything on hormones, Vale advises. I did for 9 months straight. Speaking of, Veneer and I are expecting. Again.
Is that why you cried at the commercial with the puppies earlier?
Veneer asks. Those puppies were separated from their mother, Vale defends. It was tragic. Everyone cheers and hoots in celebration for another baby. More gifts appear, handmade wooden toys from Magnus, who I almost forgot woodworks as a hobby. Mom and Dad got us a crib with a matching dresser and changing table. Raina got us a bouncer, and so many of the others got us things we'd need too. This is too much, I protest, surrounded by baby items.
This is nothing, Fern warns. Wait until the actual baby shower.
There's going to be more? Oh, honey, Mom laughs. This is just Christmas. The shower will be an event. Ragnar pulls a small wrapped box from his pocket.
This one's for you, not Ira.
Inside is a delicate silver necklace with 3 charms, a motorcycle, a tiny heart, and a baby booty. Ragnar, I breathe.
You, me, and little one,
he explains, fastening it around my neck.
Our family.
I love it. I pull him down for a kiss, not caring about who's watching. I love you.
Love you too, Goldilocks.
The morning flows into the afternoon in a blur of wrapping paper being shredded and kids running around. Christmas dinner is a production, multiple turkeys and hams, enough sides to feed an army, pies covering every flat surface. This is insane, I tell Charm as we survey the spread.
This is family, she corrects. Big family equals big meal. I managed to eat actual Christmas dinner, turkey and stuffing and even a little gravy, without my stomach completely fucking things up for me. Look at you keeping food down like a champ, Gwen teases. It's a Christmas miracle, I agree, taking another bite of mashed potatoes. I remember those days, Aziza says, patting my hand. With my first, I couldn't keep water down. Lost 15 pounds the first trimester. But it gets better? I ask hopefully. Second trimester was wonderful. Energy came back, nausea went away. I nested like crazy, cleaned everything twice. I'm looking forward to the energy, I admit. I'm tired of being tired. Growing a human is exhausting work, Mom says. Give yourself a little bit of grace. The kids have crashed from their sugar highs, curled up in various corners with new toys. Florencia is passed out on Rio's lap, clutching a stuffed unicorn, while Callie sleeps in her carrier. Remember that Christmas when Emil tried to ride his bike down the clubhouse stairs? Oscar asks, grinning at his brother. Broke my arm in 3 places, Emil recalls. Mom was furious. You were furious, Fenrir corrects. Because you couldn't ride for 6 weeks. Worst Christmas ever, Emil agrees. What about the year Ingrid decided to redecorate the tree? Astrid adds. With nail polish. It was artistic, Ingrid defends. And I was 5. It was purple, Charm laughs. The entire tree was purple. Purple's a good color, Ingrid laughs. Stories flow, Christmas mishaps, favorite gifts, traditions old and new. I learned that Runes always reads, "'Twas the night before Christmas" to the kids, that Fern makes the same cookies every year from her grandmother's recipe, that they always do a toy drive for local families in need. As the evening wears on, people start drifting away, some to visit extended family, others to nap off the feast. Regner seems oddly nervous, checking his phone, fidgeting with something in his pocket. You okay? I ask. Yeah, just... Can we talk for a minute? Bjorn and Njal exchange looks and quickly wheel away, barely suppressing grins. Subtle, I call after them. We don't know what you mean, Njal calls back, definitely not subtle. We have to go. Somewhere else, Bjorn adds. For reasons. Smooth, boys, real smooth. Ingrid appears out of nowhere and grabs both boys. Come on, idiots, give them privacy. For what? Njal asks innocently. Oh my God, just move, she hisses, dragging them away. Regner takes a deep breath, and my heart starts racing. He's not breaking up with me, that's ridiculous. But he looks so serious. I had this whole speech planned. He starts, then shakes his head. Practiced it and everything. But now, he drops to one knee beside the couch, and my heart stops entirely. Fuck the speech. Regner, I breathe. He pulls out a small velvet box. Everly, you and our little one are my everything. My family, my future, my reason for breathing. I know we started this backwards, fake relationship, surprise baby, all of it. But somewhere along the way, this fake thing became real. And I don't want to pretend anymore. My vision blurs with tears as he opens the box.
The ring is perfect. Not huge or flashy, just a simple solitaire that catches the Christmas lights and throws rainbows. I want to wake up every Christmas morning with you. Want to teach Ira to ride a bike in the parking lot. Want to make hot chocolate on Christmas Eve and tell her stories about her brave mama who survived hell and came out stronger. His voice cracks slightly. Want to be the man who gets to love you both forever. Regner, make it official, he asks. Marry me? Be my wife, please. Yes, I sob. Yes, of course, yes. His hands shake as he slides the ring on my finger. Then I'm in his arms, kissing him while the whole clubhouse erupts in cheers. I hadn't realized everyone was watching, but of course they were. About damn time, Dad calls out, but he's smiling. Does this mean I get to be a flower girl? Ingrid demands. Can I be ring bearer? Bjorn adds. I can strap the pillow to my chair. I call best man, Oscar shouts. Fuck you, I'm best man, Emil argues. Guys, please, Regner says. You can both be best men. That's not how it works, they protest in unison. Fall wedding, Mom declares, cutting in. After the baby comes, outdoor ceremony, I'll handle everything you need me to. Mom, hush, I've been planning your wedding in my head for years. Let me have this. But what if you want a fall wedding? Mom says firmly. Trust me, I know these things. Regner pulls me back against his chest, laughing. Resistance is futile, princess. The women have spoken. Fall wedding it is, I agree, admiring how the ring looks on my finger. Mrs. Regner Walsh, Everly Walsh, Ira Walsh. My girls, he murmurs against my hair. My perfect girls. The celebration continues around us. Toasts raised, plans already being made, arguments about color schemes breaking out among the old ladies. No pink, I hear Charm saying. It's too cliché. But what about blush? Megan argues. Blush is sophisticated. Blue, Astrid suggests. Like fall transitioning to winter. Green, Ingrid insists. For new life. Black, Oscar calls out. For badassery. No one's wearing black to my daughter's wedding, Mom says firmly. But I notice Rune standing apart, staring out the window with a frown. Even Fern's attempts to draw him into conversation fall flat. Why does Rune's look so stressed? I ask Regner quietly. It's Christmas. We're all safe. What's wrong? Regner hesitates, then sighs. The Irish will be here soon. Mackenzie family. He's been on edge since he found out. The Irish? Why are they coming? Don't know yet. That's what has him worried. His arms tighten around me. Old business, maybe. Or new trouble. With them, it could be either. Should we be worried? No. He presses a kiss to my temple. Whatever it is, we'll handle it. After the new year. Tonight's about us, about family, about celebrating. But if they're dangerous, everyone's dangerous in this life. He says quietly. But the Mackenzies are complicated. Old history with some of our members. Could be they just want to talk. Could be they want more. But they're our allies. That's not very reassuring. I know. But that's tomorrow's problem. Tonight you're wearing my ring. Tonight our daughter's doing somersaults in there. Tonight we're happy. I let it go, choosing joy over worry. Whatever the Irish want can wait.
Chapter 14. Regner. The morning light filters through the blinds, painting stripes across Everly's face. Her hand rests protectively over her belly, even when she's asleep, the engagement ring catching the light with each breath. It's been a week since Christmas, a week since I put that ring on her finger, a week of watching her bloom, morning sickness fading, energy returning, our daughter making her presence known every day. I should be at peace. Instead, my gut's churning like I'm about to head into combat. The Irish arrived today. "You're staring," Everly murmurs without opening her eyes. "Can't help it. You're beautiful." She snorts softly. "Really? I'm pregnant and currently have drool on my chin." "Beautiful drool," I insist, wiping it away with my thumb. Her eyes open, immediately reading the tension in my face. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." "Liar." She shifts to face me fully, wincing slightly. "The Irish are coming today, aren't they?" "Yeah." "And that's bad?" "Not bad, just concerning." I pull her closer, needing her warmth. Old history between the club and them. But alliances come with prices, and I don't know what it is. I find it interesting they're showing up after everything with the Patriot is handled. "True, but what kind of prices are you talking about?" "The kind we pay to keep peace, to stay strong." I kiss her forehead. "Nothing for you to worry about, though." She pulls back, studying me. "That's what Dylan used to say, right before something I definitely should have worried about happened." The comparison stings because she's right. "This is different." "Then tell me." Her hand finds mine. "We're partners now, remember? No secrets." But I can't tell her about arranged marriage, or the fact Runes promised one of his and Fern's daughters to marry Doran Volkov, Liam Mackenzie's nephew, and a man with direct ties to not only the Irish Mafia, but the Russian Bratva. Not yet. Not when she's finally feeling safe. "Just business," I say instead. "Territory agreements, shared interests, boring stuff." She doesn't believe me. I can see it in her eyes. But she lets it go. "When do they get here?" "Noon. We'll have Kirkia first, then they arrive." "Will I meet them?" "Maybe. Depends on how the meeting goes." I touch her belly. "How's our girl this morning?" "Active. She's been doing gymnastics since 4 a.m. As if on cue, I feel a flutter against my palm. Still light, but getting stronger every day. "Show off?" I tell the bump, just like your mama. "I am not a show-off," Everly protests. "You saved a guy's life last week on bed rest. Called in medical advice from the couch." "That was different. Vale needed help with—" I silence her with a kiss, deep enough to make her forget her argument. When we break apart, she's breathless. "Not fair," she mutters. "All's fair in love and war, Goldilocks." "Which one is this?" "Both," I admit, thinking of what's coming. Always both in this life. An hour later, I'm in Kirkia with my brothers, tension thick enough to choke on. "The Mackenzies will be here at noon," Runes announces. "Liam himself, plus Alexander Volkov and his son Doran." "Volkov?" Magnus asks. "The Russian?" "Liam's brother-in-law, married to one of his sisters." Rune's expression is stone. "They're coming to discuss the Patriot situation and other matters." That pause makes my skin prickle. "What other matters?" Fenrir asks. Alliance business. Nothing that concerns... Bullshit, Tor interrupts. If the head of the Irish is coming personally, with the Russians, it concerns all of us. Rune's jaw tightens. Some of you know this already, while others don't. There are aspects of our alliance that were negotiated years ago. Agreements made for the good of both organizations. What kind of agreements, I ask, though something in my gut already knows what Runes is about to say. It's about the marriage, the unification of two powerful families. The kind that ensures lasting peace between our families. He meets each of our eyes, the kind our forefathers used for centuries. Spit it out already, Kraken grumbles. A marriage alliance, Rune says finally, between our families. The room erupts. Emil's eyes go wide. What the fuck? Oscar scoffs. You promised one of your kids? Gerolf shakes his head, his voice sounding tired. When were you planning to tell us? Enough, Runes roars, slamming his gavel. This was decided years ago, before any of you were full patches. A future union between one of my daughters and Volkov's son. Revna and Dala are 15, Fenrir snarls. They're children, brother. Which is why nothing happens until they're of age, Runes says calmly. It's a future arrangement, not a present one. Does Fern know? Oscar asks quietly. The silence that follows is answer enough. Good gods, Emil mutters. You promised away one of your daughters without telling your wife? It's club business. It's her children. I can't keep quiet anymore. All due respect, Prez, but how the fuck is that just club business? Because that's how alliances work, Rune snaps. You think the Irish would accept anything less? You think they'd trust us without blood ties? Times have changed, Tor argues. This isn't the old country. No, but the old ways still hold power, still keep peace. Runes looks exhausted suddenly. You think I wanted this? You think I like knowing one of my girls? He trails off, and for the first time, I see the weight he's been carrying alone all of these years. Which one? Dag asks. Which daughter? To be determined. When they're older, when they can choose between themselves. Choose? Oscar laughs bitterly. Choose which one gets sold off? No one's being sold, aren't they? I stand, unable to sit still. What's the difference between this and trafficking? Using women as currency? The difference is this ensures protection for all our families, Rune says. The Irish-Russian alliance is something we needed. You want to see what happens without it? Look at Detroit, Miami, Phoenix. We all know those cities. Where MCs fell because they couldn't match firepower from the local organized crime syndicates, whether it be Mafia, cartel, or anything else. Where families were slaughtered for territory. There has to be another way, Magnus says. There isn't. If there was, I would have looked into it years ago. Rune sounds defeated. This is the price of peace. Before anyone can respond, there's a knock at the door. They're here, Bodil, one of our prospects, announces. We'll discuss this later, Rune says, standing. Right now, we present a united front. Understood? We nod, but there's still tension in the air. How can we present unity when we just learned our president sold his daughter's future? The Irish arrive like visiting royalty. Liam Mackenzie enters first, tall, gray mixed with red hair, with the kind of presence that commands attention without any effort. His green eyes scan the room, looking like he's the kind of man who catalogs threats and advantages in seconds. Alexander Volkov follows, broader, scarred, with pale eyes that have seen too much violence. Russian Bratva tattoos peek from his collar. But it's the third man who makes me straighten. Doran Volkov is young, mid-20s at most, but carries himself with his father's dangerous grace. Dark hair, green eyes like his uncle, built like someone who knows how to fight but prefers to think. This is who Runes promised one of his daughters to. This man who's studying our clubhouse like he's already planning to live here. Liam, Runes greets, clasping hands. Welcome. Runes. Liam's accent is faint but present. Good to see you breathing. Heard the Patriot gave you some trouble near the end. Glad to know the situation has been taken care of. Nothing we couldn't handle. So I heard. Liam's smile is sharp. Thoroughly handled from what reaches us. We move to the chapel, patches only. I catch Everly watching from the hallway, eyes curious, before Astrid pulls her away. Congratulations on removing the Patriot, Liam says once we're seated. He was bad for business all around. Agreed, Runes says, though it came at a cost. Always does. Alexander speaks for the first time, voice thick with a Russian accent. But some costs are worth paying. Speaking of costs, Liam continues, what's the deal with local law? Any heat from the cleanup? Nothing official, Runes reports, though there was a detective sniffing around a while back. Detective Ortega. Liam's eyes sharpen. Was. He's been quiet for weeks now. Not a word since before the Patriot was handled. I don't like quiet cops, Liam says. Quiet cops are planning cops. Could be he got pulled off, Tor suggests, or reassigned. Or he's building something bigger, Alexander counters. Feds love their conspiracy cases here in the States, do they not? We've been careful, Fenrir insists. Careful doesn't matter if they have someone inside. Doran speaks up, voice thoughtful. The Patriot had connections. Any of them could have flipped for immunity. Smart. Dangerous and smart. Exactly the kind of man you'd want in an alliance. Or married to your daughter. We'll handle Ortega if he becomes a problem, Runes says. Say that you do. Liam leans back. Now to other matters. The arrangement we discussed. Here it comes. My nephew has been of age for a long time, Liam continues, nodding to Doran. And if my math is correct, your daughters will be 18 in just a few years. It's time to discuss specifics. My daughters are still young. I don't think we need to get into... 15, aren't they? Alexander interjects. In the old country, betrothals happened younger. This isn't the old country, Fenrir says, tension in his voice. No, Liam agrees, which is why we're having a conversation, not a wedding. But Doran should meet them, spend some time here, see which one meshes with him the best, which personality is more suitable on our side. You want him to what? I can't help myself. Court a 15-year-old? Doran's eyes flash to mine. I'm not a pedophile, if that's your concern. I understand the need to know a little bit about them, to see their personalities. Any relationship would wait until she's of appropriate age. Appropriate age, I repeat. She's in middle school. Ragnar, Runes warns. No, he's right to be protective, Liam says, surprisingly. It speaks well of your brotherhood. But arrangements like this take time. Better to start the acquaintance now. Let them know each other as friends first. Kraken looks across the table. Does Fern know about this arrangement yet? Rune's silence is damning. You haven't told your wife? Alexander seems genuinely surprised. That's unwise. It's club business. It's family business, Liam corrects. In my experience, keeping wives ignorant of such things leads to... He pauses. Larger issues. As if summoned by the universe's twisted sense of timing, the door to Kirkja opens. Fern stands there, fury radiating from every line of her body. Someone want to tell me why Astrid just asked if I knew about my daughter being promised to the Irish? The room goes suddenly silent. Fern, Rune starts, standing. This isn't the time. Not the time! Her voice rises. When would be the time? When she's 18 and you're shipping her off? It's not like that. Then what's it like? She storms into the room, unprecedented for a woman during Kirkja. Please, explain to me how you promising our daughter without telling me is anything other than betrayal. This is club business. Runes tries for authority. Wrong move. Club business! Fern's laugh is borderline hysterical. Those are my babies, not club property. Mrs. Nilsson, Liam stands respectfully. Perhaps we should... Are you the one? She whirls on him. Are you the one buying my daughter? Ma'am, I assure you. Which one? She turns back to Runes. Which daughter did you sell? I didn't sell anyone. Which one? To be determined, he says quietly. When they're older, they'll choose between themselves. The slap echoes through the room like a gunshot. Runes doesn't move, doesn't retaliate, just stands there with her handprint reddening on his cheek. They'll choose? Fern's voice breaks. Choose which one gets sacrificed for your alliance? It's not a sacrifice. No? What would you call it? She's crying now, fury and heartbreak mixing together. Giving away a child to strangers? Doran's not a stranger, he's... I don't give a fuck who he is! The profanity Fern uses makes everyone flinch. He's not taking my daughter! You don't have a choice, Rune says quietly. And I know immediately it's the wrong thing. Fern goes still, deadly still. I don't have a choice, she repeats softly. I'm their mother, and I don't have a choice? She picks up the nearest thing, Rune's gavel, and hurls it at his head. He ducks, barely. Fern, 20 years! She screams. 20 years I've stood by you, supported the club, raised our children in this life, and this is how you repay me? More women appear in the doorway, drawn by the commotion. Charm, Astrid, Aziza, Magnolia, Megan, and Everly, eyes wide with shock. You promised away our baby without telling me. Fern continues, advancing on Runes. Made decisions about her life like I don't matter. Like her mother's opinion is worthless. I was protecting the club. Fuck the club! Everyone gasps. Fern never speaks against the club. After all the madness we went through for Tor and Eric, you're really okay with this? She spits out. I won't sacrifice my daughters for your political bullshit. Our politics, Runes corrects. This keeps all our families safe. By sacrificing one? It's not a sacrifice. He finally raises his voice. It's an alliance. A good marriage to a good family. That's not your choice to make. I'm her father, and I'm her mother. Or does that mean nothing in your world? The Irish watch this drama unfold with varying expressions. Liam thoughtful, Alexander uncomfortable, Doran unreadable. Perhaps, Liam says carefully, we should table this discussion. Yes, leave, Fern snaps, before I show you exactly what I think of men who trade children like cattle. Fern! Runes looks mortified. These are our guests. Your guests, not mine. She turns to leave, then spins back. And you're sleeping in the clubhouse until you remember that marriages require both parents' consent. She storms out, the other women following, but not before Charm shoots Runes and Fenrir a look that promises her own reckoning. The silence left behind is deafening. "Well," Liam says finally, "that was intense." I apologize. Rune starts. "Don't." Liam holds up a hand. "She's right to be angry. You should have told her." "It was decided." "By men," Alexander interrupts, "without considering the women who must live with consequences." "Since when do the Irish care about women's opinions?" Fenrir asks, bitter. "Since my sisters educated me," Liam says dryly. "Violently and repeatedly. Trust me, gentlemen, what just happened? That was mild compared to Greer's reaction when she learned about certain arrangements." "We should go," Doran says quietly. "Let you handle your family matters." "The arrangement stands," Runes insists. "The arrangement is worthless if it tears your family apart," Liam observes. "We'll be in town for a few days. Perhaps we can revisit when things are calmer." They leave, and the moment they're gone, everyone turns on Runes. "What the fuck were you thinking by not telling her?" Kraken demands. "I was thinking about the future. You were thinking like a dictator," Tor corrects, "making decisions that affect everyone without even talking to Mom. Since when do I need permission to secure alliances? Since those alliances involve selling your children," I snap. "No one's being sold." "Tell that to Fern," Oscar says. "Tell that to your daughters when they find out." "Gods." Emil runs his hands through his hair. "Do they know? Revna and Dala?" "Not yet." "But they will now," Magnus points out. "You think Fern's going to keep quiet about this?" Rune sinks into his chair, suddenly looking decades older. "I did what I thought was best," he says quietly. "Yeah, and I fucked up too when I convinced my wife to be a surrogate for you both. But you fucked up big time with this, and I'm telling you that as a friend," Fenrir says. "We should have done things differently, considered alternatives." "What alternatives? The Irish demand blood ties." "Then maybe we find different allies," Dag suggests. "And lose their protection? Let the cartels move in?" Runes shakes his head. "You're being naive. Do you remember why we teamed up with them in the first place? The Culebra cartel." "We're being human," I correct. "Those girls aren't bargaining chips. They're children." "I know that!" He slams his palm on the table. "You think I don't know that? You think this was easy?" "I think it was easier because you didn't have to look Fern in the eye while deciding," Tor says quietly. That lands hard. Rune sighs. "Fuck," he mutters. "Fuck." "Yeah," Kraken agrees. "That about covers it." I leave them to their arguments, needing air, needing to see my old lady. I find her in our room, sitting on the bed with her hand on her belly. "Hey," I say softly. "That could have been me," she says without looking up. "If I'd stayed in the club life, if my parents hadn't wanted normal for me, that could have been me, promised to some stranger." "Everly." "Is that what waits for Ira?" She looks up, eyes wet. "Will she be currency too?" "No." I cross to her, pull her into my arms. "Never. I'll burn the world down before anyone uses our daughter like that." "But Runes—" "Made a mistake, a big one. But it won't happen to Ira." "You can't promise me that." "Watch me." I tilt her chin up. I'm not Runes. I'm not bound by old traditions or alliance politics. Anyone tries to use our daughter like that, they'll answer to me.
And if the club demands it?
Then I'll leave the club. The words surprise us both, but I mean them.
You'd do that? Leave your brothers?
To protect you and Ira? In a heartbeat. I touch her belly. You two come first, before anything else. She kisses me, fierce and desperate. "I need you," she whispers against my lips. "Need to feel safe. Need to forget what we just saw. Everly, please." She's already pulling at my shirt. "Make me forget. Make me feel like we're different, better." "Are you sure? The baby?" "Is fine. I'm fine. I need my fiancé to remind me why I said yes, and as long as we're careful, everything will be fine." I capture her mouth, pouring everything I feel into the kiss. My promise that she's chosen, not traded. My vow that our daughter will have better. My love that has nothing to do with alliances or protection or anything but her. We undress slowly, savoring each reveal. Her body has changed, rounder, softer, fucking perfect. Beautiful, I breathe, mapping new curves with my hands. "I'm getting huge," she protests. "You're growing our daughter. Nothing sexier than that." I worship every inch of her, taking my time, building her need until she's begging. When I finally slide home, we both groan. "Mine," I growl, moving carefully but deeply. "My choice, my woman, my family." "Yes," she gasps, nails digging into my shoulders. "Yours, always yours." We move together, reaffirming what's real between us. Not an arrangement, but an accident that became everything. Not duty, but desire. Not politics, but passion. When she comes apart beneath me, my name on her lips, I follow her over. After, we lie tangled together, her head on my chest, my hand on her belly. "I love you," she says quietly. "Both of you," I reply, feeling Ira flutter. "Promise me something," she says. "Promise me she'll have choices. Real choices." I promise. I vow. She'll choose her own path, her own partner, her own life. No one will ever trade her future for an alliance. "Good," she yawns, exhaustion hitting. "Because if anyone tries, I'll kill them myself." "That's my girl," I murmur, holding her as she drifts off. Outside our door, I can hear raised voices, the aftermath continuing. Tomorrow will bring new issues. Fern's fury, the twins' discovery, the Irish still in town. But tonight, I hold my chosen family, my woman who picked me despite everything, my daughter who'll grow up free. And I swear on everything holy, no one will ever take their choices away. Not for alliance, not for protection, not for anything. They're mine to protect, not trade. And I'll die before I fail them.
Chapter 15. Everly. The clubhouse feels different when there's an active fight going on between the Prez and his old lady. I wake to find Regnar's arm draped over my middle, his palm protective over where Ira's been doing her morning gymnastics since dawn. The tension from yesterday hangs in the air like smoke, seeping under doors and around corners. "Morning, Goldilocks," he murmurs against my neck. "How are my girls?" "Your daughter's practicing for the Olympics, and I need to pee." I shift carefully. The usual morning crap. He chuckles, pressing a kiss to my shoulder before letting me up. "Want me to make breakfast?" "Just tea for now. I want to walk around a bit, get some air." "Stay on the grounds," he says automatically, then catches himself. "Sorry. Habit." "It's okay. After yesterday." I trail off, thinking about arranged marriages and how tense everything is. I get the protective instinct. The main room is quieter than usual. Women huddle in small groups, voices low, glances darting around the room. The great divide between Fern and Runes has everyone picking sides, whether they want to or not. She still hasn't come back to the club. Megan tells Charm near the coffee pot. I thought she'd be back by now. Can't blame her, Charm replies. If Fenrir pulled something like that. But, wait a second, I carried the twins for Fern and Runes. He put it in my head that we could help two friends who were struggling, and they notice me and force smiles, the conversation shifting to stuff they don't think I might go telling people. I hate it when people do that, because I'm not even a gossip kind of woman. I grab my tea and escape outside, needing space from all the chaos going on right now. The December air is crisp, clouds heavy, and I honestly can't wait until the spring. I could kill to be on the beach with Regner, soaking up the sun, our feet in the water. I wander toward the back of the property, past the garage where the bikes are stored, seeking quiet. That's when I smell it. Weed. Sweet and skunky, drifting from behind the storage building. I should turn around, pretend I don't notice it. But something makes me investigate. I've always been a little too curious, if you ask me. I round the corner and freeze. Revna and Dala, Runes' 15-year-old twins, are passing a joint between them. The two girls in question. One of them having to marry Doran Volkov in a few years. Their faces are blotchy from crying, eyes red from more than just smoke. Revna drops the joint, scrambling to stomp it out. Shit!
Everly!
Dala's eyes go wide.
We weren't... I mean...
Please don't tell, Revna begs. Please, we can't handle more drama right now. I should leave. I should probably tell someone. These are 15-year-old girls smoking weed, for fuck's sake. But looking at their tear-stained faces, the way they're clinging to each other, I can't. Scoot over, I say instead, settling carefully onto the wooden crate they're using as a bench. They exchange shocked looks. You're not going to tell? Dala asks cautiously. Tell who? Your mom's not here, and your dad, I shrug, has bigger problems. You heard, Revna says flatly. Everyone heard. Kind of hard to miss. Your mom is excellent at getting her point across when she's screaming it so loud the entire club can hear her. A watery laugh escapes Dala. She threw his gavel at his head. Good aim, too, I add. Nearly brained him from what I heard. He deserved it, Revna says fiercely. Selling us off like we're property. We're not property, Dala whispers. We're his daughters. How could he? Fresh tears start, and I dig in my pocket for tissues. Here, and breathe slowly. Crying and smoking is a bad combination. They take the tissues gratefully, trying to compose themselves. Did you know? Revna asks suddenly. About the arrangement? No, I don't think anyone knew except the officers. Our whole lives, Dala says. He's been planning to give one of us away since before we were born. Is that why they had us? Or he had us? So we could fulfill this stupid arrangement? That's not... I start, then stop. What can I say? That it's not that bad? That arranged marriages work out sometimes? That's fucked up. They both stare at me, shocked at an adult agreeing with them. It's completely fucked up, I continue. You have every right to be angry. Mom lost her mind, Revna says. I've never seen her like that. She slapped him in front of everyone. In front of the Irish, Dala adds. God, what must they think? Who cares what they think? I say. They're the ones buying a child bride. We're not children, Revna protests automatically. Yes, you are, I say gently. And that's okay. You should be children. You should be worried about going to high school and boys your own age and what to wear to dances, not whether you'll be shipped off to marry some stranger. He's not that much of a stranger, Dala admits quietly. Doran, we've seen him before, the last time he and his uncle came. He's hot, Revna finishes. But that doesn't matter. We don't know him, don't love him, don't want to marry him. Or anyone, Dala adds. At least not until we choose to. That's the key word, I say. Choose. Every woman should get to choose her partner. Did you choose Ragnar? Revna asks. Or was it arranged too? I chose him, and he chose me. I touch my belly. We chose each other. Because of the baby? Dala's eyes drop to my bump. The baby sped things up, I admit, but the choice was ours. Was Dylan your choice too? Revna asks, then immediately looks stricken. Sorry, that's none of my business. It's okay. I consider how much to share. He was my choice, yes, but it was a bad choice. I didn't know who he really was when I chose him. How can you tell? Dala asks. How do you know if someone's good or bad? That's the hard part. Some people are very good at pretending. I think about Dylan's charm, his calculated persona. But there are signs, how they treat people who can't do anything for them, how they handle anger, whether they respect your boundaries. Dylan didn't? Revna asks softly. No, he didn't. I pull my sleeves down, making sure old scars stay covered. He wanted to control me, not love me. There's a difference. So you left him for Ragnar? I left him for me, I correct. Ragnar came later. The important part was recognizing I deserved better. We deserve better than being traded for an alliance, Revna says bitterly. Yes, you do. We sit in silence for a moment, the abandoned joint forgotten at our feet. Does it hurt? Dala asks suddenly. Having a baby? The birth? I don't know yet. Ask me in a few months. I smile at their expressions. But being pregnant? It's uncomfortable sometimes. Morning sickness sucks. Everything smells weird. But feeling her move? I take Dala's hand, place it where Ira's currently doing flips. That's magic. Her eyes widen as she feels the movement. Oh, she's really in there. Very much so, and getting bigger every day. I don't want kids, Revna announces. Ever. They just become bargaining chips. Not all of them, I say carefully. And not if things change. Your mom's fighting for you."
"She didn't know," Dalla says wonderingly. "For 15 years, she didn't know. How do you keep that from someone you love?"
"Sometimes people think they're protecting others by keeping secrets," I say, thinking of my own secret about Ira's paternity. Doesn't make it right, but the intention isn't always evil.
Dad's intention was to secure an alliance,
Revna says flatly.
using us.
I know, and that's wrong. But your mom knowing now, fighting now, that matters.
"What if she loses?"
Dalla whispers. "What if Dad makes us do it anyway?" "Then you run," I say simply. "When you're 18, if they try to force you, you run. You find help, you make your own life."
You'd help us?
Revna asks.
If we needed it?
"Absolutely." They both hug me then, carefully because of the bump, but desperately, like they needed to hear an adult take their side. "We should go back," I say eventually, before someone comes looking.
"The weed."
Dalla looks at the crushed joint.
"What weed?"
I ask innocently. "I didn't see any weed. I just found you too upset and sat with you. That's all." Relief floods their faces. We walk back slowly, the twins flanking me like guards.
"Everly,"
Revna says quietly.
"Thanks for not judging, for listening."
"Anytime, I mean it. You need to talk? You find me."
"Even about boys?"
Dalla asks with the first real smile I've seen.
"Because there's this guy in my math class."
"Especially about boys," I confirm. I'm excellent at boy advice.
You're with a biker,
Revna points out.
That's like asking a wolf for sheep herding tips.
"Hey, my biker is house-trained," I protest. "Mostly." We're actually laughing as we round the corner, only to nearly collide with Astrid. "There you are," she says, eyes narrowing at the twins' red eyes.
You okay, girls?
"Fine," they say in unison. Astrid looks at me, clearly smelling the lingering smoke, but I keep my expression neutral.
"Just talking about boys,"
I say.
"Dalla has a crush."
"I do not,"
Dalla protests, playing along.
"His name's Tyler,"
Revna adds helpfully.
"He's in honors math."
"Traitor!"
Dalla swats at her sister. Astrid relaxes, buying the normal teenage drama.
"Well, be careful with those honors math boys. They're trouble."
"All boys are trouble," Ingrid says, appearing with a plate of cookies. "That's what makes them fun."
"Don't let Bjorn hear you say that,"
Astrid warns.
"Bjorn knows I'm right."
Ingrid offers us cookies.
"Besides, he's too busy teaching Njal to play wheelchair basketball to worry about my love life."
The normalcy of the conversation is soothing after the heavy emotions. We end up in the common room, where someone's putting up more Christmas decorations even though the holiday's passed.
"Megan believes in extended celebration,"
Charm explains.
"Christmas until New Year's at least."
"Speaking of celebration,"
Ingrid says carefully,
"are we still planning your wedding?
even with..." She gestures vaguely at the tension.
"I don't know,"
I admit.
"Everything feels uncertain now."
That's exactly why we should plan, Astrid says firmly. We need something happy to focus on, something that's beautiful, and a celebration. Mom's coming back today, Revna says suddenly. Her dad on the phone. She's got terms. Terms? Charm's eyebrows rise. Good for her. What kind of terms? Megan asks. Don't know, but Dad agreed to them. Dala looks hopeful. Maybe she won? Your mom's formidable when protecting her cubs, Vale says. I wouldn't bet against her. The conversation continues, but I find myself watching the twins. They seem a little bit better now, holding back tears. But there's a weariness in their eyes that wasn't there before. A knowledge that their parents aren't infallible, that their futures might be bartered without their consent. It's a hard lesson at 15, honestly, a lesson they shouldn't have to learn at all. I need to lie down, I announce, Ira choosing that moment to practice kickboxing. Someone's getting rowdy. Go rest, Astrid orders. We'll hold down the fort. I head back to our room, finding Regner already there, cleaning his gun at the small table. Hey, he says, looking up. Good walk? Interesting walk. I settle on the bed, kicking off my shoes. Found the twins smoking weed behind the storage building. His hands still. You what? They were upset about the arrangement, crying, self-medicating. I meet his eyes. I didn't tell anyone. Everly, they needed someone to listen, not another authority figure laying down the law. I rub my belly as Ira kicks again. They're scared, Regner. Scared of being sold off. He sets the gun aside, comes to sit beside me. What did you tell them? The truth. That they deserve choices, that their mom's fighting for them. That if worse comes to worse, they can run. You told them to run? If someone tries to force them into marriage, yes. I look at him steadily. Wouldn't you? He's quiet for a moment, then nods. Yeah, I would. They asked if I chose you. I continue. If we were arranged too. What did you say? That we chose each other. That the baby sped things up, but the choice was ours. I take his hand. That was true, right? This is choice, not something entirely based on the circumstances we were in? Everly. He cups my face. I'd choose you in any circumstance. Baby or no baby, danger or no danger. You're my choice. Good. I lean into his touch. Because those girls need to see that love can be a choice, that not all men view women as currency. Most of us don't, he says. This thing with runes, it's old thinking, outdated. But still happening. Yeah, he sighs. Still happening. We're quiet for a moment, then I ask, do you think Fern will win? Whatever terms she's setting? I think Runes will do anything to get his wife back. If that means killing the arrangement, he will. I hope so, for the twins' sake. For all our sakes. He agrees. This kind of thing tears clubs apart, but doing so could cause other issues with the alliance. It's a damned if we do, damned if we don't sort of situation. A knock interrupts us. Come in, Regner calls. It's Tor. Fern's here.
Family meeting in the main room. Runes wants everyone there.
Everyone?
I ask. Even you. Tor confirms. Your family now. We follow him out, finding the common room packed. Fern stands at the front, looking like an avenging angel. Runes is beside her, but carefully not touching, like she might bite if he tries.
I've been doing a lot of thinking. Fern begins without missing a beat. About tradition, about loyalty, about what it means to be part of this family.
The room is dead silent.
I've stood by this club for 20 years, raised my children in it, buried friends for it.
Her voice is steel.
But I will not sacrifice my daughters to it.
Fern. Runes starts.
I'm talking.
She snaps, and he shuts up.
Here are my terms. The arrangement with the Irish is void. No daughter of mine will be traded for an alliance.
Murmurs ripple through the room.
If that costs us the alliance, so be it. If that brings war, we'll fight it. But we'll fight it as a family that doesn't sell its children.
The Irish won't accept, someone starts.
Then fuck the Irish,
Fern says clearly.
And fuck anyone who thinks my daughters are negotiable.
I glance at the twins, who are staring at their mother with awe.
Furthermore,
Fern continues,
any major decision involving the children of this club will be made with parental input. Both parents. No more secret arrangements, no more promises made in the dark.
That's not how the club, another voice protests.
Then the club changes,
Fern interrupts.
Or I leave. And I won't leave alone.
The threat is clear. She's done her homework, knows which women will follow her. We're talking about destroying what we, someone starts to say.
I'm talking about evolution,
Fern corrects.
About recognizing that our daughters are worth more than their wombs, that our sons are worth more than their fists.
I agree. Everyone turns to stare at me, and I realize I spoke out loud. Sorry, I start, but Fern shakes her head.
Don't apologize. You're carrying the next generation. Your voice matters.
She looks around the room.
All our voices matter. It's time the club remembered that.
Fern, I appreciate what you're doing, but what's done is done. Rune says quietly. They won't just accept this.
We negotiate new terms, ones that don't involve child brides.
Fern finally looks at him directly.
Or you find a new wife who's willing to sell her children. Your choice.
The ultimatum hangs heavy. You're my wife, Rune says simply. My only wife, and that's that. I will talk to Liam, see if there's any wiggle room. I can't make you any promises. What I can promise is this won't be brought up again until the girls are 18. They're children now and should focus on being children. Fern studies him for a long moment.
Runes, we have a load of issues to unpack here. We won't be talking about this when they're 18 because it won't be happening. You can come home, but you're on the couch until I decide otherwise.
Relief ripples through the room as the tension breaks. Thank the gods, someone mutters. I couldn't take another day of this. People start dispersing, conversations resuming, but I notice the twins haven't moved. They're staring at their mother like they're seeing her for the first time. Mom? Revna says softly. Fern turns, sees her daughters, and opens her arms. They crash into her, all three crying now.
I'm sorry. I hear her whisper. I'm so sorry you found out that way. But I promise no one's taking you anywhere, not while I'm breathing. We love you, Dala sobs. We love you so much. Love you too, babies. Both of you. I turn away from the private moment, giving them space, and find Regner watching me.
You did good, he says quietly. With the twins earlier.
They needed someone on their side.
They have someone. Their mom just proved that.
He pulls me close.
But having you too, I think that helps.
I hope so. I lean into him. Think this is really over?
Hell no. He shrugs. But it looks like that situation has hit the pause button for a couple of years. Fern won't back down, but Runes will let her think she won for now.
That hurts me for the girls, but maybe they'll take my advice and run. Honestly, it might be their only choice. Epilogue. Everly. 3 years later.
Ira Magnolia Walsh, you get back here right now! My daughter's delighted shriek is my only answer as she tears through the backyard, blonde curls bouncing with each step. At 3 years old, she's already mastered the art of selective hearing, a trait I'm choosing to blame entirely on her father. She's heading for the bounce house, Astrid calls out, heavily pregnant and lounging in a lawn chair. $10 says she takes out at least 2 kids on her way in. No bet, I pant, one hand on my own growing belly. 5 months along with baby number 2, and chasing a toddler has become an Olympic sport. She took out 3 at Florencia's party last month. Got her. Ragnar appears from behind the play structure, scooping Ira up and tossing her over his shoulder. She squeals in delight, little fists pounding on his back.
Daddy, no! I was winning!
Winning at giving Mommy a heart attack, he says, carrying her back to the picnic tables. It's time for cake, Speed Demon.
Cake!
That gets her attention.
Chocolate cake?
With pink frosting, I confirm, smoothing down her wild hair. It's a lost cause. She inherited my curls and Regnar's inability to be tamed. But first, what do we say to our guests? She looks around at the crowd gathered in our backyard, all here to celebrate her 3rd birthday.
Thank you for coming to my party.
That's my girl.
Ragnar sets her down, and she immediately rockets toward the dessert table where Mom is lighting candles.
Gods help us when there's 2 of them,
Geralf comments, appearing with drinks.
You sure you want another mini Ragnar running around?
Hey, Ragnar protests. She's a perfect angel. We all turn to look at where Ira is currently trying to stick her finger in the cake while Mom fends her off. An angel of chaos, Astrid laughs, just like her dad. I watch my daughter charm her way into getting a pre-cake frosting taste from her grandmother and can't help but smile. She's fearless, stubborn, confident. Everything I wasn't at her age. Everything I'm still learning to be.
Uncle Bjorn!
Ira shouts, spotting him near the gate.
Uncle Bjorn, come see!
The yard goes quiet for a moment. It always does these days when Bjorn's around. The tension from his breakup with Ingrid 2 weeks ago still lingers like smoke at club gatherings. They can barely be in the same room without the temperature dropping 10 degrees. But Bjorn's face lights up when he sees Ira. She's the one person who can always pull him from his darkness.
even on his worst days. "Hey, princess," he says, rolling closer. His chair has racing stripes now, Ira's edition from last Christmas. "Happy birthday."
I'm 3.
She holds up 4 fingers, then frowns and adjusts to 3.
This many.
3 already? You're getting too big. He pulls a wrapped box from his chair's side bag. Think you're big enough for this? Her eyes go wide.
Present!
After cake, I remind her, but she's already tearing at the paper. Letter, Bjorn says quietly. It's okay if we break some rules every once in a while, sis. Inside is a leather jacket, perfectly sized, with Little Valkyrie embroidered on the back. Ira gasps like it's the crown jewels.
Just like Daddy's!
She immediately tries to put it on over her princess dress.
Look, Mama, I'm a biker princess.
The most beautiful biker princess. I agree, helping her into it. What do we say? Ragnar coaxes her. Ira launches herself at Bjorn, nearly knocking him back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're the best uncle ever.
Something flickers across his face. Pain, maybe, or longing for the family he thought he'd have by now. But then Ira's kissing his cheek with sticky lips, and he's smiling again. Love you too, Tiny Terror.
Cake time,
Vern announces, rescuing the dessert from Ira's grabby hands.
Everyone gather round.
As people move toward the table, I notice Ingrid standing alone by the fence, arms crossed, carefully not looking at Bjorn. The distance between them seems to grow every day. She'd tried. God's knows she'd tried. But his refusal to get help after the shooting, his insistence that he was fine, when he clearly wasn't. Sometimes love isn't enough to save someone who won't save themselves. 3 candles for our birthday girl, Ragnar says, lifting Ira up so she can see. Make a wish, baby.
I wish for a motorcycle,
she announces. You have to make it in your head, Njal informs her seriously. Otherwise it won't come true. Ira scrunches her face in concentration, then blows with all her might. The candles go out, and everyone cheers. What did you really wish for? I ask her quietly while Mom cuts the cake. She leans close, whispering in my ear.
A baby brother, but Daddy said that's already cooking.
I laugh, hand going to my belly. Daddy has a big mouth. Speaking of, Ragnar says, clearing his throat, we actually have an announcement. The yard quiets again, everyone turning to us. We found out yesterday, I say, unable to contain my smile. It's a boy. The eruption of congratulations breaks out among everyone in attendance. Mom tears up, Dad actually cracks a smile, and Ira starts telling everyone she's going to teach her brother to ride motorcycles. Poor kid doesn't stand a chance, Oscar laughs. Between her and Ragnar, he'll be racing by 5.
2,
Ira corrects.
Babies can ride at 2.
No, they cannot, I say firmly, shooting Ragnar a look. Don't even think about it. What? I didn't say anything. But his grin gives him away. The party continues, kids running wild while adults drink and swap stories. I find myself in a lawn chair next to Astrid, both of us watching our men attempt to assemble a play structure that shouldn't need instructions. $10 says they'll break it, she says. You're on.
Ragnar actually reads directions now. Fatherhood changed him. Fatherhood changed all of them. She nods toward where Emil is letting Florencia paint his nails bright purple. Remember when they were too tough for anything? Now they're wrapped around tiny fingers. I agree.
Mama!
Ira runs over, face covered in chocolate.
Tova says I can't marry Azamir when I grow up 'cause we're too little. But I'm 3 now.
That is very big, I agree solemnly.
But
maybe wait until you're at least 4 before planning any weddings.
4 is forever away.
She sighs dramatically, then spots something more interesting and races off. She's perfect, Astrid says. You know that, right? Whatever worries you had. I know what she's not saying. The fear that Ira would look like Dylan, act like him, carry some piece of him that would be hard to love. But there's nothing of him in her. Whether by nature or nurture, she's pure Ragnar in personality, brave, loyal, protective of those she loves. And in looks, she's all me, down to the stubborn curl that won't stay out of her eyes. She's ours, I say simply, in every way that matters. And this one? She gestures to my belly. You excited? Terrified, I admit, but the good kind. The I can't wait to meet you kind of terrified. Name picked out? We're thinking of a couple. Ragnar wants something strong, and everything he's pitched me I happen to hate. You'll find something. She shifts, rubbing her own belly. We're going with Leif if it's a boy. Geralf's convinced it is. Our kids are going to grow up together. I marvel. Like we all did, but hopefully with less murder and mayhem. I was going to say drama, but yeah, that too. We watch Ira boss around the bigger kids, organizing some elaborate game only she understands the rules to. She's got Izir's boys following her orders, Florencia playing along, even though she's older too. She's a natural leader, Astrid observes. Gods help us all, I mutter, but I'm smiling. As the sun starts to set, painting the sky in oranges and pinks, I find myself standing in our kitchen, looking out at our yard full of family. 3 years ago, I was pregnant and terrified, running from a monster, unsure if I'd survive. Now I'm pregnant and excited, surrounded by love, married to a man who'd burned the world down for us. Ragnar wraps his arms around me from behind, hands settling on my bump. Penny for your thoughts? Just thinking about how different everything is, how I never imagined this. This specifically, or just happiness in general? I turn in his arms. Both. But mostly this. Ira out there terrorizing everyone. You and me expecting another baby. An actual house with a yard. It's so wonderfully normal. Normal? He laughs. Goldilocks, we're bikers having a princess-themed birthday party where our 3-year-old is wearing a leather jacket over a tutu. Nothing about us is normal. Our version of normal, I correct. I like our version. He kisses me softly. Even if our daughter did just convince Niall that she needs a real motorcycle for Christmas. She what? Don't worry, I already told him dirt bikes don't come in pink. He pauses. He's currently Googling custom paint jobs. I'm going to kill my brothers. They just love her. We all do.
His hand rubs gentle circles on my belly. This one's going to be spoiled rotten, too. Probably, I agree, but the good kind of spoiled.
Mama, Daddy!
Ira bursts through the door.
Uncle Neil says I can paint his bike pink.
Did he now? I raise an eyebrow.
Uh-huh. And Uncle Oscar says I can bedazzle his helmet.
She's jumping with excitement.
Can we do it now?
How about we finish your party first? Regner suggests. Then we can talk about bedazzling.
Okay.
She races back outside, shouting,
I get to bedazzle everything!
We've created a monster, I say. The best kind of monster, he agrees. Our little monster. As we head back outside, I catch sight of Bjorn near the gate, getting ready to leave early, like he always does these days. Ira intercepts him, crawling into his lap, even with his protests about chocolate-covered hands.
You can't go yet,
she insists.
We didn't do the best part.
What's the best part? He asks.
Dancing. Mama always dances with me at bedtime. It's the rule.
I don't really dance anymore, Princess.
That's okay.
She pats his cheek with sticky fingers.
I'll teach you. I'm a very good teacher.
Something breaks in his expression, and he hugs her tight. Yeah? Maybe you can teach me sometime.
Now!
She's not taking no for an answer.
Music, Daddy?
Ragnar looks at me, and I nod. He pulls out his phone, finding one of Ira's favorite songs. She slides off Bjorn's lap and starts spinning, dress and jacket flying.
See?
She calls out to Bjorn.
Dancing is easy. You just move.
And somehow, my fearless daughter gets my broken brother to smile, really smile, for the first time in weeks. She's good for him, Ingrid says quietly beside me. I hadn't heard her approach. She's good for everyone, I reply carefully. I tried, she says suddenly. I need you to know that. I tried everything. I know, and I do. Sometimes loving someone means letting them go, even when it breaks your heart. She watches Ira pull Bjorn's hands, trying to get him to spin his chair. Maybe she'll succeed where I failed. She doesn't take no for an answer. Gets that from her father. And her mother, Ingrid corrects. You never gave up either, even when things were darkest. Before I can respond, she's walking away, slipping out the side gate. Always leaving early these days, unable to stay near Bjorn too long.
Mama, look!
Ira shouts.
Uncle Bjorn is dancing!
And he is, sort of, moving his chair in small circles while she spins around him, both of them laughing. That's our girl, Ragnar says, arms wrapping around me again. Fixing the world one dance at a time. Think she can fix everything? I ask, thinking of the club tensions, the situation with the Irish that's bound to come up sooner or later, and all the broken pieces we're still trying to mend. Maybe not everything, he admits. But she makes it all worth fighting for. The party winds down as darkness falls. Parents collect sugar-crashed kids, promises are made about playdates, and slowly our yard empties. Ira passes out in Ragnar's arms during cleanup, chocolate still smeared on her face, new jacket clutched tight. Let me.
Bjorn says when Regner moves to carry her inside. I need to tell her goodnight. We watch him wheel carefully through the house, Ira a tiny bundle in his lap. He emerges a few minutes later, eyes suspiciously bright. She made me promise to teach her wheelchair races, he says. Next Tuesday. You don't have to, I start. I want to. He meets my eyes. She makes me remember why things matter. Why I need to... He trails off, then straightens. I called the therapist, the one Vale recommended. Have an appointment on Monday.
Bjorn, my throat tightens. That's wonderful.
Yeah, well, can't teach her races if I'm too stuck in my head to leave the house. He heads for the door, pausing at the threshold. She said I was her best uncle. Don't want to let her down. After he's gone, Regner and I finish cleaning in silence. This is our life now. Birthday parties and bedtime stories, pregnancy and promises of more. So different from where we started, but exactly where we're meant to be. Ready for bed? He asks finally. In a minute. Want to check on her first. We slip into Ira's room, where she's sprawled like a starfish, still wearing her new jacket. I ease it off carefully, tucking her favorite stuffed wolf beside her. Love you, baby girl, I whisper. She mumbles something that might be, love you too, or might be, motorcycle please. Definitely your daughter, Regner chuckles. We stand there watching her sleep, our miracle child who brought light to so many dark places. Soon there'll be 2 little ones in this house, 2 sets of feet running down halls, 2 voices calling for bedtime stories. Think we're ready? I ask. Hell no, he admits. But we weren't ready for her either, and look how that turned out. Pretty perfect, I agree. Yeah. He kisses my temple. Pretty fucking perfect. As we head to our room, I think about the journey that brought us here. The fear, the violence, the desperate choices that somehow led to this beautiful, chaotic, perfectly imperfect life. Sometimes the worst moments lead to the best outcomes. Sometimes a little girl who should have been a reminder of trauma becomes the light that heals everyone she touches. This concludes Mortify by Elizabeth Knox, narrated by Anne Robert and Tyler Dunn. Copyright 2025 by Elizabeth Knox. Recording copyright 2026 by Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.